Illustration of Hollywood. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 726. The interesting thing is coming. In the public's perception, the biggest feature of Hollywood actors is their extravagant lifestyle, chaotic private life, and endless US dollars. Although everyone knows that these perceptions of ordinary people are not wrong at all. But in Wayne's opinion, this description of Hollywood actors is still a bit biased. No one can deny that most of the actors who can become famous have a hard-working side. In this circle, if you want to become a big star that everyone envies, want to live a life of extravagance, and want to maintain the glory of your career, opportunities are indeed very important. But more importantly, you have to work hard. Just like people only see Tom Cruise's scenery and pay attention to his quirks, no matter whether he likes to wander around in thongs on the crew, it cannot be denied that this Hollywood star in the 1990s is dedicated. You know, Tom Cruise's reputation in the crew has always been dedicated and hardworking. Obviously, even if he has become a superstar, he still knows clearly what his foundation is. It can be said that every big star who can become famous has a side that the public cannot see, just like the little girl named Amanda Seyfried in front of Wayne. Although she is only 13 years old, she has already known the importance of hard work. This hard work does not only refer to filming. From the first day she joined the crew, she would intentionally or unintentionally look for opportunities to get close to Wayne. Then she put on the appearance of a little adult and kept looking for topics to chat with Wayne. Go, Amanda. I look forward to your wonderful performance. Looking at the little girl in front of him with amusement, Wayne waved his hand and pointed to the camera that was about to start shooting and the white horse that was being comforted by the staff. Like you just said to me, since you have learned how to ride a horse, why don't you show it to me? Okay. Yep, that's not a problem for me. The girl looked up at the man in front of her and answered crisply, I will try my best to do my best. This time, I will let you pass it with no more than 3 NGs. Want to bet, Wayne? Picking up the director's notebook and flipping through it casually, Wayne asked with a smile, what do you want to bet on? If I perform well, I will pass this horse riding shot within 3 NGs. Amanda Seyfried took out a copy of Time magazine and a fountain pen from her trumpet costume like magic, and looked at the man with admiration in her eyes. Then you have to sign for me, so that I can go back to school and show off to my classmates that I have Wayne Greenberg's autograph. Okay, that's it. Go ahead and do your best. Hearing his words, the girl clenched her fists, waved them vigorously in front of him a few times, and then turned and walked towards the white horse. Unlike the 13 or 14-year-old girls in North America, most girls at this age already look like grown-ups, but Amanda Seyfried looks 3 or 4 years younger than her actual age, which is undoubtedly a small advantage in the industry. For young actors, this is the most awkward and difficult age to get roles, but she can rely on this advantage to continuously get roles younger than her actual age. Looking at the back of the little girl, Nina was constantly amazed in her heart. She looked at her boss and whispered, Boss, if you say no one taught her this, I definitely don't believe it. Whether it was taught by her mother, or by her agent, or simply because she matured early and came up with this on her own. Looking up and glancing at the assistant lady, Wayne smiled and shook his head. It all shows that this is an extremely smart and hard-working child. Nina shrugged. Her hard work is very effective, isn't it? Seeing that her boss just smiled and waved his hand, lowered his head to light a cigarette, and continued to write and draw in the director's notebook without saying anything else. The assistant knew that Wayne didn't hate the girl's childish flattery. No matter whether this childish innocence was fake or not, it worked. The girl successfully won the favor of this big shot in the circle. All the actors in the crew, including those extras from CAA, knew the significance of flattering the crew leader. But what those adults couldn't do was done by a little girl who had just been here for a few days. Since the crew started filming, countless actors have tried their best to get close to Wayne. Their thoughts are simple. Even if they can't get the other party's special look, they have to get familiar with each other, right? In recent years, Nina has long been accustomed to similar scenes. After all, this is the norm in the circle. However, more than 90% of these actors who wanted to get close to Wayne were stopped by her. But Amanda Seyfried's agent likable image successfully broke through the defense line of her personal assistant. You can't let her stop the children too, right? What was even more unexpected was that this little girl tried hard to act like a little adult and tried hard to imitate the way adults talked and the innocence that she inadvertently revealed, and she really won Wayne's favor. It was very important. Wayne's favor was undoubtedly important to young actors like them. Nina was now sure that in the future, when Wayne invested in a project, shot a project himself, or simply produced a project by Warner Brothers, as long as there was a place suitable for that little girl, her boss would think of her first and contact her agent. In this way, compared with a large number of peers who were in an awkward period of age, Amanda Seyfried had a great advantage. This child is very smart, very extraordinary. Hearing the assistant's muttering, Wayne closed the book in his hand and stood up from the director's seat with a cigarette in his mouth. He casually said, "Nina, do you think a little girl who started to run her own social network at the age of 13 is not smart? I like hard-working actors." After that, he turned around and looked at the shooting site where the final preparations were being made. The scene that was about to be filmed was not difficult, at least not for well-trained adult actors. It was just that Diana Prince ran on a white horse on the grass when she was a child, and it was filmed with a long shot. But if all this were put on a child actor, no one could say how many times it would take. Gilmore's suggestion was to use a double, and then let the little girl take the stage in the close-up shots where her face needed to be shown. However, Amanda Seyfried's agent and she herself both said that they had learned to ride horses and could do it by themselves, so Wayne simply agreed. When the little girl joined the crew, he was actually prepared for a headache. As we all know, there are only two most uncontrollable factors in the Hollywood crew. One is children and the other is animals. But in most cases, the uncontrollable factors of children are far more than those of animal actors. After all, the trained animal actors are always under the command of the trainers, but children are not so easy to talk to. As long as they get emotional, adults will be at a loss. What people didn't expect was that the little girl's performance was unexpectedly good. At least her mood was very stable. Even when faced with constant NG shots, she could adjust herself according to Guillermo's requirements over and over again. Wonder Woman, Scene 47, Act 1, Start. With a click, as the script supervisor hit the clapperboard, the shooting officially began. Everyone was looking at the little girl riding on the horse until the less than 10-second shot was finished. Wayne stared at the director's monitor and nodded secretly. Just as the other party said in a childish voice, she did learn to ride a horse, and she rode quite well, at least more than enough to cope with the shooting. Guillermo, waving to call his assistant director, Wayne rubbed his chin with one hand, stared at the little girl who was running back, and whispered, "One more time, let Robert's main camera pull the lens a little closer. I want a clearer scene." "Okay, I understand." Guillermo nodded immediately and turned to communicate with the camera supervisor and the little actor. Diana Prince's childhood scenes are not many, but they are very important, especially many scenes involving action or horse riding. Originally, with Wayne's personality, he would definitely use a stunt double wherever he could. After all, no matter what, as long as it involves such a scene, bumps and bruises are inevitable. Not to mention a child, even adult actors are still at risk of injury when performing action scenes and horse riding scenes. But after watching the performance of this little girl, he was not in a hurry to use a stunt double. If the actors can perform those actions themselves, the effect will definitely be more natural than using a stunt double in the early stage and then editing and splicing the pictures in the later stage. Cut. This shot is fine. Take a break. After only 2 times, Wayne announced the approval into the loudspeaker. Amanda Seyfried seemed very excited. When she walked to the director's seat, she proudly raised her little head. In the end, she got Wayne's autograph as she wished and signed it on the cover of Time magazine. Along the way, she kept showing off 2 other actors in the crew in front of Wayne. A carefully designed show. Gilmore stood next to the director's seat, staring at the girl who left happily, shook his head and said, "She is using this magazine signed with your name to remind everyone in the crew of her position in the crew." F***K. I don't know who taught her this. This circle is so dirty. Hey, 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 Gilmore. Picking up his director's notebook, Wayne stood up and prepared to return to the director's trailer. He smiled and patted his assistant director on the shoulder and said with a smile, if she didn't have the awareness of using all available resources at any time, she wouldn't be able to go further. Don't think too much. This circle has always been like this. Shaking his head gently, Gilmore still sided the girl's shrewdness. He just saw it clearly. The cover of the Time magazine signed by Wayne was a photo of Wayne wearing a smart suit, with his arms folded in front of his chest, and looking down at the camera. The first impression given to people is that this is a domineering and strong successful person. And around this photo, there are hundreds of media icons of all sizes. That's right, it's the most special edition of Time magazine in 1996. In this special edition of Time magazine, Wayne and all the media in North America are collectively called the people of the times who touched 1996. The fact that she chose this Time magazine on purpose fully shows how attentive the little girl is. If you say that there is no adult help behind this, Guillermo will never believe it. Everyone knows that the end of 1996 to the beginning of 1997 was the most glorious and media praised time for Wayne. Since everyone knows that he won the Congressional Gold Medal that year, followed by the Oscar for Best Actress, and then a great film like Batman, The Dark Knight was released, why didn't others think of starting from this aspect to win Wayne's favor? This is what surprised Guillermo, and this is why he said that this was a carefully designed show. At least from his point of view, this little girl has achieved all her goals. Not only has she gained Wayne's favor, but she has also invisibly improved her status in the crew. Even Guillermo dares to swear to God, now that in less than 2 weeks, the gossip tabloids in Los Angeles will publish interesting stories about this little girl and Wayne's crew. The person who can carefully design this drama will never let go of the opportunity to hype it up easily. He also notes that his crew leader never cares about gossip tabloids or even reports in entertainment newspapers and never explains or clarifies. It seems that I'm not the only one who can see that Amanda is carefully performing. Back in the director's trailer, Nina opened the prepared lunch in front of Wayne and teased softly, "You should know me, Nina." Wayne was not surprised at all, but still smiled and said, "I admire such actors from the bottom of my heart. I will use all available relationships to work hard. Just watch, this child will become a big star in the future." Nina curled her lips imperceptibly and stopped teasing. After so many years of close cooperation, she certainly knows her boss. In the eyes of her boss, she has always appreciated such efforts, because she knows better than anyone that her boss is also such a person. Ding-ling-ling, a phone rang. Nina stopped what she was doing, picked up her handbag, and took out her mobile phone, and at the same time, glanced at Wayne, who was eating with his head down, and frowned slightly. The mobile phone that rang was Wayne's private number, which was very important. You know, this number is generally only known to the closest people. Even the Wonder Woman outside and the Monica Bellucci waiting in the hotel have never gotten it. "I hope nothing has happened," she muttered in a voice that only she could hear, and habitually covered her mouth with one hand and pressed the answer button. Then there was silence for more than a minute. It was not until the phone was hung up that she gently said to the microphone, "I know, boss, something interesting is coming." With a thoughtful expression on her face, Nina sat next to Wayne, watching him constantly stuffing food into his mouth, and said slowly in a strange tone, "Just this morning, a woman came to Random House and wanted to buy the film and television adaptation rights of 2 short stories published by them in 1988. Hearing the assistant's words, Wayne was stunned for a moment, and then asked, "What do you mean?" "The author of those 2 short stories is your mother, Anna Greenberg." Without continuing to keep the suspense, Nina continued, "One of them is called 3 Billboards. Aha, interesting." Putting down the food in his hand, Wayne's upper body slowly moved closer to the chair, and his eyes also flashed with a thoughtful look. "This matter itself is strange. You know, some of the short stories back then were written by his mother under his prompt and inspiration. And at that time, although these novels were published by Random House, they did not make any splash in the market. So many years have passed, and it is obviously abnormal that they are being targeted now. If it was targeted by the film company back then, it would be reasonable. After all, it was just published at that time, and the film company has been eyeing various publishing houses, but they are only eyeing the bestseller list. Nina, call and ask mom. This is really interesting. Wayne is now very curious about who is eyeing these things. He is just curious, but not worried at all. The reason is very simple. The copyright of all publications signed by Anna Greenberg is in the hands of his mother. Contacting the publishing house is tantamount to wasting effort. As long as his mother does not nod, no one can take these things away. He is now very curious about who would be interested in an unknown novel published 10 years ago. Chapter 727, a story about the sharp contradictions in North American society. Yes, besides you, who else noticed the novel that mom gave you? Listening to the man's questions coming from the phone, Naomi Watts' big eyes turned slightly. While looking at the novel on the table, that she didn't pay much attention to, she whispered into the microphone, "Many people have seen it. I have been reading this on the crew during this period." Until the phone was hung up, she didn't point out anyone in particular, but asked in the calmest tone what happened. Before this happened, she really didn't care about this novel. As we all know, not only the large Hollywood film companies have people who specialize in keeping an eye on the bestseller lists, but also many small and medium-sized film companies, independent film producers, and even some of the more sensitive practitioners in the industry are also keeping an eye on them from time to time. Whenever a publishing house publishes a valuable novel, relevant film and television professionals will definitely find the original author or the publishing house at the first time. Even if the film company has no plan to shoot it, it will not miss the adapted reading materials they think are valuable. This has long become a habit in Hollywood. Large film companies are called copyright monsters for this reason. Basically, as long as there is a book, game, or even an outstanding social news related to film adaptation, the film and television adaptation rights will be bought and thrown into the company's copyright library, waiting for the day to be produced. When Naomi Watts got the book 3 Billboards Outside Ebbing, Missouri, she knew that this novel did not cause any waves when it was published. Not to mention the bestseller list, the smooth publication was all due to the good relationship between Anna Greenberg and Random House, who knew that after 10 years, someone would be interested in this novel, and it was only after she got it that she became interested. Without thinking carefully, Naomi Watts had already guessed who it was. It was probably Nicole Kidman who visited the crew that day, in connection with the state of joking between the two. If it wasn't for the news from Wayne, she really didn't expect the other party to do this, because she remembered very clearly that Mrs. Cruz had no interest in the novel at the time, and even made a few jokes. Wayne said that this kind of thing doesn't need to be investigated or evidenced. Standing on the third-floor balcony of Greenberg Manor, Naomi Watts stroked the novel 3 Billboards Outside Ebbing, Missouri in her hand, but her eyes looked outside the manor, looking at the direction of Tom Cruise's house half a block away, muttering to herself. At the same time, in the living room of the villa where Naomi Watts was looking, Nicole Kidman was also stroking the short story in her hand. Pat, Random House is not trying to take advantage of the opportunity to ask for a high price, right? Probably not. Pat Kingsley, who was sitting opposite, frowned and shook his head gently. Our bid is not low, but the person in charge of Random House still said that all the copyrights of this novel are in the hands of the original author Anna Greenberg. Not to mention Nicole Kidman didn't believe it, thinking that Random House wanted to take the opportunity to raise the price. Even Pat Kingsley didn't believe it at first. According to the rules of general novel publishing, normally, even if the publisher does not have the full copyright, it should hold part of the copyright. This was the case with the epic masterpiece The Lord of the Rings many years ago, and the novels of Stephen King, which have been favored by Hollywood film companies in recent years, are also the same. There are often news reports in North America that the descendants of writers sue publishers for the copyright income of novels. This kind of thing can be said to be common. However, Pat Kingsley soon gave an explanation. Anna Greenberg was a producer and a screenwriter more than 20 years ago. She had a long-term cooperation with Random House at that time. Moreover, Nicole, these novels did not have any influence at that time. Otherwise, other film companies would have come to the door long ago. Is it possible to find someone to buy the film and television adaptation rights of the novels from Anna Greenberg? You can try, but don't hold too much hope. Pat Kingsley shrugged. She had also read the novel, and of course understood her clients, and why they were suddenly so persistent. However, after the people she sent to Random House returned empty-handed, they no longer had much hope of getting the copyright. Seeing that her client wanted to say something, she explained again, "Nicole, although Anna Greenberg has been away from this circle for more than 20 years, you have to know that she is a thorough insider and there is no possibility of being fooled. And since she gave the novel to Naomi Watts, it means that she, the original author, knows the value of this novel better than anyone else. The intention here is very obvious, because as a woman, Naomi Watts gave birth to a daughter for the Greenberg family without getting a marriage promise. There is no need to think about anything else. It is because of this. Just 2 days ago, Nicole Kidman was very lucky. She was lucky that she wrote down the name of the novel, and then she didn't forget it. After returning, she found the novel of that year. Because after her daughter was burned to death by the tip of a gun, the real murderer was still not found. The victim's mother put up 3 billboards and shouted to question the police chief. The whole story has become uncontrollable since then. Looking at the novel in her hand with some regret, Nicole Kidman admired. It has to be said that the original author is a screenwriter, and how much influence he has on a story. This story is really suitable for adaptation into a movie. The dramatic tension is full, and one link after another drives the escalation of conflicts. The characters are three-dimensional and real, and what is even more rare is that the character transformation is extremely logical. Even the two protagonists who are incompatible with each other finally become grasshoppers on the same boat, which is also reasonable. Nodding involuntarily, Pat Kingsley also had a similar feeling after reading the novel. This is a story that is very suitable for adaptation into a movie, although there are many coincidences in the story, which seems a little deliberate. But under the absurdity of black humor, it can be completely accepted by readers and empathized. It took her most of the night to read the novel. During this process, she laughed, cried, felt shocked and regretful. You know, as one of the most senior and successful practitioners in the industry, Pat Kingsley has not encountered a story that can make her empathize for a long time. What is even more rare is that this story is completely told from a female perspective, and at the same time, a series of metaphors and thoughts are integrated into this beautiful story. Success makes people feel that it is worth analyzing after watching it. So she helped Nicole Kidman to buy the copyright without hesitation. Pat Kingsley and her clients almost subconsciously thought that, as long as this story is well filmed, no matter when it is taken out, it is the kind of artistic expression that Oscar loves most. It can even be said that all the artistic element that Oscar likes most exist in this novel, and are cleverly blended together. The first is the problem of violence. The heroine is a victim of domestic violence, and her ex-husband is a former policeman and a perpetrator. Just from the identity setting, there are countless things that can be associated and worth discussing. And violence is full of every aspect of the story. The heroine attacked the dentist and set fire to the police station. The police abused black people and beat advertisers. Even the heroine's mother expressed her desire to return to the slavery era. Her identity is a complete verbal abuser and instigator of violence. The second is the religious issue. The Godfather came to persuade the heroine to remove the billboard, but the heroine used the metaphor of the gang collective law to confront the Godfather. This ironic plot directly points to the increasingly serious phenomenon of Godfather pedophilia in society. There is also the racial issue. The police in the story abused black people wantonly, and various plots also clearly pointed out the widespread discrimination against black people, as well as the complex issues of military privileges, ethnic minority issues, etc. It can be said that the sharp contradictions in North American society have all been cleverly blended together by this story. Then because of these sharp contradictions, the conflict is escalated, and the story is promoted. Anyone who is aspiring and sensitive enough in the industry will involuntarily think of the Oscars after seeing this story. It is difficult for such a film not to impress the hearts of the middle-aged and elderly Oscar judges, and it is also difficult for people to directly reject the temptation of political correctness. Nicole, do you remember what Tom said about Wayne? Pat Kingsley interrupted the two people's meditation on the novel. She looked at Nicole Kidman and whispered, Tom has said more than once that Wayne Greenberg himself is the biggest copyright monster besides the 6 major Hollywood stars. I think it is impossible to buy the copyright from his family. And more importantly, Anna Greenberg is not short of money. I want this story. You should know what I mean. Staring at the agent with her eyes, Nicole Kidman's tone was very firm. I want this story, Pat. As the person who knows the conflict between the Cruise couple best, Pat Kingsley certainly understands what the other party means. Especially recently, the two are arguing about separation. If this news is known by the paparazzi, there will be another headline in the entertainment section tomorrow. Obviously, Nicole Kidman is already preparing to leave Tom Cruise and abandon the title of Mrs. Cruise. Aiming at the Oscars and having a career of her own is the best preparation. Moreover, between this celebrity couple, Pat Kingsley's butt was also sitting crooked from the beginning, so she would think from Nicole Kidman's perspective and everything. Nicole, listen to me. After thinking for a while, Pat Kingsley sensitively turned her head back and forth and observed the entire living room. After confirming that there were only the two of them, she continued to mutter, if the problem can't be solved, then go directly to the person who created the problem. You mean, me? No. Nicole Kidman opened her mouth and asked in surprise, you mean, Wayne Greenberg? No. Pat Kingsley looked up and down at her client, her eyes from the pair of white and straight long legs, all the way to the waist, maintained by a strict diet, to the exquisite face that completely covered the aesthetics of the East and the West, and the skin that was so white that it seemed to glow. She knew her client's advantages best. Compared with the rough skin of traditional Western women, her client was completely the opposite. Her whole body was as white and delicate as milk. As if whispering, Pat Kingsley's voice was so small that only the two of them could hear it. In some ways, you are more in line with Wayne Greenberg's aesthetics than Naomi Watts and others. No, Pat. Nicole Kidman immediately recalled some uncomfortable memories. Pat, Wayne once rejected me. The two women had never considered Wayne's relationship with Tom Cruise. They were all very clear about the impact of this matter. Similar things are too common in the circle. And according to rumors in the circle, the Dark King of Hollywood is not a good thing at all. As long as the other party can be moved, the other party will not consider any shitty friendship. Once a man is in a state of mind, he will become a small head dominating a big head. Nicole, according to my analysis, Wayne's quirks or perverted hobbies that have been reported by the media are probably true. Think about the rumors in the circle. As long as we find the right method, it may be possible. No, Pat, if we do this. Think about 3 billboards outside Ebbing, Missouri. What would happen if it was directed by Wayne Greenberg himself? Pat Kingsley knew her clients too well. She knew better than anyone that once Nicole Kidman got angry, she would not want to be treated as a person. Obviously, her words worked. Nicole Kidman fell silent instantly after hearing this huge temptation. The story of 3 billboards outside Ebbing, Missouri and Wayne Greenberg, whose style is extremely compatible. Just think of these 2 points. Recalling Naomi Watts' joke about the so-called Oscar winner on the set in the first 2 days, it now seems that it is definitely not a joke. The difficulty of this matter is how to lure the Dark King of Hollywood to death, so that the other party will immediately start this small project after finishing his work at DC and let herself play the leading role. Even at this moment, Nicole Kidman has calculated the shooting time of 3 billboards outside Ebbing, Missouri through her own work experience. There is no doubt that it is very feasible. The scene of this film is simple and the investment is very small. As long as the other party is willing, they can make it in time. Pat, what do I need to do? Seeing Nicole Kidman's eyes gradually firm up, Pat Kingsley knew that the other party had made all psychological preparations when he heard her question. First of all, let's not treat Wayne as a normal person, and then, you have to treat yourself as a normal person. Pat Kingsley's voice gradually became lower, and finally it was as low as a mosquito buzzing. That's it, stimulate the beast nature in his body. This kind of thing, as long as there is a first time, there will be countless times. Nicole, by then he will care more about face than you, and the meaning of the title of Mrs. Cruise will become very important. Nodding silently, Nicole Kidman has already thought of leaving Tom Cruise, so she doesn't care about this marriage on the edge. As long as it can bring benefits to herself, she doesn't mind trying anything. But Wayne Greenberg is still in Italy. He will eventually return to Los Angeles. At least he will attend the Oscars. Pat Kingsley said softly, "Don't worry. This is not something that can be done in a day or two. When the time comes, I will help you find an opportunity and create a fait accompli. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 728, All Drama Queens. The filming in Canada went relatively smoothly. Due to the good performance of the young actress Amanda Seyfried, the crew completed the filming task in Fort Monterey much earlier than Wayne's earliest plan. The most important scene here is the shot of Wonder Woman Diana Prince taking away the sword and other equipment. It happens that these shots are all one-man shows, and there is basically no difficulty, so after hurriedly finishing the filming task here, the crew had already boarded the car to the next location before mid-November. Matera, an ancient city in the Basilicata region in southern Italy, is not an town, but a relatively famous tourist area. Unlike other small Italian towns, Merida likes to plant flowers and plants on the roadside. If you look down from the air, you will find that it is quite simple here, and you will see a piece of earth yellow. The first impression is that it is a bit old, but because of the bustling tourists, this small town is full of vitality. Generally speaking, Merida is actually a small town built along the mountain. The city uses the mountain as a reference and has excavated countless caves and stone houses. From a distance, Merida looks like a castle roughly carved out of boulders, which makes people feel like they are in a magic movie at the first moment. The reason why Wayne chose this place is that he saw the natural magical attributes of the small town, although the local government did not give the crew much time to shoot, and in order to protect the building facilities, the crew also signed a very harsh and high compensation agreement. But all these cannot cover up that this small town is a good supplement to the Wonder Woman project. In order to shoot the mystery and magic of Paradise Island, even if it costs more, it is better than choosing a similar small town to rebuild it. When the crew's convoy entered the small town, it happened to catch up with the rainy season. When Wayne and his group stopped at the door of the hotel and got off the car, everyone was deeply shocked and understood why the director team loved this small town. The reason is simple. It is the rainy season now. When the crew got off the car, they saw the surreal landscape of black clouds over the city. An indescribable sense of excitement flashed through the hearts of every staff member. Apart from other things, the ancient and distinctive buildings of this small town make the landscape of black clouds over the city full of shocking power. It can be said that there is no need for elaborate scenery. This place is like a real magical world. Everyone feels that the magical landscape is unreal, but it happens in front of everyone. Oh my god, this place is really shocking. Angelina Jolie opened her mouth wide, slowly turned her head to look at the surrounding landscape, and no longer cared about the luggage in the hands of her assistant. She stood there and muttered, "I just hope that your performance can also match the unique landscape here." Reaching out and patting Angelina Jolie on the arm, Wayne shook his head, turned around and led the way into the hotel. Monica Bellucci wore a pair of big sunglasses on her face and followed the man in a low-key manner. Nina reluctantly took another look at the surrounding landscape and followed him in with her briefcase. There was no time to waste for the crew. They were now in a famous tourist scenic spot. In order to get the local government to agree to clear the site for filming, John Gray tried everything. In the end, it was only with the name of Wayne Greenberg and the influence of Greenberg's film production that the city government reluctantly signed the contract. However, the filming time given was still not ample. At most, within half a month to 20 days, the function of receiving tourists must be restored. Early the next morning, the crew members, under the command of Guillermo, began to arrange the filming in an orderly manner. Wayne did not think that the local government suffered a loss by clearing and closing the scenic spot for his crew to film. If it were not for the irreplaceable magical background of the architecture, scenery, and years carved here, he would really be reluctant to let the producer sign a harsh filming contract. On the contrary, in recent years, as long as a project with the name of Greenberg is launched in any country in the world, it will not be welcomed by the local government. Everyone knows that, as long as the name is on the title of a movie, it is destined to have a high number of viewers around the world. Compared with those who spend a lot of effort on advertising and promoting the scenery and characteristics of their own cities, the cost of cooperating with the crew to shoot is much lower, and the publicity effect is much better. The shooting process of Wayne's crew is actually a huge publicity process. As long as the convenience of the crew's work is guaranteed, he really doesn't mind adding 1 or 2 seconds of shots to the local scenery as the background during the post-production editing. Isn't this more common than any publicity and marketing? So, not only he, the director, but even the producers don't quite understand the ideas of the local government. John Gray has been with Wayne for a long time, and some ideas are inevitably close to him, such as the concept of creating traffic. At least our producers agree from the bottom of their hearts that Wayne's traffic is more valuable than US dollars. Guillermo. Early in the morning, the streets were occupied by noisy crew members. Wayne sat behind the director's monitor and shouted at his assistant director twice. Then he shook his head helplessly, picked up the loudspeaker on the table, and shouted the assistant director's name again. Guillermo. What's wrong, boss? The Mexican hurried to the director's seat, panting lightly, and looked at the leader of the crew. I was busy arranging the extras to practice their positions. Damn it, let those guys play the residents of the market, and someone actually. Okay, what do you want, boss? The assistant director, who was originally nagging, saw that Wayne's face began to change from ice to the direction of a robot, and immediately stopped talking, looking at him with extremely sincere eyes. Come and take a look at this. A prop photo that Wayne had been holding was pushed directly in front of Guillermo's eyes and then rang out, and his cold question without any emotion at all. Who made this? Shit, didn't he notice that Matt Damon's eyes in the photo were wrong? Now, take this damn photo and ask our hero, Mr. Damon, where he was looking at that time. Now, shrugging awkwardly, Guillermo took the photo and took a look at it and instantly felt a headache. Originally, this photo was planned to be placed at the beginning of the film. When Diana Prince in modern society recalled her childhood, the first thing that was presented to the audience was this old photo of her participating in the war memorial. There was nothing wrong with the photo being taken, and there was nothing wrong with the old look, which was very consistent with the setting of the era. But Matt Damon in the photo glanced at Angelina Jolie's chest, which was very obvious. Guillermo knew what was going on at this time. In fact, it was all because Angelina Jolie's figure, which had been maintained after several months of training, was too eye-catching, especially with the armored battlesuit she was wearing. He still remembers that when the heroine tried makeup for the first time, she walked out of the dressing room wearing this armored uniform, which amazed everyone present. The tube-top metal armor, curly hair, and metal headband on her head not only showed the heroic style of the heroine, but also was extremely sexy. It was during that period that the crew arranged for the actors to take this photo. To be frank, it was not just Matt Damon who couldn't help but sneak a glance at Angelina Jolie's hot body, but also the male staff of the entire crew. Everyone knew what the background of this hot woman was, but even if she was just one of a group of toys in the eyes of the crew leader, no one dared to do anything else. But everyone was a man, so naturally everyone had their own ideas. Guillermo dared to swear that Matt Damon was the same, but the embarrassing thing was that his involuntary gaze was betrayed by this photo. I'll arrange to make a new one as soon as possible. He shook the photo in his hand, looked at Wayne who was already writing and drawing, and said happily, okay. Waving at the assistant director, Wayne didn't continue to hold on to it. It was just a small problem with the props. The work in the crew was complicated and fragmented, and he didn't allow people to make mistakes. It's just that the importance of this prop photo is self-evident. Even the beginning of the story of the whole film is guided by this photo. And the person who mailed this photo is also a very important clue in the film. It can effectively trigger the audience's passion for watching the movie, and even through such a small photo, it can infinitely raise the audience's expectations for Justice League. You must know that at the beginning of the film, the first car that appeared in front of the audience had a clear logo of the Wayne Group. Then the story triggered by this photo that was transported over will be completely attractive to the audience. Not far from the director's seat, Amanda Seyfried, who plays the young Diana Prince, is surrounded by makeup artists. Some are constantly applying makeup to her face, while others are tidying up her clothes. I heard that you don't have much time left in your role. Have you thought about how to say goodbye to your idol? Angelina Jolie folded her hands in front of her chest. After being squeezed, the peaks on her chest became more majestic. She looked at Amanda Seyfried surrounded by makeup artists, and secretly asked the director with a pout, "Have you touched his butt?" After this period of filming, the little girl has become completely familiar with several key staff members. In addition, her innate social skills make it easy for her to communicate with these adults. Angelina Jolie was full of questions. My mom told me that Wayne Greenberg has a nice butt. I've secretly observed it these past few days, and it's really nice. Amanda Seyfried looked curious, and once again secretly glanced at the director's position, and whispered, "What do you think, if I secretly touch his butt when we're done shooting, will Wayne be mad at me? Go ahead, girl." Hearing the little girl's words, Angelina Jolie almost laughed out loud. She tried to control the expression on her face, but the muscles on her face that kept twitching still betrayed her true emotions of trying to hold back a smile. "Come on, go ahead, Amanda. Now you have the opportunity to touch the butt of the dream lover of 80% of women in North America. Darling, believe me, this will definitely become the biggest topic for you to show off to all your friends in the future. But, will Wayne really not be angry?" Amanda Seyfried raised her white little hand, put it in front of her eyes, and asked in a low voice. With her big eyes rolling back and forth, Angelina Jolie came close to Amanda Seyfried, bent down and said in a seductive voice, "Hey, I swear to God, it feels really good." The little girl suddenly put away all her joking expressions and curled her lips. "If Wayne gets angry and ignores me, I will tell him that you instigated me to do this." After saying that, she looked at the makeup artist, confirmed that her look was fine, and turned around and ran to the assistant director who was waving at her. M********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* cheering. Lily Ange, the Macup supervisor, who had been lowering her head to help Amanda Seyfried with her Macup, also laughed. She packed up her Macup supplies, moved to Angelina Jolie's side, raised her elbow, gently nudged her body, and smiled and whispered teasingly, "Just wait and see if this really happens, and with that child, the boss might pull out the belt tonight and whip your ass hard. F***K off, Lily." Rolling her eyes without any scruples, Angelina Jolie raised her two hands and raised her middle fingers in front of the other party. In fact, among Wayne's core team behind the scenes, Angelina Jolie and Lily Ange have the best relationship. Because of some reasons that are not easy to explain, the marks left on her body after her crazy encounter with Wayne have always been covered up by the Macup supervisor so as not to affect her appearance on camera. On the other side, Amanda Seyfried completely changed her face, standing quietly in front of Wayne like a little good boy, listening to the other party's final instructions on the performance requirements. Point: pay attention to responding to the person who greets you, but don't stop running, and don't look at the camera in front of you. Don't look at it at all, okay? Okay. Amanda Seyfried put her hands on her hips and said crisply, "I'm not a child anymore, Wayne. I won't make that kind of stupid mistake. Don't worry, this long shot is easy for me. Then show it to me, and get ready, simple girl." Waving his hand, Wayne sat back in his chair and lowered his head to look at the storyboard he had drawn again. Long shot, very simple. Hanina saw that the staff around her were busy, and while flipping through the fashion magazine, she whispered in a weird tone, "Nina, I never really treated her as a child." Closing the book in his hand, Wayne smiled and shook his head. "I tell you, as far as women are concerned, age doesn't matter. The more a woman says she is simple, the more complicated she is. Because a truly simple woman doesn't know what simplicity is." After saying that, he stood up and walked towards the main camera, ignoring the assistant who was acting weird. They are all drama queens. Glancing at her boss's back and then at the little girl who was ready for the shoot, Nina shook her head helplessly and muttered softly, "In this dirty circle, even the hearts of children are not pure anymore." Chapter 729. You just walk over. The crew of Wonder Woman far away in Italy, is about to bid farewell to the first actor, who has officially finished filming, Amanda Seyfried, who plays a role of young Diana Prince. The crew specially prepared a small farewell party for her in the hotel restaurant where she lived. While Wayne and the assistant director were discussing the shooting plan, the little girl got what she wanted and secretly touched his. But after Wayne turned around, the scene where Amanda Seyfried tilted her head and looked at her hands made the scene awkward. But as everyone heard her muttering, "Angelina Jolie is lying, the touch is not good at all," everyone at the scene laughed out loud. "Why are you all laughing like that?" Amanda Seyfried was so angry that her face was like a bun. She looked at the people around her who were giving her weird smiles and said angrily, "Who in this world can refuse Wayne Greenberg? I'm a woman too. Well, I'm just very curious. Come on, Amanda is right. Hahaha sorry." Angelina Jolie raised the beer bottle and said with a stiff face under Wayne's angry eyes. She was only halfway through her words when she looked at the expressions of the little girls huddled together and couldn't help laughing. There was a cheerful atmosphere in the hotel restaurant. Everyone was enjoying a rare moment of relaxation. After tonight, they would be back to their tedious work. Robert, the camera supervisor, held a bottle of beer in his hand and staggered to Wayne's side. He winked at him, raised his eyebrows and whistled. After attracting the attention of many people, he smiled and looked at Wayne, raised the bottle in his hand as a microphone, and asked in a pinched voice, "Boss, it is well known that our women in North America have some ideas about you. Can you talk to us about how you did it?" "That's right," John Gray echoed loudly on the side, tilting his head and also cheering. "Wayne, you have to talk to us about how to attract so many girls. Got, even children are attracted to you. Haha. Hey, guys." Without waiting for Wayne to speak, Gilmore, who still thought the matter was not big enough, raised the bottle in his hand and shouted loudly, "Quiet, guys, quiet. Let our dear Mr. Greenberg teach us how to attract those girls. I swear, he must have a trick that everyone doesn't know." Shaking his head helplessly, Wayne waved to Nina, took the cigarette and lit it. He looked at the staff around him who were cheering and took a big puff of the cigarette. Yes, Guillermo guessed right. There is indeed a trick here. Since he was relaxing by sending Amanda Seyfried to the rap party, he didn't keep a straight face anymore and simply looked back and forth at the group of old men in the crew with a mysterious look on his face, shaking his finger holding a cigarette left and right in front of everyone. "Do you want to know what the trick is? Come on, boss, don't keep us in suspense. F***K, there really is a trick. Ha, I guess the boss will definitely tell us, because he has money." Everyone raised their bottles and started to cheer, but most of the staff really believed Wayne's nonsense, and their eyes were full of curiosity. Okay. Wayne shrugged, smiled and shook his head amid the cheering of the crowd, and shouted loudly, "I don't know if this trick works for you, but I have always done this since I was a child." Well, he deliberately paused, and under the curious gaze of everyone, the finger holding the cigarette scratched the stubble on his chin, as if he was thinking about how to express it. After satisfying everyone's appetite, he nodded in satisfaction, raised his head, and took a big sip of beer, spread his hands and said, "The trick is actually very simple. If a beautiful girl appears in my sight, I just walk over directly, and then she will take the initiative to date me. Sometimes I don't even need to ask them out, they will take the initiative to ask me out for the night. You know, this is a trick. I knew it was like this." "No, boss, you can't do this." All the men seemed to be fed a mouthful of shit, but they couldn't refute it, because everyone believed what Wayne said was true. But the trick to attract girls that worked every time for them would become a shitty method for them. Looking at the people who waved their hands and shook their heads and turned their heads to continue the party, Wayne deliberately put on a stern face and shrugged, putting on an expression of "I told you the trick, but you can't do it." A few minutes later, producer John Gray came up to him, stood with him in front of the window, looked at the magical street scene of the small town, and whispered teasingly, "Don't tell me that you caught Angelina Jolie and the Italian actress in your room with this trick." "Okay, John." Wayne turned his head to look at his senior, raised his hand and patted him on the shoulder. "I'll tell you a way. If you really like butterflies, then it's best not to chase and catch them. What you have to do is to plant flowers. After saying that, he ignored the producer who looked thoughtful, turned around and found the small figure in the crowd, and walked over directly. "Here, it's for you. Guardian silver bracelet." Amanda Seyfried raised her hand to cover her mouth in surprise, raised her head, and looked at Wayne with an expression full of disbelief. "Yes, this is a commemoration of your joining Wonder Woman, and also a reward for your outstanding performance." Putting the prop protective silver bracelet on the girl's hand, Wayne gently rubbed the girl's hair twice and said with a smile, "I'll give you a suggestion, Amanda. If you want to continue to walk in this circle, you must polish your acting skills before the age of 18, because there are not so many child roles for you to play. You are a smart child. You should be able to understand what I say, okay?" "Yep, thank you. I will remember your words." Amanda Seyfried stroked Wonder Woman's protective silver bracelet. Although it was just a shooting prop, it can be seen that she really likes it. "I will take a plane with my mother tomorrow and fly back to Los Angeles." The girl looked up at the tall man in front of her and said playfully, "This is the last time I harass you, Wayne." Even though the man's but doesn't feel good. "Shit. Hey, Wayne, don't say dirty words in front of children." Angelina Jolie hugged Amanda Seyfried from behind and reminded her in a teasing tone. The three of them found a corner and sat down. As the night gradually fell, the atmosphere in the hotel restaurant became more and more lively. Basically, all the crew members were already on the scene. Everyone was releasing the fatigue accumulated from work in the name of Amanda Seyfried's rap party. In the corner, seeing the beer bottle in Wayne's hand, Amanda Seyfried bit her lip hard and whispered, "Can I try the taste of alcohol? Please, Wayne." "No, your mother will kill me." Shaking his head firmly, Wayne saw the desire in the girl's eyes, but he didn't want to make trouble. Even if he liked this smart girl, he definitely didn't want to leave any mess afterwards. Dare to give alcohol to an underage person, as long as the media caught wind of the report, it would definitely be negative news. He didn't care whether Amanda Seyfried drank or not in private, but at least in public, he would never make trouble. "My mother has already gone back to her room to rest." Mumbling softly, the girl's eyes turned back and forth, and then she stared at Angelina Jolie beside her, releasing an extremely eager look to the other party. "Don't look at me. I won't give you any alcoholic drinks." Angelina Jolie shrugged, indicating that she was powerless. "Drink your milk well. This stuff is suitable for you." Amanda Seyfried grabbed the milk in front of her, poured it into her mouth fiercely, turned her head, and looked at the man beside her, her big eyes flashing. Thinking that she would leave Italy and fly back to Los Angeles tomorrow, she thought about it for a while and asked hesitantly, "Wayne, why do you look at me differently?" "Don't deny it. Although my agent and mother have given me a lot of ideas to please you, I'm not stupid. I don't know how many people try their best to please you every day." "Why?" Looking at the girl's serious face, Wayne laughed dumbly. Compared with girls of the same age, this little girl gave people a much younger feeling. At this time, under the light, her eyes were shining, and she was staring at him nervously. She must have been very nervous to summon up the courage to ask this question. "Why?" He naturally reached out his hand and ruffled the little girl's hair. "Why do you think so?" "It may be because you are so charming that you have deeply attracted me. Come on, there has never been a rumor in the circle that you are a pedophile. If there were rumors about this, my mother would not be at ease to leave me here." Amanda Seyfried rolled her eyes and accidentally saw Angelina Jolie watching the show nearby. She pouted secretly and looked at the man again, asking curiously, "Wayne, have you ever had a formal girlfriend?" Wayne asked in surprise, "Why are you curious about this?" "Come on, all the fans in North America are curious, okay?" Not only the little girl was looking at him, but even Angelina Jolie beside him was attracted to this topic. He waved his hand and said casually, "Okay, haven't you seen the news?" "Paul Barry," I said, "am I stupid?" After hearing his answer, the two women, one big and one small, all curled their lips obviously not believing his nonsense. They have been in Hollywood for a long time. If you think about it, you will know what happened to the so-called official girlfriend back then. A few years ago, Wayne's influence was not so great, and the projects he filmed did not have such high attention. In order to promote the movie and create public opinion topics that fans will talk about, Celebrities breaking up and getting back together is just the most common publicity method. Okay, let me think about it. Looking up and taking another big sip of beer. Wayne was poor and couldn't think of any girl he had ever dated officially. From childhood to adulthood, the only person who was close to a formal girlfriend in his life was probably Naomi Watts. But according to the most common North American thinking, even if they already have a child, as long as they are not officially dating and have not officially confirmed their boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, they are still single. Probably, there has never been a formal girlfriend. Seeing that the two women were staring at him, Wayne said helplessly, "I remember there was a media report. Angelina Jolie was also curious about his past." Thinking of the report she had read before, she raised her eyebrows and said, "It said that you were the quarterback of the school team in the first 2 years of your studies at USC. I still remember that it seemed to say that you had a girlfriend who was a cheerleader." Wayne leaned back on the chair with his upper body relaxed and said casually, "You are definitely reading the tabloids. If that's the case, the entire cheerleading team is my girlfriend." The two women, big and small, looked at each other and felt helpless when they heard his words. This was not what they wanted to hear. From middle school to college in North America, there is no shortage of sexy and hot cheerleaders with blonde hair in every school, just like standard equipment. They are the celebrities in the school, which also means that they also like to roll with the celebrities in the school. But everyone knows that it is not love. Today they may still be in the bed of the football players, and tomorrow they may crawl into the dormitory of the basketball players. Honestly, Wayne, maybe you should get a girlfriend. No one knows what Angelina Jolie is thinking, and she suddenly makes such a suggestion. If it was 10 years ago, it would still be possible. Wayne shook his head and said nonchalantly, "But now, getting a formal girlfriend? Ha." His meaning is very clear. Not to mention a girlfriend, even ordinary friends are basically impossible to make with his current status and power in the circle. The people around him, whether men or women, are mostly for various desires. Even for Naomi Watts and Nina, he actually dare not easily conclude whether it is feelings that bind them together or interests. But there are also advantages to this situation. Feelings are always the most unreliable thing. As long as the common interests do not change, the probability of a close relationship breaking will be infinitely close to zero. So as he becomes more and more successful, Wayne never expects to make any friends. Since they are not friends, the only criterion for measurement is interests. Looking at the noisy crowd under the restaurant lights, Wayne's eyes gradually narrowed, shook his head vigorously, stood up and said to Amanda Seyfried, "Go back and rest early. If you envy their revelry and yearning for alcohol, then look forward to your adulthood soon. Goodbye, Wayne." Amanda Seyfried knocked away the man's big hand that was stroking her hair, waved and winked playfully. "I hope I can have the opportunity to work with you again in the future. If there is a role suitable for me, don't forget me. Okay, study acting well." Wayne nodded and agreed. "Goodbye, Amanda." From the moment she left the restaurant and followed the man back to the room, Angelina Jolie looked at him with a hint of irrelevant thoughts in her eyes. Chapter 730 Wholesale Wonder Woman Equipment. "I'm going, Mom. I can't stand by and watch innocent people lose their lives. If others don't fight heirs and protect the world, then I will. I have to go. I know, at least I know I can't stop you. There are still many things you don't understand. I think it's very clear. Those people can't fight for themselves. I'm willing to fight for them, just like you did before. If you choose to leave here, you may never come back. What's the point of me staying? This belongs to the greatest warrior of my tribe, our beloved Antiope." Wayne didn't hide behind the monitor, but stood behind the main camera with his hands folded in front of his chest, staring at the shooting scene without blinking. The scene being performed is the last scene of Diana Prince taking the male protagonist away from Paradise Island, since the boat scene has been shot at the seaside. This also means that this scene of saying goodbye to his mother will be one of the few last performances in Canada. Cut. Raising the megaphone in his hand, Wayne shouted loudly to stop the scene that had been shot 4 times. The 2 actors who were performing in the scene, as well as all the staff around them, all looked at him involuntarily. It was already a little after 1 in the morning. Whether this scene would continue to be filmed over and over again, or passed, all depended on what he would say next. Okay, no problem, Diana, you did a good job. This shot passed. Huh. Everyone on the scene breathed a sigh of relief. Even Nina, who was yawning on the side, immediately became energetic the moment she heard him announce the passing. This meant that they could finally go back to the hotel to rest. Damn, I really want to sleep well for 2 months. Guillermo muttered softly, forcing himself to be energetic, and began to direct the staff to clean up the scene. However, sleeping for 2 months was obviously a luxury. They were about to leave Italy, where they had struggled for so long, and then rush to other locations. Tonight, another actor was destined to say goodbye to the crew, not just one, but a group of them. With the filming in Italy finished, it means that the shots of Paradise Island in the film have been basically completed. The next part is all the outside scenes. The actors who left Paradise Island have also completed their work. Unlike when Amanda Seyfried left, the crew did not prepare a farewell party this time, but Wayne still carried out the habit. That is to give each of the actors who are about to leave a small prop souvenir, to thank them for their hard work for the film. Connie, thank you for your efforts in the filming. I hope that, if there is a chance, we can continue to work together. Wayne handed a Wonder Woman Starlight crown to the actor who played Diana Prince's mother, and said the polite words he said to everyone without getting tired of it. Thank you, Director Greenberg. This filming will be one of my best memories, and I look forward to working with you next time. It was already late, and after finishing this last thing, Wayne turned and walked towards the director's trailer. Before getting in the car, he happened to meet the producer who was standing by the trailer and watching him give out gifts. Well, if the treasures you gave out were real, there would definitely be a lot more supernatural events in this world. John Gray touched his chin with one hand and laughed and teased as he followed Wayne into the car. Wayne said casually, "There's nothing I can do. The props team prepared enough of these things." Because the filming was done overseas, in order to facilitate the filming and prevent any accidents, the head of the props team, Wix Hart, specially prepared a lot of props for filming, and the largest proportion of them was Wonder Woman's large and small equipment. These things were exquisitely made, and except for the Sword of Vulcan and the Shield of Divine Power, the cost was very low. This is why Wayne chose to give them out. It can be said that from the Guardian Silver Bracelet to the Starlight Flying Crown and the Lasso of Truth, he almost gave out sets of them. Even after seeing the performance of the actors who received the gifts, he was considering whether to communicate with Warner Brothers and ask them to place orders with the movie peripheral factories in advance. After the movie is released, these items that frequently appear in front of the audience will definitely become the main force of movie fans' consumption in the surrounding stores. Boss, Harvey Weinstein just called and asked if you have time to rush back to Los Angeles to attend the premiere of Shakespeare in Love. Just after sitting down, Nina glanced at John Gray inadvertently and reported to Wayne, he hopes that you can take some time to return to Los Angeles to help promote the platform. The attributes and investment of this film are there, and you are very needed to bring some attention. Frowning slightly, Wayne thought about it for a while after hearing the assistant's report, and asked, what is the specific date? Mid-December. Then, reaching out to take out a cigarette and lighting it, Wayne pondered for a while, thinking that the income from the film was related to his investment. How long would it take to recover it, and even how long would it take to make a profit? So he ordered, don't reply to him yet. Check the schedule. If you can squeeze out time, go back. If the filming schedule is tight, just don't attend. Nodding, Nina agreed. Okay, I understand. She actually considered one thing. If her boss returns to Los Angeles at the end of the year, the events and invitations waiting for him will not only be the premiere of Shakespeare in Love. That is, this year, they have no ambition for the Oscars. North America has entered the award season since December. Now is the busiest time in Hollywood. All kinds of information are flying in the media. Various activities, including colleges, unions, and even Wayne's alma mater, the University of Southern California, will regard him as the primary invitation target. As long as he shows up at some events, he will be invited to a continuous stream of cocktail parties. They are all the kind of invitations that are not easy to refuse bluntly. Did Cate Blanchett call? Wayne asked casually when mentioning Shakespeare in Love. Nina shook her head. No, the last call was 4 days ago, but it was just a daily greeting, and there was no mention of the award season. TSK, TSK, TSK. Wayne suddenly laughed and looked at the assistant. Seeing that she also began to smile inexplicably, he whispered teasingly, "This woman is really patient. She didn't even call me and ask me for help in canvassing votes. It's not that she can't be patient." John Gray, who was waiting on the side, suddenly interrupted, "It may be that she can't take care of it." Seeing Wayne and Nina looking at him together with questioning expressions in their eyes, he leaned back in his chair and explained, "You have been busy filming during this time. As far as I know, Cate Blanchett has frequently appeared in the headlines of film media recently. She has appeared in various film awards and film festivals. It seems that our Queen Cate is going to become the darling of various awards." Wayne exhaled a large puff of green smoke and waved his hand nonchalantly. After entering early December, his energy has been focused on filming the movie, especially as the filming in Italy is about to end. He has been fully involved in it and has no energy to pay attention to the news from Los Angeles. It was during this period that Miramax Films and Warner Brothers began to work together to promote Shakespeare in Love. As the movie is about to land in North America, the relevant information of the movie is gradually being advertised on a large scale. But compared with the works directed or produced by Wayne, its publicity is obviously not enough. The subject matter, attributes, and small investment scale of this movie are destined to be a movie with full literary attributes and are not suitable for hype. The reason is simple. Even if the co-producer Greenberg Studio invests huge advertising fees with Miramax, it will not bring essential changes to the audience of the movie. The reason why he doesn't pay much attention to this movie he invested in is because Wayne knows this very well. Of course, he also knew very well what Harvey Weinstein was up to. He just wanted to stand up for the movie and praise it in front of the media, so that when the movie was first released, he could rely on his die-hard fans to support the box office. But compared with those Hollywood superstars with box office appeal, his die-hard fans are completely different. To put it bluntly, they don't have the mindless attribute of doing it for their idols. Shakespeare in Love, a work with full artistic style, which can even be said to be an Oscar-themed essay, must be full of dull long shots, and naturally will not be too popular with young fans. Wayne knows his group of die-hard fans too well. More than 85% of them are young people. Even if those young people buy tickets to watch the movie in the theater to support his call, it is probably only this time. Afterwards, some more excited fans may angrily put some genitals in front of his name when they mention his name, or greet his female relatives of recent generations. After all, Shakespeare in Love is not a commercial film with ups and downs, action scenes, and special effects shots filling the screen. As an art film, especially an art film with documentary characteristics, the starting point of the film director is to output emotions, not to output stories. Like all movies, this film began to hold previews frequently before it was released. Whether it is the release date chosen or the guests invited to hold previews, it all shows Harvey Weinstein's ambition for the Oscars. As for the market performance of Shakespeare in Love, Wayne's idea is very simple, that is, to try to recover all the costs invested in the global box office market. Whether the movie makes money or not, and how much money it can make, depends on what kind of results it gets at the Oscars. At least in this era, the Oscars are still Hollywood's #1 marketing tool, even if the winner is an art film that does not meet the public's aesthetic taste. There is no doubt that from the beginning, Harvey Weinstein's public relations goal, after entering the award season, was placed on the most important award, the Best Picture. Having said that, under the premise of this big goal, awards such as the Best Actress are actually just public relations. Awards such as the Best Actress and the Best Screenplay can also be regarded as pre-awards for the Best Picture. In this whole set of public relations plan, the most helpless and the most unable to fight is undoubtedly the film's director John Madden. Neither the distributor Warner Brothers nor the investors Wayne and Harvey Weinstein can take out a penny from their own pockets to conduct public relations activities for his Best Director. As long as a nomination can be guaranteed, it is actually the greatest sincerity of both parties. After all, if you want to win a big award like the Best Picture, you still need to be nominated for the previous heavyweight awards. However, Wayne remembered that in his previous life, John Madden only got a nomination for Best Director in the Oscar journey of the film Shakespeare in Love. I don't know if Harvey Weinstein or himself spent a lot of money to tackle the problem at that time. So, you don't plan to continue spending more money on publicity and promotion, nor do you plan to spend more money to ask a lobbying company to tackle the problem? John Gray picked up the coffee and took a sip, listening to the noise of cleaning up the scene outside the car, and then asked, why? Everyone knows that the better the performance of a film like this at the Oscars, the more money it can make. If it can win some major awards, the videotapes alone can make you a lot of money. No, John, in comparison, the investment in Shakespeare in Love is already top-notch among films of the same type. Wayne stretched out his hand holding a cigarette, flicked it lightly in the ashtray on the table twice, and then took several consecutive sips. You have to know that for an Oscar-themed composition like Shakespeare in Love, the more you invest, the more difficult it is to recover the cost and even make money. Since I'm going for the Oscar, even if I get nothing afterwards, I must first ensure that I don't lose money. Okay, a realistic idea of movie capital. Shrugging slightly, John Gray has been seeing Wayne as a film director for some time. Now that the day's work is over, he suddenly remembered that the person sitting in front of him has never been a simple film director. Hey, man. Glancing at his producer, Wayne shook his head and explained, in my eyes, the project of Shakespeare in Love has always been a business. Since it is a business, then for me, controlling the risk of input and output is the most basic demand. Since he was a child, the phrase business is business, and business is just business has always been the most fundamental thought instilled in him by old Greenberg. For a Jew, this is also the instinct of survival. It has nothing to do with greed, because greed, such a dirty thing, naturally flows in their blood, and they have long been indistinguishable. I thought you really wanted to support Cate Blanchett, John Gray muttered softly, and looked at Nina beside him, grinning awkwardly. She's not qualified, John. You don't really believe that you can win the Oscar for Sleeping with Me, right? The corners of his mouth slowly rose, and Wayne raised his eyebrows to his producer with a smile on his face. Believe me, even if Cate Blanchett really gets what she wants, it's just a side job for Harvey Weinstein and me on the road to making money. The general perception in the circle is so realistic. In fact, many ordinary people in later generations, after Harvey Weinstein was nailed to death in prison by Me Too and his past events were exposed, thought that although this fat Jewish man had a domineering and dull personality, at least he slept with someone, and really won the little golden man for her, right? In fact, it's all nonsense. The reason why Harvey Weinstein worked so hard to publicize the Oscars and became the troublemaker of this award ceremony in those years had nothing to do with women. It was all for profit and to make a lot of money from the film. As for female stars, it is probably just to satisfy the common ideas of men. A careful analysis will show that the companies of the Harvey Weinstein brothers have never been their own. Moreover, Miramax in the early stage and Weinstein Pictures in the later stage basically have not participated in the mainstream big investment and big production in the circle. The most profitable films are those with big investments and big productions, but the most risky films are also of this type. As long as they flop, a medium-sized film company can easily go bankrupt and reorganize. Since Harvey Weinstein is not involved in such projects, it is reasonable for him to play Oscar-winning films in his field of expertise. After all, this is the way he is best at making money. Although he can't make a lot of money, it has a most significant feature: low investment, low cost, and full insurance. Even if he gets nothing afterwards, there will never be a serious loss. If you only look at Harvey Weinstein's status in the circle, you will definitely give people the feeling that he is a rich man. In fact, he is indeed a rich man, but that is only compared with ordinary practitioners. His net worth has never exceeded 100 million, and he can't be compared with the top bosses and Jewish capital in the circle. Please note that the net worth of the Harvey Weinstein brothers is not equivalent to the value of their film companies. After all, Miramax and Weinstein Pictures all have large shares of other people, not entirely owned by the two brothers. You know, I have some of my own news channels. Hearing the noise of cleaning up the set outside, John Gray also knew Wayne's work habits and was always the last to leave the set. He simply stopped talking about Shakespeare in Love and changed the subject. Disney is very ambitious this year. The latest news shows that they bought 6 scrap naval small warships for Michael Bay. I heard that, in order to shoot the most spectacular and thrilling air raid scenes, Michael Bay will stuff more than 700 sticks of explosives on these 6 warships. He also prepared more than 2,000 feet of detonating cords and more than 4,000 gallons of gasoline, just to completely detonate these 6 warships at once. Listening to the producer talking about these on-set gossips, Wayne kept smiling on his face. John Gray saw it and asked incomprehensibly, "What are you laughing at? Aren't you afraid that the explosive bay will cause you to capsize in the summer next year? Looking at Disney's big move this time, maybe it's really possible." Nothing. Anyway, Michael Bay is indeed a genius in creating explosion scenes. Wayne shook his head and didn't explain more. In fact, in his heart, he has always been thinking about how to knock DreamWorks. After all, if it weren't for his influence, Pearl Harbor, known as the epic war masterpiece, would have been a failure in the hands of DreamWorks. Now that the producer has become Disney, it is definitely not excessive for him to collect some interest in private, right? Wait, you only said explosion. John Gray reacted quickly. He knew his junior partner and knew that the other party disdained to lie in private, so once he started to praise someone, he must have really felt that way. At first glance, it seems like a big compliment to say Michael Bay is a genius in explosion injuries. After all, the person saying this is Wayne Greenberg. But if you think about it carefully, you will find that he only praised Michael Bay's explosions, nothing else. John Gray's eyes widened, and based on his understanding of Wayne over the years, he subconsciously asked, "Do you think there will be problems with this Pearl Harbor?" Chapter 731 Future Trends. Michael Bay, no matter how much the critics belittle him, it cannot be denied that he is one of the most popular directors in the Hollywood film industry in the past 2 years. Compared with the evaluation of him by professional film critics, the film companies and practitioners in the industry have a completely different view. This circle has always been extremely real. Whoever can bring benefits to the investors and make money for the investors is a darling of all capital. Undoubtedly, Michael Bay has achieved outstanding results in this regard. No matter whether he is really only explosive or not, even if his movies are always full of explosions and the logic of the story before and after is nonsense, as long as there are a large number of fans paying for it, he is recognized as a top director by everyone. Just like John Gray asked Wayne if he thought there would be problems with this Pearl Harbor, and when he saw the other party nodding vaguely, his expression was naturally incredible. The producer's idea represents the general cognition of practitioners in the industry. It seems that in people's impression, as long as Michael Bay's works are not short of explosions, there will definitely be no shortage of audiences. There is no way. His movies are the top and safest projects in the industry in terms of success rate, return rate, and ability to promote people. The topic was not discussed further, and Wayne could not give a definite answer. He could not tell John Gray that it was from Pearl Harbor that the film critics were fooled by the explosion, right? So far, he has almost forgotten the details of Pearl Harbor, but he clearly remembers that this epic war masterpiece named Pearl Harbor was criticized as soon as it was released. What's more important is that the people who criticized it are not only the professional ratings represented by film critics, but also a large number of fans who are looking forward to the film. In fact, even if he only remembers the general story of the film now, Wayne has not forgotten that this is a bloody love story that uses the script to sneak attack Pearl Harbor as a gimmick to tell an American love triangle. Could it be that the film company did not find out when the script of Pearl Harbor was just created? No, if such a script is put in the hands of newcomers, whether it is a novice producer or a novice director, it will be thrown into the trash by Disney at the first time. But Hollywood has too many such movies that are obviously rubbish scripts, but have been made into extremely popular movies. The reason that determines whether a film company will invest or not is mainly based on who comes up with the script. With Jerry Bruckheimer and Michael Bay being a top golden pair in the industry, even if the script is a pile of shit, Disney will be extremely confident and invest hundreds of millions of dollars in it. This is the true underlying logic of Hollywood. I've seen Bad Boys for Life, and this year's Taken. On the way back to the hotel, Nina, who knew Wayne best, couldn't help but say, Michael Bay seems to have some kind of magic. I even feel that there is no other director in this circle who understands what most movie fans want to see as well as he does. Boss, I believe that you must have your own reasons for judging that there will be problems with Pearl Harbor. However, it is best not to underestimate Michael Bay. The films he has shot before have never received such a huge investment. This time, Disney's generous investment has allowed him to completely let go, and the result is really hard to say. Hearing the assistant's words, Wayne shook his head and asked with a smile, Nina, do you think that a person who has been criticized by film critics for many years, after achieving huge success, will want to use huge investments to completely slap all film critics in the face? You mean? Nina was stunned. As a highly intelligent woman who graduated from New York University, she immediately thought of what her boss meant. Success will bring unconscious expansion. Looking at the street scene of the small town in the early morning, Wayne said lightly, if Disney didn't give Michael Bay so much money, this film might still be like his previous works. At least the box office results can be guaranteed. Think about it, Nina, a director who is unconsciously expanding because of huge success. Once he suddenly gets an investment that exceeds his expectations, will he have more ideas? Why is Hollywood producer centered? A very important reason for this is to allow the producer to suppress the director's creative desire at any time in the crew and ensure that the film is executed according to the plan of the film company from the beginning to the end of the shooting. It is precisely Michael Bay's huge success this year that not only brought him huge investment from Disney, but also brought him the confidence to ignore the producer to a certain extent. These are just my guesses, and we can only talk about them privately. Shaking his head slightly, Wayne then said vaguely, in fact, it is more likely that Michael Bay did not have the opportunity to add more personal ideas to the film under the supervision and constraints of Jerry Bruckheimer. The light flashed in the eyes hidden behind the glasses, and Nina whispered, I heard that Disney also launched another project called The Sixth Sense at the same time. The initiator and producer of the project is Jerry Bruckheimer. Her meaning is very clear. Everyone is very sure that the explosive Bay, who is constantly succeeding, will continue to succeed. Even the producer who has always been called one of the golden partners is now focusing on the new project he initiated. So from this point of view, no one knows whether Wayne's speculations about Michael Bay will really happen. At least the director's freedom, which is rare in the Hollywood circle, is being held in the hands of the explosive Bay. HMM. Wayne shrugged and said casually, I hope that his Pearl Harbor can give me some surprises. I like the feeling of moving forward in the competition. Nina rolled her eyes and kept silent. She didn't continue to talk about this topic because she knew the man around her too well. That's right, Wayne has never been afraid of competition and has never lost in competition, at least in terms of market performance. Among the directors who have lost to him over the years, there has never been a lack of box office dark horse makers, and there has never been a lack of top figures in the circle. From Nina's understanding of him, her boss is definitely a sophisticated egoist. If there is a way to avoid competition and a way to make his movie monopolize 1 or 2 weekends, he definitely doesn't mind using any black or white means to hit his competitors. The overall evaluation of Wayne by the outside world has always been positive. It seems that when the name Wayne Greenberg appears, he will always be labeled with adjectives such as gentleman, sunshine, charity, genius, and American dream. What is the reality? Including the 2 most important women in his life, Nina and Naomi Watts, their evaluation of him has always been narrow-minded, small-minded, excessive hormone secretion, extremely possessive, etc., as well as the indispensable old-fashioned male chauvinism. It is precisely such a person who can expect a strong opponent to constantly challenge his dominance in certain aspects. Anyway, in Nina's eyes, she has long been accustomed to the hypocrisy of her boss. In fact, the assistant lady really guessed wrong this time. Speaking of explosive Bay, Wayne is really looking forward to this Pearl Harbor. Will there be any changes? In fact, according to his analysis, Michael Bay is likely to follow the old path in his memory. As he said, after a person suddenly achieves great success, someone gives him sufficient funds and sufficient creative freedom. I'm afraid that no director can withstand such temptation. The only thing that makes him feel sorry is that the copyright of the toy adaptation series that made Explosive Bay turnover in his memory cannot be obtained in advance. If the other party is still as he imagined and has a series of failures since this film, so that he is almost abandoned by the whole Hollywood, this may be the only regret. He is not interested in bottom fishing in the stock market, because although those things make money quickly, they are not his area of expertise. But Wayne is very interested in bottom fishing in Hollywood. Anyone who can succeed will never be afraid of temporary failure. No one knows better than him that these 2 consecutive huge failures have given Michael Bay enough experience and lessons. It is precisely the frustrations in recent years that made the other party figure out what he is good at, what he is suitable for, whether he should care about the opinions of professional film critics, and how to turn over. There is no doubt that only a huge brainless popcorn masterpiece can, to a certain extent, fully bring out the talent of Explosion Bay. And that toy series can be said to fully meet all the characteristics. Don't worry about the plot logic. Don't worry about the artistic element. The biggest attraction of Transformers to movie fans is the love-hate relationship between Pillar and Megatron. In front of this pair of enemies who have fought from Cybertron to Earth, the story and plot are not important at all. As long as the scene is good and can constantly arouse the feelings of fans born in the 80s and 90s, it is a good movie recognized by the market. Wayne himself occasionally thought about this series a few years ago, probably when he was in college. It is mainly this series, which is too suitable for the future movie market. It is one of the few series of movies with stable performance in the theater market, where superheroes are everywhere, and it is also one of the most profitable series around the offline movies. But as long as he thinks about what he is best at, he will laugh unnaturally. If this IP falls into Wayne's hands, he will definitely kick the Pillar brother into the dark abyss, and then let the Pillar brother struggle in the darkness and find himself again. It is absolutely dark and cruel, and he will definitely not be able to help giving this group of Autobots enough humanity and let them play a game of mutual redemption. But will there be fans willing to watch such Transformers? Even he himself knows that it is impossible, absolutely impossible. In fact, the simplest way is what Michael Bay did. As long as there are enough shots of Pillar and Megatron, not only will there be countless people in North America who are willing to pay for the sentiment, but there will also be no shortage of fans in other countries and regions of the world. You know, this toy series was popular not only in North America at first. Even in this land across the Pacific Ocean, many children grew up watching this cartoon, although many of them have not played with those toys in person. Thinking of Transformers, Wayne immediately thought of more. The routine of Transformers in memory was completely filmed into a large-scale promotional film in the later stage. Characters who can be called by name are pulled out to show their faces and fight. Even if some characters die, they can change their appearance and appear in the next episode. There is only one purpose, which is to promote the sales of peripheral products that are the real profit-making big head. This way is actually the foundation of Disney. When it comes to this aspect of play, all Hollywood film companies combined are not as crazy as Disney. They had the nerve to make the heroine of an animated feature film change clothes constantly during the 2-hour screening time. Facts have proved that they are right. After the animated feature film was released worldwide, the various skirts of the heroine were sold like crazy offline. To put it bluntly, this is inevitably the development trend of DC superhero movies, and it can even be said to be the future trend of all superhero movies. He secretly took note of it, and had to talk to the group of executives of Warner Brothers later. Well, take the Disney path first. As for whether Disney will continue to do this in the future, he has no control. It can also help Michael Eisner when necessary to make Disney's chaos last a little longer, which is also a good idea. Anyway, it will not be a loss to him. In Wayne's cognition, there is nothing in Hollywood that cannot be replaced. Of course, this range also includes the most successful movie giants in his memory. In a highly commercialized structure like Hollywood, nothing cannot be copied. The Disney in his memory can do it, and he believes that as long as Warner Brothers does not take the old path and avoids those important decline modes, it can also do it. And while developing, we must also pay attention to one thing, that is, setting higher and higher thresholds for people and companies that are capable of replacing, or even surpassing ourselves. In fact, the 6 major Hollywood studios have been doing this all the time. The more glorious DreamWorks will be in the next few years, the more people will sigh when it is lonely. The filming in Italy is over. Thinking of this, Wayne can't wait to start the next work as soon as possible. As long as the work of Wonder Woman and Superman is completed this year and achieves the expected results, there will be only one hurdle in front of him: Justice League. If you missed the train I'm on, you will know that I'm gone. You can hear the whist blow 100 miles, 100 miles, 100 miles, 100 miles, 100 miles. You can hear the whistle blow 100 miles. Lord, I'm 1 in the early morning. The noise of the motorcade continued to appear in the small town. Wayne listened to the song 500 miles from the radio in a daze, led the crew to leave the small town, and rushed to the nearest airport, ready to fly to London in the British Isles. The only person left in the hotel in this small town was Monica Bellucci, who was standing at the window and looking at the motorcade. Her eyes were filled with determination and hope. Chapter 732 Specifications. In Hollywood, actresses around 30 years old are embarrassed. If you are a little younger, you can still play an 18-year-old high school student with exquisite makeup. But at this age, you definitely can't climb into Wayne Greenberg's bed and take this shortcut to success. P.S. Unless you can also find a way to give birth to a child for him like Naomi Watts. Naomi Watts looked at the gossip tabloid in her hand with relish. Even if the name on it was being consumed crazily by the media and used to attract attention was hers, she didn't have the slightest idea of getting angry. She is no longer the young Australian girl who lived in a cheap apartment and was full of yearning for Hollywood, Beverly Hills mansions, and the Avenue of Stars. Nearly 10 years have passed, and the Australian girl knows better than anyone that celebrities in the circle, especially female celebrities, are never afraid of the hype of various entertainment media, but only afraid of no one paying attention. She raised her wrist to check the time. It was still a while before 7 o'clock in the evening. She tilted her head to glance out the car window. Her eyes once again fell on the various newspapers beside her. She began to kill the extremely boring waiting time before the premiere began. Recently, the distribution department of Warner Brothers released the latest stills of the movie King Kong. We can see that Naomi Watts is still stunningly beautiful, especially against the backdrop of a huge gorilla. As for the lead actress Naomi Watts, I believe no one will doubt her performance. Since she appeared in Wayne Greenberg's Happy Death Day in 1990 and entered the mainstream movie fans' eyes, her acting skills have never been criticized. But so far, the project of King Kong has been filming for some time, and many people still can't understand why Wayne and Warner Brothers chose Roland Emmerich to direct this huge science fiction film. The ending of the movie Godzilla is still vivid in our minds. It just so happens that the project of King Kong is broadly speaking the same type as the former. No one knows whether Roland Emmerich will follow his old path and waste more than $100 million of Wayne Greenberg and Warner Brothers. Frowning slightly, Naomi Watts threw away the Hollywood Daily Entertainment in her hand, looked at the lively scene outside the car window, and breathed a long sigh of relief. Similar arguments have been making the media buzz in recent days, and have become the main topic of the entertainment media. Of course, she knows better than anyone that Warner Brothers must have fueled the flames. In order to allow this huge investment film to enter the public's attention early, any information related to the film, as long as there is heat, will definitely be hyped again and again. I'm afraid that the publicity and distribution department of Warner Brothers has already communicated with director Roland Emmerich early. As the heroine who has to meet with the director every day, Naomi Watts knows too well that the hype in the media is all nonsense. Although it is the first time to cooperate with the other party, it is not difficult to conclude from her observation that Roland Emmerich is definitely one of the best directors in the entire circle. However, no matter how much investment King Kong has, even if it has been remade several times in decades, it is still naturally impossible to compare with the DC series in terms of influence. Therefore, it is reasonable that Warner Brothers will use all means to hype the film and gradually increase the popularity of the film before it is finished. Just like the premiere of Shakespeare in Love Tonight, if she stood on the standpoint of personal feelings, she would never attend. Even if coming here could attract enough media attention, she would not want to take advantage of such popularity. But in order to keep the topic of King Kong, at the suggestion of Warner Brothers, she still changed into the latest season of Channel Little Black Dress, put on the most exquisite makeup, got in the car, and rushed to the Coda Theater in Beverly. And Wayne and his group, who had promised to rush back and take her to the premiere, were temporarily pulled away by Zack Snyder before getting in the car, and it was likely that they would not be able to catch up with the two walking on the red carpet together. Shaking her head helplessly, Naomi Watts opened her handbag, took out the small mirror she carried with her, and checked her makeup again. Seeing that she would not be able to get a turn for a while, she simply picked up the entertainment newspaper next to her and killed the waiting time. The rustling sound of newspapers suddenly stopped, and she looked at the movie magazine in front of her with interest. The Hollywood capital landscape is undergoing a dramatic change. Such a shocking headline, but the cover of the magazine did not have the logos of major Hollywood film companies, but instead directly put a photo of Wayne holding a director's viewfinder. The combination of these two things is hard not to attract the interest of the Australian actress. Before Wayne Greenberg appeared, what was the situation of the major Hollywood film companies? From 1985 to 1990, Paramount Pictures had the most gratifying revenue among the 6 major Hollywood film companies. It was closely followed by Walt Disney, the parent company of Buena Vista Pictures, and then Fox and Universal Pictures. If Warner Brothers had not invited Tim Burton to create the Batman series around 1989, I'm afraid that Warner Brothers' revenue figures would be much uglier. At that time, practitioners in the Hollywood circle commented on Warner Brothers that this film industry giant had accumulated a lot of experience, but it was not going in the right direction. Even in some embarrassing years, even United Artists, which had been in decline for many years, could compete with Warner Brothers in terms of revenue. Looking back at these events from 10 years ago today, countless people would definitely find it hard to believe. The turning point that made Warner Brothers transform unconsciously and dominate the top position in Hollywood revenue for many years was the joining of Wayne Greenberg. Today, we can observe from a God's perspective. Many people have heard some rumors that Wayne Greenberg is the one who really decides, the CEO of Warner Brothers. This rumor, with a teasing tone, happened to come from within Warner Brothers. Don't be surprised if you have a closer look at this young man and how much influence he has on Warner Brothers. You will understand why Jeff Robinoff, the current CEO of Warner Brothers, has never stood up to refute this rumor. Let's go back to 1991. Wayne Greenberg, who had just graduated from college, successfully produced Happy Death Day with the investment he got from his father. After making a big splash in Hollywood, he unexpectedly left 20th Century Fox, which gave him a chance, and turned to join Warner Brothers, which was willing to give him more freedom. The success of Happy Death Day made him a star in the circle. He had just experienced 4 years of college life, where he was not understood, and his directorial style was constantly taking shape. After the unexpectedly huge success of Happy Death Day, Wayne Greenberg originally planned to continue to cooperate with 20th Century Fox, but the Fox executives at that time obviously did not trust this young man who succeeded by lucky luck. So, less than a year later in 1992, this young man brought his new work Get Out and smashed all doubts in one fell swoop. After the movie was released, no media said that Warner Brothers was crazy. Everyone saw the strong personal style and story charm in the work of this young man. Over the years, Wayne Greenberg has said that profound sentence more than once in interviews with the media. Get Out will be the box office champion this weekend. Joker will be the box office champion this weekend. The Clown will be the box office champion this weekend. Such words, coming from the mouth of a novice director who has just entered Hollywood, are no different from bragging. At the beginning, no media was really optimistic about Wayne Greenberg and his strong dark style. In that era when big stars dominated the market, no one believed that he could succeed continuously, including Warner Brothers, which gave him huge investments and a lot of creative freedom. Warner Brothers executives said, "We hope that he can make films that meet the public's aesthetic tastes, but he is always addicted to cruel, bloody and dark R-rated films." The film critics said, Wayne Greenberg needs to realize that relying on large-scale shots to attract attention is not always a good choice. Even the then CEO of Warner Brothers, Kevin Tsujihara, said privately, I really can't believe that there will be a director who can change the public's aesthetic taste for movies with his strong personal style. But Wayne Greenberg was destined to be no ordinary director. It only took him a few years to make his works the most important source of revenue for Warner Brothers and become the most sought-after director in Hollywood. That is impossible to imitate. Even Vanity Fair couldn't wait to interview him and commented that a top powerful figure in Hollywood was rising rapidly. Former Academy President Franco Pearson said in an interview with us, whenever Wayne's new movie comes out, I can't buy tickets to the theater near my home. Even if I'm the president of the Academy, no one is willing to give up the movie ticket quota to an old man like me. Warner Brothers suddenly welcomed a big man who changed the rules of the movie, which united the entire Warner Brothers. The executives of this old movie industry giant are very proud, and it is difficult to get them to unite willingly and cooperate with a small movie director. But Warner Brothers executives and shareholder groups all hope that someone can appear to change the decline of this old movie company and let this movie giant find its direction again. It was at this time that Wayne Greenberg appeared. After discovering his talent, the entire Warner Brothers was as excited as taking cocaine. It can be said that Wayne Greenberg saved Warner Brothers and awakened the glorious memory of this movie industry giant many years ago. As reported by countless media, the summer of 1993 is destined to go down in the history of movies because in this summer, Wayne Greenberg opened the era of superheroes. It was also from this year that Warner Brothers began to produce DC comic adaptation movies under the influence of Wayne Greenberg and also began to continuously produce its own sequel series with a success rate that made people side-splitting. Nowadays, the cooperation with Wayne's film studio has been opened on a large scale, and more surprising films are still being produced. Some people say that until now, at least 1/3 to 1/2 of Warner Brothers' main revenue is still generated by cooperation with Wayne Greenberg. According to the data we have collected, even if this number is exaggerated, it is definitely not too outrageous. So, to a certain extent, the biggest success factor for Warner Brothers to become the #1 film company in Hollywood in terms of revenue is Wayne Greenberg. The entire report carefully analyzed the changes that Wayne brought to Warner Brothers, and Naomi Watts read it with relish. She certainly knew that many things in this film were beautified, but she still felt an unbearable pride that kept turning up from her heart. If you want to find the most suitable person to witness Wayne's rapid rise over the years, then it is undoubtedly her. Until now, she can still recall the scene when they first met and walked around the Avenue of Stars together. At that time, both of them were still insignificant little people, and their biggest dream was to leave their names on the stars on the Avenue of Stars. If they continued to expand their imagination, they would just want to own a mansion in Beverly Hills. Ms. Watts, you'll be here soon. Just as she was immersed in her memories, the driver of the courtesy car reminded her and brought her back to reality. Okay. After checking her whole body for the last time before getting off the car, Naomi Watts elegantly carried her handbag and stepped onto the red carpet. It was a little different from what she imagined. Today's premiere was not so grand. There were as many reporters in the media area as usual, but the group of fans on the other side of the red carpet seemed a little sparse. The subsequent interview session did not surprise her. Most of the reporters at the scene were not very interested in the upcoming premiere of Shakespeare in Love. Instead, they paid more attention to her complicated relationship with her best friend Cate Blanchett and Wayne. She had already made sufficient preparations for these seemingly tricky questions. No matter who asked them, she insisted that they were just friends. The reporters were not stupid either. They would rather turn around and attack Cate Blanchett than embarrass her too much. Fortunately, this was the premiere of Shakespeare in Love, and there was not much time left for the guests to be interviewed. After promoting King Kong at the end, Naomi Watts walked towards the theater door. Thank you very much for coming, Naomi. As soon as she entered the door, a tall and fat figure came up to her enthusiastically. Good evening, Harvey. Naomi Watts shook hands with the other party gently, glanced at the main creators of the crew standing not far away, and said with a smile, "I wish you a big box office success in advance. Of course, there is more than just Miramax's investment in this." Harvey Weinstein, who has always been domineering, not only had a decent smile on his face, but also seemed to become very pleasant in his words. "I'm not the only producer of Shakespeare in Love. Wayne's name is on the title of the movie. Ha, the whole of Hollywood knows that Greenberg's productions have never failed." The two exchanged a few words. Naomi Watts was very calm. Even after being introduced by the other party, she was still as enthusiastic as ever when greeting the main creative team. "Come on, I'll go in with you." Then, Harvey Weinstein's action surprised everyone at the scene. Everyone knew what kind of personality this fat man had. No one thought that he would personally accompany Naomi Watts, which was a treatment that even Quentin Tarantino and Robert Rodriguez did not get. Naomi Watts was also stunned when she heard this, and she subconsciously refused. "Harvey, you are the host tonight. You just need to be busy. I can do it myself." "Hey, Naomi, you are the most important guest tonight. Since you are here, who else should I welcome if I continue to stay here?" Harvey Weinstein shrugged exaggeratedly and stretched out his hand to make a gesture of invitation. "Okay." Muttering softly, Naomi Watts followed the fat man and walked towards the VIP lounge. At the same time, she suddenly remembered what Wayne said to her before getting on the car. "I know you hate that fat man. Don't worry, Naomi, just go with peace of mind. You wait and see. Harvey Weinstein's reception standard will be the best in the circle. At most, we will rush over before the movie is officially released." Under Harvey Weinstein's enthusiastic introduction, Naomi Watts kept greeting and chatting with each guest, as if everyone was full of respect for her. But she was very clear-headed. She didn't think she was worthy of this standard at all. It was not she who deserved the top reception in the industry, but the man standing behind her. The producers and film company executives who kept nodding and showing respect to her also respected the man behind her. Chapter 733. Didn't your mother tell you? Wayne and Nina and the others arrived at the theater before the movie was officially released. When the two of them bent down and walked into the screening room, the lights on the ceiling had gone out. Harvey Weinstein had been secretly paying attention to the entrance. The moment the two came in, he immediately raised his hand and waved, indicating that the seats reserved for them were here. "Harvey, it seems that the influence of this movie is not as great as I expected." After a simple greeting, Wayne took advantage of the opening advertisement of the movie and carefully observed the audience behind him. He immediately noticed the unusualness. "After all, this is an art film released at the end of the year, Wayne." Harvey Weinstein shrugged and whispered, "You can't look at such a film with the same requirements as your own work." Okay." He shook his head gently, and a helpless bitter smile appeared on Wayne's face in the dark. After hearing the words of the fat man next to him, he first felt that he was a bit why not eat meat porridge. In recent years, the premieres he attended were either his own projects or those of Steven Spielberg and others. These films did not lack attention at all. At least the atmosphere on the scene was great, and the fans were all the most enthusiastic. Just now, he looked back and noticed it at the first time. In addition to the media reporters sitting in the two rows in the middle and some familiar film critics, it is easy to tell that there are many professional fans among the large group of fans sitting in the back. The existence of professional fans has never been a secret, and it has even become a business in Hollywood. A large part of this group is actually actors who come to Hollywood to pursue their dreams. Speaking of which, the current fans are still relatively simple, because the professional fans take the lead in creating an atmosphere. Even if the film is not popular with them, they will keep the premiere at the most basic level of decency out of courtesy. In fact, the professional fans industry is not only widely used in Hollywood, but also in the entertainment industry around the world. Perhaps what people are more familiar with are the variety shows in the domestic entertainment industry 20 years later, especially some music variety shows. The professionalism of the professional audience are not inferior to those of some professional actors who are famous for their acting skills. Is the filming progress of Wonder Woman going smoothly? The movie has officially started, and the theater has gradually become quiet except for the sound of some audience members chewing popcorn. Harvey Weinstein glanced at Naomi Watts beside Wayne without mixing, gently shook his huge head, smacked his lips, and asked in a low voice, "Yep, the filming progress is going smoothly compared to the plan of me and Warner Brothers." Like the fat man next to him, Wayne's mind was not fully focused on the movie. In fact, due to some online rumors in his previous life, he was born with some prejudice against this film. "Just tell me, Harvey, what do you need me to do for Shakespeare in Love?" Since he said so, Harvey Weinstein didn't hesitate to say, "Mobilize the people around you to vote for Shakespeare in Love." After a moment's hesitation, he turned his head and looked around again. Even though he was sure that the people sitting next to him and Wayne were all his own people, he subconsciously lowered his voice and continued, "I can still guarantee the major nominations for Shakespeare in Love. But I know that every Oscar nomination for this film can create more profits for us. Since we have prepared so much, why not just play it big and try to get as many nominations as possible for the film?" Nodding in the dark, Wayne already understood the fat man's plan. "I will mobilize my friends around me to vote for Shakespeare in Love." The North American awards season usually starts at the end of the year and lasts until the end of February of the following year. This huge show that is staged every year will eventually end at the Oscars. There is no doubt that, if you want to join this big show that lasts for 2 or 3 months, and want to show up at the final Oscars, the prerequisite is to get your film nominated for an Oscar first. In fact, it is not polite to say that the various award ceremonies held before are warming up for the final Oscars, so there is such a saying as a weather vane. If the ultimate goal of warming up is the Oscars, then the early goal of warming up is the Oscar nominees luncheon. The Tan Independent Film Award, the Golden Satellite Award, and the Annie Award. Harvey Weinstein's voice was full of confidence. While counting the awards that Shakespeare in Love would participate in one by one with his fingers, he simply explained his own plan for tackling key problems. The Producers Guild, the Directors Guild, the Actors Guild and other Film Industry Professionals Guild Association Awards. By the way, there are also major Film Critics Association awards in New York, Los Angeles and other places. In the end, we will end with the Golden Globe and the Academy Awards. Wayne, I have started to take action during this period. Hey. Wayne frowned unconsciously in the dark and interrupted the other party's next words in a low voice. "Harvey, I've already paid what I should have paid, and I've already told you about my experience in getting awards. As for what you're going to do next, I don't want to know at all." "Well, you should understand what I mean, right? He invested about $20 million in Shakespeare in Love. According to common sense, this amount of money is not a small amount at any time, and he must be concerned about the details of his investment and the prospects for profit. But he has too much work to do, and he has no time or energy to care about the dazzling awards season. As long as he keeps a close eye on the account transactions related to the film, he doesn't want to know anything about the rest of the work." "Well, of course I understand. You just have to wait and see the results." After a slight pause, Harvey Weinstein shrugged and said, "By the way, you're coming back for a few days this time. You're not coming here specifically to attend the premiere of Shakespeare in Love, are you?" 3 days at most, and then I have to rush back to London to host the filming." When Wayne mentioned this, he also felt a headache. He had nothing to hide, so he said directly, "You guessed it right. That's right, this time I rushed back to Los Angeles. In addition to attending the premiere of Shakespeare in Love, there are also some small problems with the Superman project that I need to deal with personally." After hearing him mention the Superman project, Harvey Weinstein did not continue to talk about this topic. The two of them immediately returned to silence, each with their own thoughts, and looked at the movie being played together. In fact, Wayne had never watched this movie in his previous life. If it weren't for this Shakespeare in Love, which won the most watery actress in the Oscars in nearly 30 years, he wouldn't even remember the name of this movie. Now, when he carefully watched this famous movie, the first thing he found was that the screenwriter of this movie was really easy. He actually wrote Shakespeare's life into a replica of Romeo and Juliet. Such a thing was unbelievable, but as the movie gradually went deeper and more half of it was watched, Wayne suddenly felt that it was not a bad idea for the screenwriter to save trouble. At least after watching the movie so far, perhaps life and drama have become inseparable. As for the part that has been shown, the lines are very good, with a strong flavor of Shakespeare. But this is also another point, that the screenwriter saves trouble, because he found that many lines were taken directly from the original book. The dialogues and performances of the male and female protagonists are very tempting, making people want to fall in love after watching them. It was precisely under such a fierce and sensational arrangement that the first person to cheat was the protagonist, in that era when the concept of chastity was still very popular. When the movie came to the end, Harvey Weinstein saw that Wayne was watching the movie seriously and did not speak for nearly 2 hours. He whispered, "Wayne, how do you feel? It depends on what you want to hear." Turning his head and glancing at the fat face, he smiled and teased, "This movie tells me that love has no class distinction. Even between a queen and a poor tramp, there will be sparks of love. Come on, Wayne, talk about your opinion of this movie." Harvey Weinstein frowned slightly. "Based on your vision of the film market, talk about the possible market results." Hearing the other party's question, Wayne put away the smile on his face, raised a finger and shook it between the two of them with the light reflected from the big screen. "Try to get better results at the Oscars." His meaning was quite obvious. For a film like this, if there is no Oscar bonus, it is basically impossible to recover the investment by relying on the box office. Harvey Weinstein is a smart man. He understood the underlying line at the first time and fell silent again. The reason why Wayne made such a judgment was not because the movie was not good. On the contrary, he felt that all the prejudices he had before watching the film were swept away with the end of the film. To some extent, this film is much better than the rumors he heard in his previous life. At least as a biographical art film, it is much better than he imagined. First of all, the investment in the film is not high, but the director pays great attention to the details of the picture, such as the faces on the streets of Britain at that time, the ink on Shakespeare's hands, etc. The director can be said to have filmed this film to the extreme within his greatest ability. As for the arrangement of the plot, although there is a suspicion of trickery, this method of playing a play within a play can still make people's eyes shine. The main body of the previous story is undoubtedly applied to Romeo and Juliet, which can be said to run through the entire film. You can also see the complete process of the creation of Romeo and Juliet from this film. At the end of the film, it is applied to Twelfth Night, and it explains the reason for the creation of Twelfth Night and the origin of the heroine's name. It can't be said that it is not careful. In the Western society of this era, or in North American society, Wayne believes that there are not a few people who know about Romeo and Juliet, but they certainly can't say that there are many. Those who have read the script of Romeo and Juliet will definitely be able to find the director's intention at a glance. After all, a large number of plots in the whole film can match Romeo and Juliet, and the setting is quite clever. But this also means that the viewing threshold for this art film, which is already a niche audience, has been further increased. Don't be superstitious about the educational level of ordinary people in North America. Even most of the so-called college graduates are elites. It is impossible for these people to specialize in the script of Romeo and Juliet. There are many shots in the movie that try to restore the details of the year. For example, what the British theatre in the 16th century looked like can be seen clearly from this movie. For example, the rule in Britain in the 16th century that women are not allowed to perform on stage and the degree of love that ordinary British people have for the Queen, etc. After watching the whole movie, all kinds of details and arrangements remind Wayne that this is an art film that he had previously perceived with prejudice. However, even such an art film, which he thought was not bad, was destined to not perform well at the box office, if viewed from a normal market perspective. Of course, there are indeed things like the threshold for watching movies, which further block the already small number of fans of genre films from the theater. However, the quality of a movie is completely different from the market performance it can achieve. He has been deeply aware of this truth since he entered Hollywood. Even the type and quality of movie are not among the top 3 factors that affect the box office. Whether it is publicity and marketing, or factors such as big stars, the influence on the box office of a movie is higher than its own quality. Wow. A burst of warm applause suddenly rang out, interrupting Wayne's meditation. He sat in his chair without getting up, watching Harvey Weinstein lead the crew and stand under the big screen to take a bow to the applauding audience. He actually looked forward to this fat man lowering the brilliant Oscar bottom line to the lowest level at one time. From the unsuccessful attempt to operate Reservoir Dogs in the early 1990s to the little gain of Pulp Fiction later, this fat man seemed to be naturally suitable for playing this game. Especially the year before last, the financial offensive launched by Wayne further made Harvey Weinstein see the essence of this game. Coupled with this guy's bold style of doing things, and the most important point, his Jewish ancestry, it is destined that, as long as he is willing to lose face, the scale will naturally tilt towards the projects he operates. Will Kate win the Oscar for Best Actress for this film? Naomi Watts, who had been whispering to Nina the whole time, suddenly turned her head and leaned close to the man's ear and asked softly, "Don't deny it, Wayne. I know you gave that fat man millions of dollars in lobbying funds some time ago. Who knows?" Wayne shrugged and said casually, "It depends on how strong Harvey Weinstein's public relations ability is. And, Naomi, the lobbying funds I gave are mainly for the best picture, and as for the Oscar for Best Actress, it's just a side job." As he spoke, he was very keen to find that Naomi Watts looked at her fellow countryman with envy and a hint of jealousy that was not deliberately hidden. "Listen to me, Naomi." Raising his hand and slapping his forehead, Wayne sighed secretly, turned his head and leaned close to Naomi Watts' ear and said, "I promise, you will definitely get that damned little golden man. Be more patient, Naomi. You should know that I can't get it this year and next year. I know." A snow-white hand suddenly covered the man's mouth. Naomi Watts smiled and nodded, obviously not wanting him to continue. "The main creators of the crew are going to attend the press conference. Shall we go to the cocktail party first?" "Okay, let's go." 90% of the media reporters ran to the temporary press room on the second floor of the Kodak Theater to attend the premiere press conference of the new film of the main creators of the crew. However, there are still a considerable number of reporters waiting in front of the Four Seasons Hotel half a block away. They understand that all the guests who come to the platform will eventually come here to attend the cocktail party. And the first big fish caught by these reporters is undoubtedly Wayne and Naomi Watts, which is also the main purpose of their coming here. Facing the questions from the reporters, Wayne was generous in praising Shakespeare in Love. After all, half of the profits from this film belonged to him. As for the questions from the reporters other than Shakespeare in Love, he and the Australian actress said nothing. The relatively chaotic interview lasted for more than 10 minutes, until Quentin Tarantino and Robert Rodriguez appeared in the back, and the reporters diverted their attention, allowing Wayne and the others to get away smoothly. Although there were not many fans participating in this film, Harvey Weinstein relied on his own connections to invite many big names in the circle. He knew very well that such a film was naturally insulated from the general public. If he wanted a relatively impressive box office number in the early stage, he could only start with publicity. At this time, in the banquet hall where the cocktail party was held, near the elevator, there were two women, one big and one small. The big one was dressed in a formal female business suit and was bowing her head to give instructions to the girl next to her. "Wayne Greenberg and his team will be here soon. You should seize the opportunity before the crowd gathers around you. Boo-boo, I think you should have seen the entertainment newspaper. The story between Amanda Seyfried and Wayne has won her quite a good influence." Listening to the agent's instructions, the girl nodded gently. As both of them were under the Disney talent show star-making system, she was not only much older than Amanda Seyfried, but she also believed that her future career would be much smoother than that little girl's. To be precise, although the two of them were not on the same path, Wayne Greenberg's influence was not limited to the film industry. Thinking of the first album of her life that was about to be released, she secretly encouraged herself. "Hi, we meet again. Can I buy you a drink?" Just as the two of them were paying attention to the direction of the elevator, a slightly childish male voice sounded behind them. "What are you going to buy me? Milk?" When the girl heard this voice, she frowned tightly under the gaze of her agent, with obvious impatience on her face. "Damn it, I'm not interested in children. Stop harassing me, okay?" Standing behind them was a white boy, about 12 or 13 years old. There was no trace of embarrassment on the boy's face at this time. Instead, He looked at the girl with a strong desire in his eyes. In North America, the age of adulthood is 22 years old, but in fact, boys and girls develop very early and receive that education very early. And the boy in front of him obviously grew up in the Hollywood circle. It is conceivable that the things between men and women are definitely not mysterious to him. Do you know who my father is? Sheila RBF rolled his eyes and directly used his ultimate move. Looking at the girl who was a few years older than him, he proudly said, Steven Spielberg, if you accept my invitation, maybe I can introduce you. They are coming, boo-boo. Before the boy finished speaking with a proud expression, the agent raised his hand and patted the girl's shoulder and whispered, they are coming up. This was the first time that Sheila RBF met a girl who was immune to his ultimate move. He opened his mouth in surprise. What? Did you listen to me? Go away. Stop bothering me, okay? The girl said this in an impatient tone, nodded to her agent, then lifted the hem of her skirt and walked towards the group of people who had just walked out of the elevator. The girl who was walking towards them immediately attracted the attention of Wayne and others. The girl's target was quite obvious, and there was no one else around them. Although the other party was not very old and had delicate makeup on her face, Wayne was still amazed in his heart when he saw the girl's face. Could it be that he had a special fate with Disney during this period, or did he poke the nest of Disney's star-making factory? This was the third Disney child star he had seen in a short period of time. Good evening, Mr. Greenberg. My name is Britney Spears, and I'm a singer. The girl had a sweet smile, and her eyes did not even look at the people around Wayne, but stared at him and greeted him enthusiastically. I'm your die-hard fan. Although it's a bit abrupt, can you sign an autograph for me? Tilting his head and looking at the girl in front of him, Wayne's mouth corners began to gradually rise. He didn't rush to speak, but looked up and down at Britney Spears unscrupulously. No one knew better than him how successful this girl would be in the future, and how unfortunate she would be. This is a typical example of self-degradation in Hollywood, or the North American entertainment industry. Hello, Miss Spears. Call me Bub, my friends call me that. The girl's smile was quite sweet. Even with such a sweet smile, it was easy for people to ignore her familiarity, and it was difficult for people to feel disgusted with her. Wayne looked at the girl and shrugged. Okay, Bub, do you have a notebook or postcards or something? Come in. Do you want me to write something for you? Halfway through the conversation, he saw the other party take out a postcard and a signature pen directly from his handbag. After Wayne took it, he asked with interest, can you write to wish Bub's new album a big sale? If you can, that would be too. Okay, wish Britney Spears' new album a big sale. Wayne shook his head, wrote this sentence on the postcard, and then signed his name. Just as the girl happily took the signature and pen, and wanted to say something else, the male voice that made him feel irritated just now sounded again from behind him. Hey, don't you know that your behavior just now was very rude? There was a hint of exasperation in the boy's tone. At this time, there was only this girl with a sweet smile in his eyes. He didn't care about Wayne and others standing aside. After walking over, he said angrily, do you know who my father is? What's wrong? Didn't your mother tell you? Wayne asked the boy directly with a funny expression without waiting for the boy to finish. Chapter 734, The Attribute of Not Recognizing Relatives. It's just a child, Wayne. Naomi Watts held a glass of champagne, rolled her eyes in front of the man, and said helplessly, where is your upbringing? You shouldn't satirize that child so viciously. Or, halfway through the words, the Australian actress turned her head suddenly, stared at the tough face in front of her, widened her eyes, and asked in an incredible tone, shit, are you interested in that little girl just now? Damn, that's an underage girl, you'd better put away those perverted ideas. Hey, Naomi. Wayne pointed his fingers holding the cigarette in front of the woman's eyes and retorted righteously, I'm not that perverted. As for the boy, well, don't look at the child's age, but I swear, he is definitely a little bastard. Just now in front of the elevator, his question didn't your mother tell you? Almost stunned everyone present, including the boy who said, do you know who my father is? No one expected that Wayne today would make such a vicious irony to a child, especially in such a solemn occasion. While the boy and others were stunned, Naomi Watts quickly pulled Wayne away. The guests who could enter this occasion today were basically all well-known figures in the circle. If others saw that Wayne Greenberg was embarrassing a child, it would definitely become a joke that would last throughout the awards season. The Australian girl didn't believe the man's words at all, but she also knew very well that this man hated trouble the most, so he shouldn't do anything to underage girls. Dear Mr. Greenberg, someone has been watching you. There is more than one. Naomi Watts suddenly spoke again, with a hint of hostility in her tone. He glanced at the woman next to him in surprise, not knowing why she was suddenly crazy again. Wayne followed her gaze and saw Nicole Kidman and Pat Kingsley, who were looking at them diagonally and seemed to be talking about something. Not far from Mrs. Cruz, Kate Blanchett, one of the main creators of the crew who had just arrived at the banquet hall, was also looking at him with expectation. They are really my best friends, aren't they? Staring at the two women on their side, she had no intention of hiding her gaze. Naomi Watts met their gazes several times, raised her champagne glass, raised her head proudly, and raised the glass from a distance, and cursed in a low voice full of sarcasm. B***H, son of the B***H. Shaking his head with amusement, Wayne also lowered his voice and returned the words that the other party had just taught him. Nami, where is your upbringing? Although he said so, combined with the information Nina had investigated, he was sure that the information of the novel 3 Billboards Outside Ebbing, Missouri should have been revealed from Naomi Watts. The person who could read this novel from Naomi Watts, remember it carefully, and find the publisher later was undoubtedly her good bestie Nicole Kidman. As for why Naomi Watts did not say it, Wayne could probably guess. In his eyes, they were competing with each other in acting. They knew that both parties were acting, but they were still competing with their acting skills. This was mixed with the extremely complicated thoughts of women. The atmosphere tonight was a little strange, especially when the main creators of the crew led by Harvey Weinstein entered the cocktail party together. Many guests' eyes began to wander back and forth between Kate Blanchett and Naomi Watts. Many people's eyes were obviously looking forward to watching a good show, but they were destined to be disappointed. The first person to walk towards Wayne and others was not a woman, but a young boy. Sorry, Mr. Greenberg, I'm here to apologize for what just happened. Sheila Abiaf's face was drooping, and it was obvious that he was unwilling and possibly incomprehensible. But he still came to Wayne and hesitantly said like an adult, my behavior just now was very unreasonable. I hope you can forgive me. Boy, you did nothing wrong. Looking at the boy in front of him with some strangeness, Wayne did not take this child seriously in public. Simply waved his hand and said casually, it was just a small misunderstanding, and it's over now. Thank you, Mr. Greenberg. After saying that, the boy did not have the slightest idea of staying, and immediately turned around and walked towards the direction of his agent, looking like he couldn't wait to escape from here. Wayne and Naomi Watts looked at each other, and the two raised their glasses together in amusement. They really didn't take this child seriously. He is the godson of Mr. Steven Spielberg. Nina, who had disappeared for a while, quietly stood behind Wayne and explained in a low voice. Wait, you mean he is Steven's godson? Wayne turned his head unexpectedly and looked at Nina and asked. Yes, this kid is Shia LaBeouf. He just starred in the movie Lunch with Einstein this year, and he has officially entered this industry. Listening to Nina's report, Wayne nodded slowly. When he saw the boy for the first time, he felt a little familiar, but as time got closer to his memory, he thought it was another inexplicable illusion. Unexpectedly, this child is Steven Spielberg's godson. In addition, when he learned the boy's name, Wayne immediately thought of the Transformers in his memory. If he remembered correctly, this boy was the protagonist in the movie. Thinking of some gossip he saw in his previous life, he is now very sure that his feeling is very accurate. Yes, this child is a little jerk, and when he grows up, he is also an out-and-out jerk, and he has not changed at all. It seems that none of Steven Spielberg's godchildren are worry-free. They are all weird, and they have a powerful and protective godfather, so they have never lacked opportunities to act in movies. Hey, wait a minute. As if he suddenly thought of something, Wayne took a big puff of his cigarette, looked at Nina with squinted eyes, and asked, could it be that the little actor recommended by Steven If nothing unexpected happens, the little actor recommended by Mr. Spielberg to play the young Clark Kent should be him. Nina nodded directly and then said, based on Mr. Spielberg's usual style, plus the relationship between you, I don't think it would be anyone else. You know the boss, Zack Snyder, has released the news of the audition for Superman for some time, and naturally attracted a lot of people's attention. F***K. Remember to remind me to tell Zack later. Wayne stuck the cigarette into the wine glass in his other hand and said with a headache, my crew definitely doesn't want a little bastard who is dominated by his lower body to pick up girls before his hair grows out. Hearing his words, Nina and Naomi Watts looked at each other habitually, and both of them showed expressions as if they had known it would be like this. The assistant whispered, but Mr. Spielberg, let him enter the second round of auditions and then eliminate him. Damn, why did he suddenly come to apologize? It should be that the agent told him my identity. Okay, I understand. That's right, Wayne's main purpose for rushing back to Los Angeles this time was not the premiere of Shakespeare in Love, but the audition of actors for the Project Superman. Although he couldn't spare the time to attend in person, no matter from the perspective of Warner Brothers or Zack Snyder, the actors he favored needed to be confirmed by him in person before the producer could discuss a contract with the actor's agent. This was the rule. The reason why he arrived before the movie was shown tonight was because of this matter. Zack Snyder pulled him and talked to him about the selection of actors first. I'll go over to say hello, and then we'll go back and rest early. Seeing the crowd surrounding the main creators of the crew disperse, Wayne shrugged and said to Naomi Watts, Kate's temperament is indeed very charming, right, Wayne? Naomi Watts stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. The tone of her words was hard to understand, but Wayne knew very well that this woman now looked at his two best friends with contempt from the bottom of her heart. He didn't say anything and simply turned around and walked directly towards the crew. In fact, he also agreed with one point. Just talking about appearance, Cate Blanchett is not at all the top in the circle and is a long way from those qualified big vases. But the special temperament on her body is not inferior to the vases with delicate faces. In Wayne's eyes, this woman is the most popular actor for directors. Note that it is an actor, not a star. A decent black tight fishtail dress, different from the common sling bareback design, the dress on Cate Blanchett tonight, except for revealing her delicate collarbone. There is no obvious exposure, which is completely different from the glamorous and sexy style of most female stars. The tight fishtail dress just highlighted her slender figure and magnified her unique temperament. Hi, Kate. After a simple greeting with Harvey Weinstein and an appointment to sit down and talk later, he turned his eyes and put his eyes on Cate Blanchett. In front of everyone, Cate Blanchett gave him a warm hug and asked with an inexplicable emotion in her eyes, how many days are you going to stay this time? Tomorrow morning, I have to follow the crew to run a publicity event. Do you want to join us tonight? Wayne shook his head directly. Forget it, Kate. I'll call you next time I come back. That will probably be a long time later. Cate Blanchett nodded obediently and said casually in a seemingly casual manner, after running the publicity event for Shakespeare in Love, I can't even squeeze out time to participate in the Oscar public relations event. I have to rush back to New Zealand to face Peter Jackson, the tyrant on the set. Speaking of this, she blinked and stared straight into the man's eyes, as if she wanted to say something else, but then she closed her mouth tightly. Don't worry about Oscar. Harvey will arrange everything. He certainly understood what the woman meant, but he didn't ask her to stay in Los Angeles to participate in the next public relations activities for Shakespeare in Love. Actresses are actors, and famous stars are better actors. So director Wayne could see at a glance that the other party was acting in the face of him. Oscar winner, no actress can withstand the temptation of this title. There is no doubt that this woman wants to postpone her work in the Lord of the Rings crew and stay in Los Angeles to personally participate in the next public relations activities during this extremely critical period. Kate. Seeing the man speak after a little hesitation, Cate Blanchett thought that the other party had changed his mind and immediately smiled, but the next words made her slowly put away all her little thoughts. If you don't like working in Lord of the Rings, I will call Peter and ask him to choose a new actor for the role of Galadriel. Okay? No, you know, Wayne, I don't mean that. Cate Blanchett shook her head quickly. Unexpectedly, after hearing her answer, Wayne suddenly smiled brightly again, stretched out his hand and gently stroked the woman's hair. No one knew whether what he just said was a joke or serious. Of course, I understand. Your performance in Shakespeare in Love is excellent. Go back and rest early. I'll call you when I have time. After saying that, he hugged the woman again, turned and walked towards Naomi Watts, and seemed to be ready to leave the cocktail party early. Standing there, Cate Blanchett looked at the man's back and didn't know what she was thinking for a moment. The brief conversation between the two was heard by Harvey Weinstein not far away. John Madden, the director of Shakespeare in Love, shook his head and whispered to the fat man beside him, "I didn't expect Wayne Greenberg to turn against a woman so quickly." He did mean to turn against her just now, didn't he? John, you have to understand one thing. Harvey Weinstein smiled and shook his head, saying nonchalantly, "Who gave Cate Blanchett the chance to star in this movie and The Lord of the Rings, and even to touch the Oscar-winning actress statuette? Do you think that the Oscar-winning actress nomination that has driven all the female stars in Los Angeles crazy can be obtained by simply sleeping with him? Believe me, no woman is that valuable. First of all, at least it should not affect his interests." In Harvey Weinstein's eyes, Wayne and himself are the same kind of people. What do people like them value most? It is definitely not the open thighs of women, but the interests that are about to be obtained. The other party does not mind letting Cate Blanchett, or even other women who sleep with him, star in the film, projects he has invested in, and even does not mind taking out part of the money to help women publicize Oscar awards. However, the order must not be confused. You must complete your work first. Otherwise, don't sign the actor's contract. Since you have signed it, you must do your job. Anything given to you has a prerequisite, which is to ensure that it will not affect the filming of the project and Wayne's investment. Believe me, John. The fat man's hoarse voice sounded, and he glanced at Cate Blanchett not far away, and muttered to John Madden unceremoniously, "Don't think Wayne is joking. If he can say it, it means he can definitely do it. This is not difficult for him at all. It's just a simple phone call. There is absolutely no possibility of a second nature." Looking at Wayne and his group who were already walking towards the elevator, John Madden shook his head secretly. He understood that the big men who could climb to the top of power in Hollywood, regardless of their age, all have the attribute of turning against each other at any time and not recognizing their relatives. Thinking of this, he glanced at Harvey Weinstein inconspicuously and wondered in his heart if Shakespeare in Love did not live up to the results guaranteed by the fat man, would the young Hollywood tycoon also turn against the fat man? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 735 Men Don't Like Questions. It was already early in the morning. Although he did not have high expectations for the box office of Shakespeare in Love, Wayne did not go to bed early. He leaned on the lounge chair on the balcony, waiting for the premiere statistics sent by Warner Brothers. The most important reason why this film can be opened in 1,500 theaters across North America is the strong distribution capabilities of Warner Brothers. From this point of view, Harvey Weinstein's choice was not wrong at all. If Miramax's own distribution capabilities were used, the number of premiere theaters would never exceed 1,000. In the dark night, the scattered moonlight in the Greenberg manor made this private manor with dense vegetation more psychedelic. On the balcony of the master bedroom on the third floor, which was the only one that still had bright lights, Wayne put the quilt filled with black tea on the table, looked at the security patrol lights flashing from time to time around the garden, and took out a cigarette and lit it. Los Angeles in December has entered winter, but it does not bring a bit of chill. A breeze blew into the master bedroom along the balcony, as if there was a hint of the sea mixed in it, which was quite similar to the clear autumn weather in places with distinct four seasons. Even in winter, the temperature in Los Angeles is around 8 to 18 degrees. There is no real winter here. People only wear a thick coat in the morning and evening in this coldest season. This temperature is already the coldest time of the year in Los Angeles. As soon as December is over, the temperature will rise rapidly again. At the latest in March, the overall temperature will rise to more than 20 degrees, just like skipping the spring and entering the hot summer. If it were me, I would honestly wear the coat prepared by Hella, or put on pajamas. Naomi Watts was wearing a thick white bathrobe. When she came out of the bathroom, her hair had been blown dry by the fan. Feeling the breeze blowing in from the balcony, she saw the man with his upper body naked and only a bath towel wrapped around his lower body. She frowned and reminded him, "Your muscles are attractive, but there are no other women here, so, dear director Greenberg, you'd better respect this damn winter." As the woman who knows Wayne best, Naomi Watts knows better than anyone that this man will not get sick easily, but once he catches a cold, it will last for more than 1 to 2 weeks. To this day, she still remembers the scene when the crew first arrived in New York during the filming of Batman: The Dark Knight, and the man was working with a cold. Turning his head and glancing at the woman walking behind him, Wayne waved his fingers holding a cigarette weakly and curled up in the recliner without any intention of moving. The two had not seen each other for a long time. The huge battle just now, from the bedroom to the cloakroom, and finally to the bathroom, drained the last bit of energy from him. In a sense, the Australian girl could not bring him enough freshness, but because of the unparalleled tacit understanding between them, they could always bring him the most comfortable feeling in the matter of rolling in the sheets, especially after not seeing each other for a while. If you want to date that little singer from Disney now, I have absolutely no objection. Looking at the man's lazily smoking, Naomi Watts stood behind the recliner, picked up the thick pajamas, and covered him with it. The ridicule with obvious sarcasm also sounded above the man's head. Without even looking at the woman who had sat next to him, Wayne's eyes were still wandering in the garden downstairs, and he pouted and counterattacked. "Naomi, I swear, you are actually more beautiful when you don't talk. Don't you have an appointment with Zach tomorrow morning? Don't you want to go to bed early?" Naomi Watts rolled her eyes, took the cigarette from the man's mouth, put it in her mouth, and took several puffs in a row. "Let's wait a little longer, even though I've already predicted that the box office results won't be very ideal." After muttering softly, Wayne's eyes slowly narrowed, and he reached out to snatch the cigarette from the woman's mouth and looked at her face. After thinking for a few seconds, he casually said, "Naomi, stay away from Nicole Kidman. You should understand what I mean. Can I understand this as you starting to interfere with my private life, or even control my private life? F***K. You can totally ignore it, okay?" Staring fiercely at the woman next to him, Wayne heard that her rebuttal was not sincere and still burst out with a swear word. "You are free, but if I were you, I would never try to refute the advice of the father of my child." Seeing that the woman shrugged and did not continue the topic, she simply did not continue to mention Mrs. Cruz. Perhaps in Naomi Watts' understanding, Wayne said this because he found out that the person who bought the copyright of 3 billboards behind the scenes was her good girlfriend. In fact, it was not because of this. There are many similar things in Hollywood. In the future, there will be a more powerful Matilda who will directly snatch the husband and project of her best friend and win the Oscar for Best Actress with the Swan Project. The reason why Matilda did that was because she accidentally saw the script that her best friend was reading. Hollywood has never lacked plastic friendships, nor has it lacked desperate backstabbing between best friends. In this circle, people usually only pay attention to the results, and no one naively pays attention to how the results are obtained. Just like that Matilda, who will remember who her best friend is in the end? People will only remember her, the Oscar-winning actress. The reason for this reminder is that Wayne clearly knows that when it comes to women's extremely complicated thoughts and means, Mrs. Cruz is simply the top in the circle. That is to say, from now on, Nicole Kidman is about to start a big show, and this big show will last for many years. He didn't want the woman next to him to appear in this farce. There would be many celebrities who would express their opinions. But even if Nicole Kidman tried hard to create her own victim and affectionate persona, she would still be one of the most unpopular actresses in North America. This ranking is very interesting. Until 2013, the North American Hollywood fashion magazine Star once again voted for the 20 most annoying Hollywood stars. After nearly 100,000 readers from all walks of life voted, Gwyneth Paltrow finally topped the list, successfully pushing Nicole Kidman down. The two did not continue to talk. Naomi Watts squeezed Wayne hard, nestled in the recliner, and looked at the psychedelic garden under the moonlight together. Until a crisp phone ring rang. The woman reached out to pick up the mobile phone on the table, pressed the answer button, and put it to the man's ear. "Nina, just tell me the box office." "Okay, I get it. Go to bed early." The entire call lasted less than a minute. There was no verbose or nonsense. After getting the desired number, Wayne motioned the Australian girl to hang up. "How is the box office?" Naomi Watts put the phone back on the table, got up, crossed her long white legs on the wide recliner, looked down at the man and asked curiously, "Not bad." Wayne shook his head slightly, reached out to flick the ash in the ashtray, and said casually, "About 4.8 million US. Hearing this number, Naomi Watts frowned instantly. "That's all?" "Naomi, it's already a lot." Looking up helplessly at the disappointment on the woman's face, Wayne let out a long sigh and explained, "After all, this is an art film, and it's an art film that's going for the Oscars. You can't expect such a film to be as popular as a commercial film at the first opening. This number has already met my expectations. At least it shows that profitability will not be a problem." "That's right." After hearing his explanation, Naomi Watts suddenly woke up. She had been following this man by her side for the past few years, and unknowingly, her vision naturally became higher. For Oscar-themed essays like Shakespeare in Love, more than 90% of the box office will not be very good. Even more films of the same type, from the beginning of their release to the official arrival of the Oscars, the number of theaters showing them has remained at around dozens. In this way, the box office of this film is already considered good. At least according to Wayne's investment scale, it is almost no problem to recover the cost in the theater market, and there is even great hope for profitability. Although the box office is not high, it was obtained under the publicity of Warner Brothers. It is foreseeable that the single-day box office of the film on the first weekend will basically not be higher than the number on the night of the premiere. However, this kind of art film also has its own unique advantage, that is, the length of screening time. In the past 2 years, especially in the hot summer season, the screening life of commercial blockbusters has obviously become shorter and shorter. It seems that all film companies have the same strategy, that is, in the first weekend of the release, they try to drive enough potential fans into the theater, and after harvesting the potential box office, they will be removed from the schedule as soon as possible for offline copyright operations. Thinking of this, she immediately cast her eyes on the face of the man next to her. That's right, in Naomi Watts' view, the man next to her is one of the absolute initiators of such a trend in Hollywood, and even the only one. The reason why people in the circle talk about the name Wayne Greenberg is that they will inevitably talk about the changes he has brought to Hollywood, because he has deeply influenced Hollywood in all aspects in a subtle way. But art films have never been in the category of having a good time and then dying, especially art films that are rushing to win awards at the beginning of their release. Such films usually have a long screening cycle. If they can get awards, the screening time can even last for more than a whole year. Not only that, they usually expand the screening scale drastically in a short period of time after winning awards. It is also because of the long screening cycle that some of the more successful art films have a total box office figure that fans see is not low at all. When are you going to start producing the novel your mother gave me? Thinking of the dazzling Cate Blanchett tonight, Naomi Watts' big light blue eyes turned, and she looked at the man and finally couldn't help asking, "Honestly, Naomi, I'm not sure now." Without keeping the secret, Wayne said directly, "Since you have read the novel several times, you must have noticed that it contains various social problems in North America. More importantly, this story also advocates strong feminism. So, it is not difficult to make such a film. The difficulty is that it requires social background, political trends and other things. Otherwise, even if it is made, it will definitely not get the results we want." Compared with shooting 3 billboards outside Ebbing, Missouri earlier, Wayne actually prefers not to make this film directly. As long as his busiest 2 years are over, there will be plenty of time to polish an Oscar winner in the future. In his heart, he doesn't want Naomi Watts to follow the path of Cate Blanchett now. It would be good to win the Oscar directly, but the price to pay is likely to be ridiculed by fans and the film industry as the worst actress in decades for many years. Therefore, he prefers to let Naomi Watts take the orthodox path. First follow the plan, have a first-line status in the commercial field, and then turn to star in art films that can highlight her acting skills. It is even better not to get what you want at once. After 1 or 2 nominations, getting the little golden man will make people feel that she deserves it. If she can make everyone feel that the Academy owes her a little golden man like Leo, it will be even more perfect. Of course, no matter how well planned things are, they can't catch up with sudden changes. If this woman is obsessed with the little golden man, Wayne doesn't mind doing it earlier. Naomi, you are too beautiful. This is the biggest obstacle on your way to getting the little golden man. Thank you, Wayne. Women's brain circuits are always a little different. Naomi Watts completely ignored the meaning of his words and directly put all her attention on the sentence that she is too beautiful. Sighing helplessly, Wayne stretched out his hands and turned the woman's head hard so that the two of them looked at each other in the air. Listen, Naomi, if you want to get that little golden man as soon as possible, the best way, or the only way with a high success rate, is to act ugly. I remember you mentioned this method before when you were chatting with Tom Cruise. Shaking off the man's hands, Naomi Watts nodded and said, the nature is the same. The Academy naturally discriminates against all beautiful actors. Leaning back on the chair, Wayne said directly, so, if you want to get the Oscar for Best Actress before the age of 30, the best way is to act ugly and play a role that challenges human nature, such as a madman, a psychopath, a serial killer, etc. Without any hesitation, Naomi Watts looked at the man and shook her head. Then I would rather wait a few more years. Self-destruction of the screen image has never been an easy thing for female stars, and there are many consequences involved later. But even if it is self-destruction of the screen image, it is just an opportunity to fight for it. No one can give a guarantee of the final result. Hearing the woman answer without hesitation, Wayne felt that his IQ was insulted, and his patient explanation and advice were all useless to the other party. F***K, then give up all your thoughts about the little golden man. In fact, Naomi Watts understood better than anyone that, as long as she didn't mess around, the man next to her would definitely find a way to help her get what she deserved. If she hadn't seen Cate Blanchett tonight, she wouldn't have been so anxious. After all, she knew about Harvey, the fat man, and Wayne's plans for the awards season. Looking at the man's somewhat exasperated face, she stuck out her tongue, licked her lips, and asked with a smile, okay, dear, it's getting late. Can I invite you to go back to the big bed to rest? Men don't like questions. Wayne lay motionless in the chair and waved his hand. Go to bed with me. Too stiff. Trying to suppress the urge to punch the tough face, the Australian girl kept a smile on her face. Can you go to bed with me? Another question. Okay, I'm going to bed. I can't sleep without you. Okay. Chapter 736 Candidate. December in Los Angeles, a thick layer of dew hung on the grass and various plants in the garden, and the ground was also slightly damp. Wayne, with a towel hanging around his neck and wearing a relatively loose home sportswear, jogged out of the garden in the rising sun. Since Greenberg Manor is located on the top of the mountain, a thin layer of fog began to appear in the sky when the sun came out. Panting slightly, Wayne had not exercised properly for a long time. His busy work occupied all his time, but even so, he did not gain weight like most directors in the circle. Compared with when he just graduated, not only did his belly not slowly bulge, but he was a little thinner. Morning, boss. Zack Snyder, wearing a thick coat, stood by the small fountain in front of the main building, slammed the car door, and waved to Wayne who was jogging over. Good morning. Wayne smiled and stopped, wiping his forehead with the towel around his neck, while slowly adjusting his breathing, and the two walked to the living room of the main building together. Zack, how long have you not shaved your damn beard? Zack Snyder shrugged his shoulders, touching his beard. He obviously didn't want to continue discussing his beard. From October to now, he felt that he was almost too busy to care about his beard. Perhaps in terms of body shape, he and Wayne are really similar. Unlike other directors in the circle who gain weight when they are busy, they all have a thin body shape. The only difference is the hairy beard on Zack Snyder's face. Let's have breakfast first, and we'll talk after we finish eating. After arriving in the living room, Wayne took the lead and walked towards the dining room without stopping. Taking off his thick coat and handing it to the housekeeper Hella, Zack Snyder nodded, whispered thank you, and followed the man in front into the dining room. He got up from the bed early in the morning, and his stomach was protesting wildly. In Los Angeles in December, people usually put on a thick coat when they go out in the morning. When it comes to noon, they take off their coats and turn into short-sleeved or long-sleeved t-shirts. In Los Angeles, women will not wear skirts when they go out in this one month. When the temperature rises at noon, they will only take off their coats and keep their vests warm. Around Christmas, Los Angeles will have a few days of relatively cold and dry weather. It is only during those days around Christmas that people will selectively wear a down vest when they go out for exercise in the morning and evening. One of the important reasons why this place can become an entertainment capital is that there is plenty of sunshine all year round. Ben has a great body. Sitting at the dining table, Zack Snyder swallowed the sandwich in his mouth and chatted casually about the preparations for the Superman crew. He has now become the fantasy object of the entire crew and all the female staff. He is so strong that he can knock down a bull head on. Wayne smiled and nodded, picked up the milk and drank a big sip, leaned back in his chair and shrugged and said, this is the first good news I heard this morning. Zack, how strong? Before the two continued to talk, Sergey walked in with his huge body. Stronger than me? No. Zack Snyder spread his hands helplessly, looking at the eager Russian bear, and said with a wry smile, no matter how much Ben trains, he is still within the range of normal people. Your size is natural, and there is no comparison at all. Haha. His words caused Wayne to laugh. Just as Zack Snyder said, although Ben Affleck is more than 1.9 meters tall, he is still within the range of normal people. Even if he is stronger, he will not give people the feeling of a Kodiak brown bear. On the other hand, Sergey is definitely more than 2 meters tall, and because he has been exercising for many years, his body is so strong that he doesn't look like a normal person. Even if he is wearing a black custom-made suit, when facing this guy head-on, he will still give people the illusion of being stared at by a beast. Boss, Fendi is back. She took those little followers upstairs to find Nami. Pulling out her chair with a smile, Sergey stopped joking and signaled the housekeeper Hella to get him some food. Early in the morning, he drove straight to Ventura County, having just picked up little Fendi from the farm. Wayne didn't have much time to stay in Los Angeles, and he would go to London to continue filming in 2 days. So despite the hassle, he still wanted to be with his daughter. He waved to Sergey, indicating that he understood. Picking up the napkin on the table, he wiped his mouth twice casually and turned his eyes to Zack Snyder again. For a movie, the production cost of up to $200 million can make the entire creative team breathless, that's for sure. Not to mention now, even if this money is put in 20 years, it will still be the top production in Hollywood. It's just that the trend of Hollywood movie big investment came to an abrupt end due to the economic crisis and money shortage. It was only after the economic crisis that Hollywood started a movement to limit star salaries. However, even if the investment scale of Superman is so large, it is destined not to occupy too much proportion of the actors' salaries, and even more than 70% of the money will be used for the production of the movie. Various large-scale special effects shots can be said to be big pits for burning money. In fact, as long as it involves science fiction movies, special effects rendering cannot be a small project. Wonder Woman is actually easy to say. Starting from the movie Superman, DC is destined to enter an era dominated by special effects. According to the current era, Wayne estimates that in the production of Justice League, thousands or tens of thousands of computers may be used in the post-production work, and the rendering time will not be less than tens of millions of hours. It looks scary, right? In fact, this is still limited to the special effects level of this era, which can produce relatively top-notch screen special effects. Remember the movie Alita Battle Angel that ignited the summer of 2019? This science fiction movie written by a truck driver used more than 30,000 computers in post-production, and the total rendering time was more than 400 million hours, which presented the top visual feast on the big screen at that time. Of course, limited to this era, Wayne could not be as extravagant as James Cameron, who invested nearly 9 million pixels in one eye of Avatar. After all, as the most expensive director in Hollywood, the truck driver does not understand what a budget is. However, as the end of the first phase of the DC universe, Justice League is destined to be impossible to fool. Everything is done according to the top conditions of this era, which is the most basic means. Superman is the most important film before Justice League. Although it will not pile up special effects like crazy, this film can definitely be regarded as the beginning of DC's big special effects. Therefore, in the Superman project, starting from the audition and recruitment of actors, the crew is destined not to hire big stars. Except for Ben Affleck, the absolute protagonist, other actors must be as cheap as possible to leave enough funds for special effects rendering. Do you have any specific requirements for the heroine? After a simple breakfast, the two sat in the living room together. Zack Snyder opened his briefcase and took out a large stack of actor resumes, all of which were attached with a photo. This time, we must take advantage of Wayne's stay in Los Angeles to determine a scope of use for all the main roles, and it would be best to determine specific candidates of interest, so that the crew producer can contact the other party's agent in advance. Beautiful. What? Zack Snyder looked up in surprise, stopped sorting out his resume, looked at the man across the sofa, and asked, besides beauty, are there any other requirements? Zack, for a movie like Superman, beauty can be said to be the only requirement. Wayne tilted his head, reached out and picked up a few actor resumes, and said slowly, don't think that a qualified vase is easy to find. The beauty I need must conform to the mainstream aesthetic, and it is best to conform to the aesthetics of most people. As he said that, he suddenly paused, and then continued, by the way, the requirement for the heroine is beauty, but not hot. You should understand what I mean. Zack Snyder nodded. Okay, I understand. Seeing Wayne flipping through the resumes in his hand, he explained, these are all selected by Joel Zimi. You'd better circle out a few alternatives, so that Joel's can contact their agents as soon as possible. Reaching out to take out a cigarette from the coffee table and lit it, Wayne compared the photos one by one and carefully looked at each resume. Just as he said, although the heroine is a vase, in this circle, the rarity of a top vase is higher than those actresses who are famous for their acting skills. Combined with the background setting of the film, it is not easy to find one that meets the standard. Amy Adams. When he turned to the resume of this actor, he stopped his hand, put the cigarette between his fingers into his mouth, took out the resume directly, and put it aside separately. Wait. Suddenly, Wayne stopped his action, and he lightly tapped the resume in his hand twice, indicating Zack Snyder to watch. Jessica Alba. Zack Snyder glanced at it, and immediately knew what the other party meant. He explained. She submitted her resume to the crew through James Cameron's relationship. I have investigated. Although her skin is chocolate colored, she is actually white and has no African ancestry. Her father is Mexican American and her mother is Danish, Welsh, and French. Charles and I agree that she is very beautiful. Reject her. Wayne shook his head and made his decision directly. Zack, I don't care what her ancestry is, but her skin color doesn't meet the crew's requirements. The heroine must be a pure white person, pure enough to look white at first glance. Okay. Zack Snyder nodded to show that he understood. This is not 20 years later. On such a huge project, Wayne simply cannot take the risk of using a mixed-race actress whose skin color is not white enough, even if Jessica Alba is beautiful enough. Even if her skin color is white enough, he is unlikely to choose such a heroine, because Jessica Alba looks too sweet. This is undoubtedly a personal advantage, but it does not match the setting of the heroine of Superman. In fact, Wayne has always been willing to follow the mainstream trend of society when it comes to political correctness. After all, the primary goal of a movie is to make money. As long as it is beneficial to the box office, he doesn't mind using a large number of minorities, but it is not more than 10 or 20 years later, and people's mainstream aesthetics is white. He still remembers that in his previous life, someone said that Disney was completely gone on the road of political correctness. In the later stage of development, even its fairy tale characters became the original color scheme. I'm afraid Pinocchio has been thinking for a whole year and still can't figure out why there is a bald black fairy with blue flames. I'm afraid that seeing a bald black fairy with a dark head will make normal people lose the idea of making a wish. There is also the daughter of the Black Sea, the little loachfish. I heard that the distance from the left eye to the right eye costs several $100 by taxi. Oh, and there is also the black-blooded princess who redefined skin as white as snow. Disney has played political correctness to the extreme. But it's about making money. Don't think that Disney's senior management is so sympathetic to African Americans. The only reason they can make a move on the famous fairy tale characters of their former subsidiaries is that black people can sell tickets. Zack Snyder brought a lot of resumes, especially the actresses who are interested in the heroine. There are many actresses that Wayne is familiar with. This photo of Jessica Alba reminded him of a very interesting phenomenon. Some Hollywood stars, no one knows why, can be so popular in the East. The interesting thing is that the fame of these stars in North America, where they are based, is far less than their fame in the East. Just like this Jessica Alba, because of her sweet smile that sums up the aesthetics of the East and the West, in Wayne's memory, her popularity is like that of a Hollywood first-line actress. In fact, even in her most glorious peak period of acting, she was barely classified as a second-line actress, and this was before and after she finished filming Sin City. In other words, Jessica Alba has never received top-level salary, let alone top-level. She has never even received first-line actress salary. There are many similar ones, such as Natalie Portman, the role of Matilda, whose influence in the East is simply unparalleled, and Nicolas Cage. The period when this guy was most productive in bad movies and his status fell, was also the period when he was most popular in the East. In addition to the earthball flower in Wayne's mouth. In fact, Monica Bellux's fame has always been limited to Europe, but who made Melina in the East, the fantasy enlightenment of countless teenagers. That's it. For the time being, the female lead roles are Amy Adams and Winona Ryder. Wayne threw the other resumes aside, patted the two he had picked, looked at Zack Snyder and said, "Let Charles talk to Winona Ryder's agent first. If the other party asks for too high a salary, then choose Amy Adams directly." "Okay, I got it." Zack Snyder put away the two resumes, nodded and agreed. Wayne's idea for these two choices was very simple. Winona Ryder was the first choice, but this actor, who was about the same age as him, had already achieved success in the industry in the past few years. She could be seen in films like Edward Scissorhands and Alien. What's more, she was nominated for an Oscar for acting. Generally speaking, the salary for such an actor to join a commercial film would not be too low. The probability of her taking the initiative to reduce her salary is very low. This is the atmosphere in the circle. Once she takes the initiative to reduce her salary on a commercial project, it will be difficult to call out a high price when she joins other similar projects in the future. As for Amy Adams, she is still a newcomer now. At least she has not yet made her mark in the circle. This actress is at her best age. Whether it is her face or temperament, she is more in line with Wayne's requirements for the heroine, and the asking price is definitely not high. Then the two of them briefly discussed the candidates for other roles. Zack Snyder stayed until about 11 o'clock in the morning before putting the selected resumes back into his briefcase. After rejecting Wayne's invitation to lunch, he hurriedly drove away from the manor. Chapter 737, Taking Advantage of the Beauty. The most common pastimes in the Hollywood circle are crazy parties, alcohol, anesthetics, and leaf tobacco that can make people feel ecstatic. At least for most practitioners in the circle, these are good ways to make them forget their troubles. If there are higher pursuits, then you can stop for a few months and go to beautiful places around the world for vacation. But these have nothing to do with Wayne. It seems that work is the best pastime in his life. Even in the 3 days in Los Angeles, most of the time he was constantly dealing with work. The little bit of free time left was also left to the growing little Fendi. From the preparation progress of the Superman project, to the project jointly invested by Greenberg Studio and Warner Brothers, and even the Shakespeare in Love that has just been released, all kinds of things made him busy like a robot. 3 days later, Wayne had to temporarily divert his energy from miscellaneous things. He took Nina and Sergey again and boarded a plane to London. There were still hundreds of crews waiting for him there to continue to complete the rest of the work. Without any rest, he appeared in the Warner Studios in the suburbs early the next morning after arriving in London. The annual Christmas is coming soon, and the crew will have to suspend filming. Although everyone will spend this traditional festival in a foreign country, at least everyone should have a few days off. Even if he is a vampire capitalist, it is impossible for him to drive the entire crew to work on Christmas. I'm not the god of war, Diana. I'm the god of truth. Humans have stolen this world from us. Day after day, they are destroying it, and only I see through it all. In the small room in the studio, the scene being played is the beginning of the battle between Wonder Woman Diana Prince and God of War Ares. Like all villains in commercial movies, God of War Ares still can't get rid of the habit of nagging. When facing Wonder Woman, he keeps telling his thoughts and theories. The scene of this scene is relatively simple. In the simple background, several cameras are shooting the two people in the middle from different angles. Stop. While Ares, the god of war, was still telling his past, Wayne called for a stop without hesitation, breaking the tranquility of the entire filming site. David, pay attention to your emotions. He held a megaphone in his hand, showing no mercy to the actors. In front of countless staff members, his voice was as cold as ice cubes just taken out of the refrigerator. The past you are telling, and the emotions in your eyes, are two completely separate performances. I need you to continue to adjust yourself. You have 15 minutes, otherwise I will continue to shoot this shot. David Thewlis, who played the god of war Ares, shrugged and apologized for the 5th time since the morning. As a result, Charlie handed him a coffee and walked to his chair with his head down. Sorry, Director Greenberg, I will adjust it as soon as possible. At the moment Wayne called for a stop, several assistants who had been standing outside the camera immediately wrapped the prepared cotton coats on Angelina Jolie. It can be seen that when she heard the call for a stop, she was shivering with cold. Now they are in the British Isles, where the climate is completely different from Los Angeles, especially in the days leading up to Christmas, when the temperature outside London is only 3 degrees at most, which is a great test for the heroine who can only wear a sexy battle armor to shoot. I have been in many crews, and among all the veteran actors, David Thewlis is the one with the worst understanding I have ever seen. Putting down the camera in his hand, Robert, the camera crew supervisor, shook his head, leaned in front of Wayne who was sitting behind the director's monitor, and whispered, "No, my adjective is wrong. I should say that among actors around 40 years old, I have never seen him so easily affected by the outside world. Shit, damn weather. Okay, Robert, these are just minor problems." Faced with such a situation, Wayne could only pat his camera supervisor on the arm. Just as Robert said, many people could see the reason why this British actor started to frequently NG early in the morning. There are a large number of veterans in various departments of the crew. In fact, since the actor shot the first scene, some people have already discovered the problem, including Wayne who has been sitting silently in the director's seat. It's very simple. Angelina Jolie put too much pressure on him. It's not the pressure of acting, but the attitude of the heroine Angelina Jolie towards her acting opponent during the first NG due to the bad weather. In the whole set, only she, the heroine, suffered the most. Although they all worked in the studio, no studio in the huge Warner Studios was equipped with warming measures. After NG again and again, it would be a miracle if her attitude could be good. The crew has always been a small society with magnified emotions, and the class here is extremely clear. For a crew of more than 200 people, all kinds of small frictions are common. Everyone is an adult. Wayne can't pull a veteran actor and patiently help him talk about the play and help him adjust his emotions. In the workplace world of adults, those who have no relatives or friends should understand that the crew leader can only make choices, not educate. Perhaps because she was freezing cold, or perhaps because she saw something. Angelina Jolie, wearing a cotton coat and holding a cup of steaming coffee in both hands, walked towards David Thewlis, who was adjusting his mood alone, under the gaze of many people. The two whispered to each other for a few minutes. Although it was unknown what they talked about, the effect was very obvious. In the subsequent shooting, the actor finally put aside many concerns and successfully shot this long shot. "What are your plans for Christmas?" Taking advantage of the lunch break, Angelina Jolie got into the director's trailer, picked up a pair of chopsticks, clumsily picked up food from the lunchbox on the table, and turned to look at the man who was eating. "Stay in the hotel's film room," Wayne muttered casually. "Why?" Angelina Jolie raised her head, looked at Nina beside her, and asked in disbelief, "Don't tell me that you have also arranged a lot of work for yourself on Christmas Day. I wanted to ask you to go out for a walk together." "That's right." Faced with the woman's invitation, Wayne put down his chopsticks a little tiredly, raised his hand, and rubbed his forehead, and explained, "We have to speed up the work progress. Of course, I know that the current shooting progress is fast enough. Then why not take the opportunity to rest for 2 days? Hey, Angie, you can rest, but I can't." With a click, Wayne lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and said to the exhaled smoke, "I have to take advantage of the 2 days when everyone is resting to edit a trailer as soon as possible. This is one of the reasons why I will shoot you and airs before Christmas." Angelina Jolie nodded thoughtfully, looking at the man in front of her. "Super Bowl?" "Yes, Super Bowl." Compared to the previous Super Bowls, Wayne actually cares more about the upcoming one. He knows very well that if he can appear in the Super Bowl halftime advertising show this year, the effect will definitely be much better than in previous years. In fact, since the 1993 Super Bowl, the halftime of the game has changed from the old-fashioned parade performance to the performance of the most famous entertainment figures of the year. People generally call the halftime break the Super Halftime Show since this Super Bowl. If you count the impressive ones, there are definitely many well-known advertisements and great performances that are mentioned. For example, the advertisement starring Cindy Crawford for Pepsi in 1992 is one of the most representative. Cindy Crawford was the dream lover of all men in North America at that time. In the advertisement, she drove a Lamborghini to the gas station and bought a can of Pepsi in front of the vending machine. The clever thing is that the audience always thought that the two little boys staring at her on the side of the road were obsessed with sex, but it turned out that what fascinated them was the new packaging of Pepsi. The advertisement combines two of the three elements: children, beauties, and a plot twist. It is such a simple yet classic plot that made Cindy Crawford and Pepsi completely popular. At that time, even ordinary people who did not pay attention to fashion were still fascinated by this sexy woman. This was a typical win-win plan. Next, we have to mention the 1993 Super Bowl halftime show. The great MJ lit up the entire stadium as soon as he appeared. If it weren't for MJ's creation in 1993, the Super Bowl halftime show might not have reached the current level of attention and height. At that time, Jackson was still at the peak of his popularity. The NFL invited him to the halftime show, creating a new era of inviting entertainment stars to perform in the halftime show. His standing still on the stage not only whetted the audience's appetite, but also became the most classic scene of the Super Bowl halftime show. He then performed well-known works such as Billie Jean, Black or White, We Are the World and Heal the World in succession. Compared with previous years, the Super Bowl halftime show in the past 2 years has a greater influence and more big stars have appeared on the stage, but it seems to have entered a strange circle. Neither the halftime show nor the halftime commercials have been as popular as those 2 years. Speaking of other things, perhaps Wayne can't remember them too clearly, but he remembers the 1999 Super Bowl halftime show very clearly, because he has watched the video of this show many times in his previous life. That's right, it was in this year's Super Bowl that the group of Victoria's Secret Angels moved their show to the football field. As soon as these angels in sexy underwear appeared, they ignited the enthusiasm of the whole world again, and successfully pushed the discussion of this Super Bowl halftime show to the top. It was because of this century's catwalk that the ratings of this year's Super Bowl went off the charts. Wayne certainly didn't want to miss such an opportunity. By then, the trailer of Wonder Woman will also be spread to all TV viewers around the world with this halftime show with explosive ratings. Such an opportunity is too rare. For the first time, the influence of Victoria's Secret Angels will spread from North America to Europe and the world. Beautiful women, especially those who are sexy and charming enough, will be the focus of the crowd, no matter what time it is. Kaya, this group of angels is very different from the traditional models in people's impression. they are not so thin that their ribs are exposed. Instead, they have ups and downs and are particularly hot. In terms of appearance, they are naturally more in line with men's aesthetics. According to his memory, Wayne said that these angels are not inferior to most Hollywood actresses in terms of appearance or figure. So he will never miss this opportunity to get attention. To some extent, the special nature of Wonder Woman is very suitable for this. In commercial films, a vase heroine is usually needed to show off her figure. This is a valuable experience summed up by Hollywood film companies in decades of operation. Kaya's Wonder Woman not only meets this condition, but even directly replaces the absolute protagonist with a sexy and hot woman. Such a special existence is naturally suitable for igniting global public opinion through the group of angels in this year's Super Bowl halftime show. Just like what the famous marketing expert Yang Lejia did, how to make a hit product that makes people addicted in a crazy and chaotic era. The most important are 2 points. First, it is easy to get started. Second, it is difficult to let go. What is the easiest news channel for people to get started in this era? Television. What is the most difficult thing for men to let go? That's right, it's beautiful women. No one has stipulated that the marketing of movies cannot use beautiful women, right? Besides, the protagonist of Wonder Woman is a sexy and hot beauty. Commercial movies must be operated with commercial means, which is understandable in Wayne's view. As Wayne said, in order to edit a 30-second trailer as soon as possible, when Christmas came at the end of December, the crew took a holiday under his announcement, and he himself plunged into the temporary film room in the hotel and started working in this area with his senior Julia. The 1999 Super Bowl will be held on the last day of January, leaving him with little time. Fortunately, work in this area has already been underway. This is the benefit of having a dedicated editor with the crew during the filming. He did not leave the hotel during the entire Christmas period, and the efforts of him, Julia, and the Industrial Light and Magic staff were not in vain. After all, on the first day of January, the 30-second trailer of Wonder Woman was handed over to the Warner Brothers staff. Next, as the crew's short vacation ended, they entered the tedious filming work again. Fortunately, the actual filming of this film has always been ahead of the filming plan. Wayne predicted that, if they act quickly, they can also rush back to North America before the Super Bowl is officially held to witness this century's fashion show with their own eyes. Chapter 738, Expanding Too Fast. London was also very cold in January. The main managers of the various departments of the Wonder Woman crew had basically long been accustomed to the warm temperature in Los Angeles. Undoubtedly, in the biting cold weather, even if more than 90% of the shots had to be shot in the studio, it was unbearable for all the staff. Fortunately, after more than 2 months of shooting, everyone, including the main actors, had entered the best working state. With tacit cooperation, at least in the literary part, the shooting progress was far ahead of the scheduled plan. After a scene on the streets of London, all the staff were busy packing up their things. Everything seemed messy, but in order. This shitty weather, F***K. The male lead Matt Damon took off his hat and threw it on the dressing table beside him. Even though he was wearing a heavy cotton coat and holding a cup of steaming coffee in one hand, he kept swearing. The makeup artists were used to it. They ignored his curses about the weather. Several people kept removing makeup from his face in an orderly manner. I've noticed some bad trends, Matt. Royce Riders, the agent from CAA, squatted beside his client, looking at him with a worried look. During the filming, it's best to put all your energy into the work, okay? Matt, don't have any other ideas. What? Matt Damon took a warm towel and wiped his face twice. At the same time, he waved his hand and drove away the 3 makeup artists around him. He shook his head and looked around, and looked at his agent nervously. Hey, man, don't talk nonsense. All my thoughts are on the filming. Come on, Matt. Royce Riders widened his eyes and glanced at the heroine who was removing her makeup. Due to nervousness, his hoarse voice was like a saw blade rubbing. I know you too well, and I'm not blind. The way you look at Angelina Jolie is not right. Listen, Matt. There are countless couples in Hollywood crews, and it's not uncommon for the heroine to sleep with the entire crew, but Angelina Jolie is completely different, okay? I know she's so hot that people can't bear to take their eyes off her, but at most you can only look at her. Matt, this is Wayne Greenberg's crew. As the filming progressed, the heroine who had the most scenes with him fell in love with him because of the scenes, or it was not uncommon for her to feel attracted to him because of the scenes. But Agent Royce Ryder saw it clearly, not to mention that all of Angelina Jolie's thoughts were on the young man behind the director's monitor. Even if Angelina Jolie was interested and wanted to have a passionate time with her client should stay away from her. Damn, is it that obvious? Matt Damon paused when looking at his agent, his brows gradually furrowed, and he muttered in a low voice, maybe it's because we have been in contact for too long. The way I look at her has changed. F***K. All the men in the crew are looking at her, not just me. The agent shook his head slightly, secretly glanced at the director who was talking to the producer in the distance, and couldn't help but whispered a reminder, Matt, I'm just telling you first. Try not to get yourself into possible trouble. This is a big trouble. Think about what Harvey usually does. But now he is still working hard to make money for this man. It's not nice to hear, but this is the fact. You see, Harvey is almost in charge of the crew's public relations all day long. But has he ever looked at Cate Blanchett more? Nodding silently, Matt Damon whispered, I understand. Don't worry, Royce. I'm not a little boy. He is not stupid at all. He knows better than anyone that he does not look like a traditional handsome guy. He is neither handsome nor has sexy explosive muscles. He does not think that he can attract a woman in the industry with his appearance. Just like what he said when he was working with Angelina Jolie and discussing the characters in the script. Yes, this woman is indeed very sexy and beautiful, which makes people can't help but fantasize about her. But even so, in the more than 2 months of cooperation between the two, there may not be many true words between them. Although the male and female protagonists have a high status in the crew, just like most men and women in the Hollywood circle, even if they get along like friends, it is impossible to make friends with sincerity. Don't talk about him. He is very sure that even Angelina Jolie is still acting most of the time when facing Wayne Greenberg. This circle naturally cannot make people open their hearts and trust each other, and treating each other with sincerity is even more unrealistic. Just as his agent reminded him, he didn't want to cause trouble at all, so even though he was attracted to this woman, he would not really do anything to please her. Boss, Bruce Rosenblum is in London. The staff was still cleaning up the shooting site. Nina covered her mouth and hung up the phone. She leaned behind Wayne and reported in a low voice. He just checked in at the hotel and wanted to take some time to talk to you. At this time, he is not busy in Los Angeles for the award season promotion. Why did he come to London? Turning his head and looking at Nina, Wayne asked with a little surprise. I don't know. The assistant shook her head gently, thought for a while and said, from the tone of his voice on the phone, he should not come for us. There is a high probability that he wants to talk to you. The tone of his tone is more like a visit between friends. Although he couldn't figure out why the other party came to London at this time, Wayne still waved his hand and took the lead to walk towards his car. Let's go meet old friends. Are you waiting for our Wonder Woman? Nina pushed her glasses and asked behind him. Forget it, let's go back first. Since the filming was done on the streets of London, there were relatively few shots, especially some long distance shots, which were basically done in the past 2 days. So Wayne rarely waited for the crew and got in the car to drive to the hotel. Along the way, he kept calculating the production time of Wonder Woman. Seeing that the footage was about to be shot, the post-production work was put on. There were not many scenes left. In addition to the war scenes arranged in the suburbs and the large-scale explosion scenes, which were more difficult for him, some other scattered shots needed to leave London and shoot in other European countries. However, these are relatively simple. As long as all the shooting plans in London are completed, most of the crew members will be disbanded on the spot. At that time, he and Guillermo will divide the crew into 2, and each will take a part of the cameraman to finish the shooting quickly. Finally, return to Los Angeles before the end of January to reshoot some scattered shots at Warner Studios, and the project will enter the post-production work. Wayne, who was thinking about the work plan before the Oscars, had just walked into the hotel lobby and was immediately hugged by an old white man. Well, long time no see, Wayne. Damn, you scared me. Wayne smiled and patted Bruce Ressenblum on the back. The two walked towards the elevator together, chatting as they walked. Hey, man, you don't look very good. After taking a closer look at Wayne's face, Bruce Ressenblum smiled and shook his head, pointing at his slightly swollen eye bags, and teased. I heard that during your filming in Italy, there were always two beautiful women staying in your suite. Shit, you've been in London for so long, and you haven't recovered yet. K. Bruce, I'm tired from catching up with the filming schedule. With an unceremonious pout, Wayne took the lead and walked into the elevator. After the elevator door closed, he continued, Bruce, you don't understand the feeling of being under tremendous pressure all the time. Do you know? Since October, I haven't had a good night's sleep. Almost every night I dream of being under the huge pressure of hundreds of millions of dollars. Hearing his words, Bruce Ressenblum put away the joke on his face, looked at him and nodded, indicating that he understood the situation. Since the overall commercialization of Hollywood, every crew leader has been under tremendous pressure since the beginning of project preparation, and it has been like this for so many years. Wayne's situation this time is obviously different from that of other crew leaders, because he has a bigger and heavier burden. You know, there is not just one project launched this year, but two, Superman and Wonder Woman. Moreover, the budget of these two projects is $200 million US. If you look at it from this perspective, Wayne, as the head of the two projects, is working under the heaviest financial pressure in the history of Hollywood. Let's not talk about how successful he was before, but one thing is certain, if he messes up the two big projects in his hands, even with his current status, he will still be hidden by the Warner Brothers board of directors, and the rest of the cooperation will become carrots in front of the donkey. You know, in addition to Warner Brothers, countless people in Hollywood are looking forward to his failure. I came here this time, actually for other things. After the two returned to Wayne's suite, Bruce Ressenblum did not mention the project again. Instead, he took out a cigar box leisurely, trimmed a cigar carefully, and handed it to Wayne, while seemingly saying casually, since you're in London, I just came to talk to you. We haven't seen each other for a while. Taking the cigar handed over by the other party, Wayne gently turned it back and forth in his hands. He watched him trim the next one, and a smile slowly appeared on the corner of his mouth. With a click, the spray gun emitted a blue flame. He patiently lit one end of the cigar until he nodded with satisfaction, then put it in his mouth and took a big sip, pausing for a few seconds before spitting it out. Look, aren't you enjoying this thing now? Smiling, he took the spray gun. Bruce Ressenblum still remembered that a few years ago, when he and Jeff invited this guy to smoke cigars, he could see the reluctance on his face every time. In fact, I still like cigarettes more than cigars. Glancing at the smiling Warner Brothers distribution director, Wayne showed no embarrassment at all, shrugged his shoulders, and admitted openly, even if I can enjoy the aroma of cigars now, I still can't help but want to inhale them into my lungs. The two men's eyes met and laughed at the same time. With his upper body slumped in the soft sofa, Wayne waved his hand and looked across the table and asked, tell me, Bruce, what do you want to talk to me about? Hey, don't deny it, I will return to Los Angeles in a while, and then you will have plenty of time to chat with me and smoke cigars. But you came to London. Aren't you curious about what I'm doing in London? Bruce Ressenblum did not deny it, but he still crossed his legs and glanced at Nina, who was flipping through a history magazine. He knew better than anyone that this ordinary looking woman should not be underestimated. He wanted to know if this woman had guessed anything. You don't have to look at Nina. Wayne exhaled a large cloud of green smoke with the aroma of fruitwood and said directly, she didn't guess it, but I did think of something. At this point, he stared at Bruce Ressenblum's glasses and spoke slowly. You came here this time, most likely to promote The Little Wizard in person. Britain, London, Warner Brothers. These words are linked together, and Wayne subconsciously thinks of The Little Wizard. In addition to this point in time, he inferred that in the next 2 years, Warner Brothers will use its huge media resources to fully promote the global popularity of The Little Wizard. The position of Warner Brothers distribution director is not just responsible for distributing its film projects. including its television networks, magazines, newspapers, books, and even public relations, publicity and marketing, etc. It can be said that everything related to promotion and marketing is all under the management of the distribution director. In recent years, in addition to the DC series in his hands, are there other projects that are worth the Warner Brothers distribution director to personally go abroad from the Los Angeles headquarters? The only answer is the little wizard mentioned by the other party a long time ago. Shit, you're not staring at the little wizard, are you? Hearing Wayne's affirmative answer, Bruce Rosenblum's mouth widened instantly, not caring about the cigar ash falling on the carpet, and he was almost shocked to stand up. I'm not that free yet. Wayne rolled his eyes and said casually without any courtesy. Who knows, Bruce Rosenblum muttered. It's hard to say that's right. If there is any single filmmaker in Hollywood who is interested in the film and television adaptation rights of books, the first one is Wayne. There is no dispute about this. Only this guy would use a movie studio that is like an empty shell to continuously swallow up the adaptation rights that only large film companies would be interested in. You don't really think I'm a copyright monster, do you? Bruce, I've always been sober. Seeing Bruce Rosenblum's face, as if he had seen a ghost, Wayne smiled and explained, I know better than anyone what kind of copyrights I can operate to make money, and what kind of copyrights I can't operate. Just like the little wizard you value, without Warner Brothers global promotion channels, do you think I can operate such a project from scratch? Since the topic has come to this, he simply said it bluntly. For all the film and television copyrights I bought, the first goal is always to make money. If it can't be operated in a short period of time, Greenberg Studio will not take it, even if it is given to me for free. His words are already 70% true. Greenberg Studios' crazy purchase of copyrights is always for the first purpose of making money. A more specific statement is actually to increase the weight of this deformed shell studio. Okay, it's the studio under your company. Shaking his head helplessly, Bruce Rosenblum leaned forward and looked at Wayne with a sense of oppression. The reason I came to talk to you this time is to tell you that someone has expressed considerable interest in your studio. What? This time it was Wayne who was surprised. He concealed his expression by holding the coffee and asked with his head down, what's going on? Bruce Rosenblum narrowed his eyes slowly and whispered, Wayne, Greenberg Studio has expanded too quickly and has aroused the sensitive nerves of some shareholders of the parent company, Time Warner. Chapter 739 From Worker to Master. Is Greenberg Studios worth money? A few years ago, people would have regarded it as an ordinary empty shell movie studio. After all, there are countless such small empty shell movie companies in Hollywood. Basically, every relatively successful person in the circle has one or more similar movie studios, just like every successful person has a charitable foundation for tax avoidance. Most people in the circle set up movie studios not to invest in movies. On the contrary, more than 9% of them set up movie studios to sign contracts with the movie projects they want to join, as well as to receive work salaries and various share-in. From the beginning, no one expected to make money with this type of empty shell company. But in recent years, first with the joint investment of The Departed, and then with the brilliant The Matrix trilogy and other works, Greenberg Studios has gradually attracted the attention of many people. In addition, Charlie's Angels, which performed quite well in this summer season, these films do not mention the offline income, but the box office is there. As long as you are knowledgeable in the circle, you can easily calculate how much money they have made. If that were the case, it would be fine. Film companies that are much larger than Greenberg Studios are not uncommon in the industry. Temporary success can be said to be completely dominated by luck. The history of Hollywood over the past few decades has shown that such small film companies cannot survive for a few years. After all, luck will not always be on your side. There is also a very important point: distribution. Small film companies with good luck, even if they succeed in making multiple films for 2 or 3 consecutive years, will only be acquired or go bankrupt because of a wrong investment. The reason is very simple. As long as they are well-known film companies, they do not make money by producing films. The 6 major Hollywood giants, as well as companies such as MGM and United Artists before, always support the company's profits with distribution. This is the sadness of Hollywood content producers. The distribution companies have always dominated the superstructure from decades ago to the present. There are countless ways in it. For example, Warner Brothers, even if it is a film produced by itself, it will lose money in the end. For example, there is no need to tamper with the accounts, such as transferring money from one side to another, borrowing money from each other, putting money in advance, taking a cut first, etc. If you follow the rules that are put on the surface and fully comply with laws and regulations, you will find that except for the investing producers, who do not make money, all the people in this circle, who are related to movies are making a lot of money. There is no need to find loopholes. As long as large film companies want to do it, even if they invite a team of lawyers from the best law firms on Wall Street and a team of accountants from PricewaterhouseCoopers, they will not find any problems from a legal perspective under the review of such professional teams. This has created a situation that no matter how profitable a small film company is, it will inevitably become a subsidiary of the six giants after a few years. To put it bluntly, it will become the content production department of the six major film capitals. Here comes the point. In the eyes of everyone in the entire Hollywood film industry, Wayne's Greenberg studio has been the content production department of Warner Brothers in the past 2 years. But what is the actual situation? Not only was Warner Brothers completely unable to make any moves on the projects they were working on because of their relationship with Wayne, but later on, as he quietly acquired various copyrights, this increasingly profitable studio was about to become a shell monster. Especially in the past 2 years, the previous The Departed was still okay, but the Matrix trilogy, in terms of the most profitable copyright, was shared equally with Warner Brothers. On the surface, the two parties jointly funded the production of the film, and of course, the profits were shared equally with each other. Of course, this half of the money was the part of the money that was deducted from the distribution commission by the Warner Brothers distribution department. But the problem lies here. Given the relationship between Wayne and Warner Brothers only gave Greenberg Studio the treatment that its own films could get for the projects it distributed, which means that the distribution commission was the lowest in the industry. Then there was the most profitable offline copyright operation, whether it was the authorization and sale of peripheral items, or the first, second, and third rounds of TV broadcasting rights, as well as the most profitable videotape sales and rentals, etc. All the money earned offline in the later period was shared equally between the two parties. It's not a one-time deal. According to the operating rules of Hollywood, this situation will continue, just because Greenberg Studio holds half of the copyright of The Matrix. Yes, Hollywood is a commercial society, and there is no lack of intrigue and shady means. But no one will challenge the most basic operating rules. Just like a certain Oriental actor named Zhao Long, even if he only played a small role in The Matrix, according to the rules of the Screen Actors Guild and the Producers Guild, as long as the film is still profitable, then this part of the money will be divided into proportions and given to the actors every year. The same is true for Wayne. Not to mention that he can get the money now, as long as Greenberg Studio is still there. This part of the copyright is still there. Even if he is gone in the future, his descendants can still get the money. This is only the Matrix trilogy with half of the copyright. Charlie's Angels, which will be released in the summer of this year, has been agreed with the distributor Warner Brothers at the beginning, and the copyright belongs 100% to Greenberg Studio. The significance of Wayne's existence can be reflected from the treatment of these projects. If it were another independent filmmaker, the most basic price for getting a 6-star film would be to pay the copyright of the film. Wayne, Greenberg Studio has made a big move this year. Looking at Wayne, who was lost in thought, Bruce Rosenblum puffed on his cigar and spoke, after about 10 minutes. First, it was John Wick. As far as I know, this film can be sequelized, as long as it is successful. Except for the salary of the son of the Oriental Kung Fu superstar, the investment in this project is still very low. There is no doubt that large investments are easy to produce hits, and large productions are the most stable money-making projects. These have always been common sense in Hollywood. But investments of tens of millions or hundreds of millions of US dollars also mean extremely huge risks. Even if a medium-sized film company messes up such a project, it will still face the crisis of bankruptcy. Therefore, Film projects like this, which have low investments, certain success rates, and can be easily sequelized, are the best choices in the eyes of Hollywood film companies. I won't mention King Kong. As long as such a big project is successful, it is inevitable to make a lot of money. But Bruce Rosenblum's voice was a little hesitant. He carefully glanced at the face of the man opposite him before continuing. The success of Charlie's Angels has made many people see the feasibility of such a female lead film. Greenberg Studios' Tomb Raider and Resident Evil are also of this type. As long as the performance of the film is good, serialization will never be a problem. Man, do you think that in the eyes of some shareholders of Time Warner, this is still an empty shell movie studio? Wayne nodded gently and threw the cigar into the ashtray without caring whether it was still burning. With his hands crossed on his chest and his upper body curled up in the sofa, he looked at Bruce Rosenblum and thought, yes, it was easy to say before, but now with the Greenberg Film Studio producing more and more projects, bigger and more serialized, it will inevitably attract more people's attention. This is equivalent to a wildly growing film company that doesn't have to endure any interference. It can be said that it has all the benefits, but the corresponding obstacles have also disappeared because of the existence of Warner Brothers. Thinking of this, he grinned unnaturally and suddenly thought that Steven Spielberg's DreamWorks probably wants such treatment in his dreams. I came here this time just to remind you privately. Bruce Rosenblum shook his head, looking at the lazy man across the table, and couldn't help but say, Wayne, every top Hollywood director, its existence itself is an intangible asset. It is precisely because of this scarce asset that you and Warner Brothers have become a community of interests. However, as Greenberg Studios becomes more and more eye-catching, it will inevitably break this balance. So, no matter what you want to do, it's best to speed up your actions. In fact, from Bruce Rosenblum's reminders, Wayne has already understood that there are some things that Jeff Robinoff, including Kevin Tsujihara, the head of Time Warner, has never clearly told the distribution director. Maybe he guessed something, or maybe he got some hints from Jeff Robinoff. That was the most. Tell me, which shareholder of Time Warner is interested in my studio? Wayne looked up at the other side of the table and asked with interest. Ivanhoe. Since it was mentioned, Bruce Rosenblum didn't hesitate and gave a name directly. He then said, at the regular board meeting of Time Warner the day before yesterday, he proposed that Time Warner or Warner Brothers should start to acquire your film studio. But the proposal was eventually shelved by Kevin. However, with the Greenberg studio, after a large number of films are released next year, this proposal will definitely be brought up again. Well, it's a good proposal. One hand groped the stubble on his chin, and Wayne nodded seriously, jokingly saying, I think he should have secretly investigated my studio. I won't mention these. But how can he be sure that I will be willing to sell this studio? How much money I take from Warner Brothers every year, he should not be unaware of it as a major shareholder of Time Warner. Ivanhoe. Wayne had an impression of this guy. He was a typical Jewish investor. He also remembered that this guy seemed to have a close relationship with a senior executive of Warner Brothers, and most importantly, this guy not only held a large number of Time Warner shares, but also was very rich. More importantly, he instantly thought of a few sets of beach photos. Well, if there is time, maybe he can make an appointment with the lady in advance and find a beach to go on vacation. When the Time Warner board of directors really decides to do this, you will have no choice. Bruce Rosenblum frowned slowly. He didn't believe that the other party was so smart that he couldn't figure out the possibilities. I'm looking forward to that day. Wayne shrugged and waved his hand nonchalantly. Then he put away all the teasing expressions, and his expression gradually became serious. He stared into the eyes of the Warner Brothers executive opposite him, and said word by word, of course he wants to acquire it, but I will never take a penny in cash. Bruce Rosenblum's eyes suddenly widened, and he took a breath instantly. F***K, you want to exchange shares. Don't get excited, cross-holding is not impossible, right? Without even looking at the cigar still burning in the ashtray, Wayne lowered his head, lit a cigarette, and muttered, but all this has a prerequisite. Time Warner has to give me a satisfactory share. Don't worry, Bruce, I believe this will not happen in the short term, and when it really happens, who knows how long it will take. His subtext is very clear. Since Greenberg Studio has already produced a large number of films, its value will increase greatly over time. But even if it wants to acquire his studio, Time Warner will never pass this rather complicated resolution in a short period of time, especially when it comes to the issue of shares. He estimated that with the efficiency of those people, it would take several months or even 1 or 2 years for the internal discussion of the board of directors. Don't forget, Bruce, Kevin Tsujihara is here, Wayne reminded with a smile. He believed that, since Kevin Tsujihara did not call, it meant that this proposal did not receive the support of many shareholders on the board of directors. Even if the CEO of Time Warner really has to pass a similar resolution one day, he will inform him in advance. The interests of the two of them have always been consistent. Even Kevin Tsujihara is eager for him to get a large amount of shares in one fell swoop. Wayne, Kevin Tsujihara is not Michael Eisner. Even if you and he know some plans, they cannot be brought out in the open. You should understand what I mean, right? Of course, I understand, but I can tell you clearly. Wayne took a big puff of cigarette and said lightly, I never wanted to make Greenberg Studio bigger. Even if it is foreseeable that this studio will become a freak, the final outcome I can accept is still to sell it to Time Warner. When Bruce Rosenblum heard him say Time Warner instead of Warner Brothers, he laughed. Combining all the information, he figured everything out in an instant. Of course, if the result he imagined really happened, it would not be a bad thing for him. After all, he and Wayne are a community of interests. And, Bruce. Wayne stretched out his hand nonchalantly and shook it back and forth between the two. I don't need Kevin Tsujihara to become Michael Eisner, nor do I need him to be as ambitious as Michael Eisner. My ambition has not expanded that much. Some things about Disney are basically known to everyone in the circle. Since becoming the head of Disney in 1984, Michael Eisner has not only developed Disney into a media group with a market value of tens of billions, but has also become the actual controller of Disney invisibly. What is Michael Eisner's identity now? That's right, the chairman of Walt Disney. But as long as the time goes back more than 10 years, he was just a professional manager of Disney at that time. To put it bluntly, he was a thorough worker. However, this highly capable professional manager is also a dark-minded power grabber. In the past 10 years, he first made full use of the power in his hands and some drawbacks in the management to constantly eliminate dissidents and replace the entire management with his own people. Then, he used this one-man show management team to become a major shareholder of Disney without realizing it. As his shares increased, he gradually became the chairman of Disney. To be frank, Walt Disney now has no relationship with the Disney family. The initiator behind the scenes is Michael Eisner. At this point, the Disney family has very few shares. Especially in the past few years, the entire Disney board of directors has become Michael Eisner's voting tool. From a professional manager to a major shareholder and chairman of Walt Disney, this is a typical example of a worker turning over a new leaf, and these are all very widely circulated news in the circle. In fact, Time Warner is completely different from Disney, but as long as Wayne wants to get a similar result, it is not necessarily impossible with the cooperation of Kevin Tsujihara. For example, the market value of the world's top media groups is more than tens of billions of dollars, which is similar for Warner Brothers and Disney. Michael Eisner worked hard to gain power and became the chairman and largest shareholder of Disney, but his equity is only a little more than 6%. Don't underestimate this number. These media groups are huge and their shares have long been completely dispersed. In fact, except for the Murdoch family of News Corporation, no media group is controlled by a single family. In the end, Wayne's goal is just to get enough voice to influence the direction of the group. He never thought of turning Warner Brothers into his own backyard, like Michael Eisner did. He has never been interested in managing a company. Besides, even if everything goes according to his plan, it is still not an easy task to get enough shares in Time Warner. All Wayne can do is to accumulate capital very quickly in the past 2 years, and when the right time comes, strive to get everything he wants. Chapter 740 The Value of the Film Library. Bruce Rosenblum's trip to London lasted only 3 days. Except for a deep chat with Wayne on the first day, he was busy with business for the rest of the time. Even when they left London, they didn't have time to sit down and talk again. However, the Warner Brothers distribution director acted very quickly. In mid-January, Wayne had just finished filming all the scenes in London and disbanded the crew on the spot. A studio about the little wizard was officially established. This studio did not attract any media attention. If Nina hadn't been keeping an eye on this matter, I'm afraid even Wayne would have ignored this inconspicuous studio. Obviously, Bruce Rosenblum, to some extent, completely dealt with the female writer at one time. The establishment of the studio means that the promotion of the little wizard will quickly spread on a large scale around the world. It also means that within Warner Brothers, the film adaptation plan of this series of books has been officially promoted. Throughout the second half of January, Wayne was busy shooting scenes all over the European continent, shooting the last bit of footage in the plan, and at this time, the North American awards season has also completely entered its peak. Harvey Weinstein has been jumping up and down since the official start of the awards season with Shakespeare in Love. He is not as reserved as Wayne. Of course, he has no bottom line when doing some things. But we have to admit that with his various public relations methods, he has become the darling of countless Academy members during this period. Even in the occasional phone calls between him and Wayne, he bluntly said that everyone has weaknesses or preferences, and what I have to do is to seize them and then try my best to satisfy them. To please powerful Academy members and satisfy their little habits. After all, these powerful people represent far more than just their own votes, but a large number of other members behind them. However, these are only a small part of Harvey Weinstein's public relations actions. He did not let go of any of the crude but practical tricks, such as launching email bombings and phone bombings to thousands of Academy members across North America, purposefully mailing videotapes of Shakespeare in Love, etc. Don't underestimate these small tricks, such as mailing videotapes with a purpose, and receiving a video recorder with exquisite workmanship, but no brand printed on it together with the videotapes. Whether Harvey Weinstein's large-scale bombing, or his frequent movie viewing receptions in Los Angeles, there is no doubt that he is trying his best to spread the name of the movie Shakespeare in Love to the ears of all members of the Academy. Don't doubt it, the average age of the thousands of members of the Academy is not young, and most people will not watch the nominated films at all. And the principle of their voting is actually based on the impression in their minds. That's why some people have always said that Oscar voters are all voting with their feet. Of course, if you want to make Shakespeare in Love have enough influence, you must rely on the media. This part of the public relations funds cannot be saved, because every movie with Oscar ambitions is vigorously promoting its name at this time. Since January, many situations have become clear, and Harvey Weinstein has locked his main competitor at the first time. Some movies can serve as entertainment before and after meals. Some movies are destined to become milestones in people's memories, and some movies, from the moment they were filmed, have been constantly challenging the audience's bottom line with a cloak of humanitarianism. If you want to give Saving Private Ryan a positioning, as long as you patiently peel off the humanistic coat of the film, you will find that this is a vulgar and bad movie that relies on bloody shots to attract attention. War always reminds people of epics, and epics will most likely describe wars. World War II is the largest war in human history so far, and it is also the grand epic closest to us. This year's explosive Saving Private Ryan undoubtedly wants to tell moviegoers how cruel real wars are. Unfortunately, a movie that could have become a classic has become a vulgar movie that desperately piles up bloody scenes to attract box office revenue under the lens of Steven Spielberg. Forced sensationalism, treating the audience like fools. This is the most unbearable thing for me when watching Saving Private Ryan. The film has nothing new to offer, and the reflection on the war is like forced drama. I have to say that Steven Spielberg is not suitable for making R-rated movies. After watching Saving Private Ryan, the biggest feeling I got was that in Steven Spielberg's mind, R-rated movies are equivalent to large-scale bloody scenes. I have to say that perhaps he should really talk to his good friend Wayne about how to make a good R-rated movie. Overnight, a large number of criticisms of Saving Private Ryan suddenly appeared on the market. The larger media columns were okay, at least there was no criticism of the director himself by name. But second and third rate film media are not so easy to talk to. Many comments have gone far beyond the scope of the film. Not only did they describe Saving Private Ryan as a vulgar movie that has nothing to watch after the opening 20 minutes and only relies on bloody shots to attract attention, but they also directed their criticism at Steven Spielberg. It seems that in just a few days, Steven Spielberg has become a bad movie director. The media not only criticized Saving Private Ryan from various angles, but more unwarranted revelations about his private life also began to circulate in gossip tabloids. No one cares whether these news are true or false, but it is certain that movie fans are very curious about the private life of Hollywood directors. This also prompted more and more gossip tabloids to join this sudden media carnival. Harvey, I have to remind you, don't go too far in some things. Steven is not just as he appears to be. He has always been a gentle and kind person. At the end of January, Wayne, who had just returned to Los Angeles, sat in a business club in Beverly with Harvey Weinstein. The first sentence they said when they met was Wayne's reminder to the fat man. This method of hiring a large number of popular people and blackening competitors desperately, you can tell with your toes that it was done by this fat man. Although the competition for the Oscars was very fierce before, it has never been like this, disregarding the face and smearing competitors desperately. Don't worry, Wayne. Sitting on the sofa, Harvey Weinstein said bluntly, I'm fully confident that Steven Spielberg will be so anxious that he can't react for a while. When the Oscars are over, I'm afraid it will be too late for him to do anything. Looking at the proud fat man in front of him, Wayne did not mention the good man again. In fact, the matter is not complicated at all. The means used by this fat man can be called crude, but the effect is unexpectedly good. For example, demonizing Steven Spielberg, similar means will be more effective than imagined, as long as they are shameless. He vaguely remembered that this fat man began to use this means frequently this year. Not only Steven Spielberg suffered, but also Roman Polanski, the director of The Pianist, was demonized by this fat man to the point that he was known to the world. Movies are deeply affected by the social environment, especially movies that are intended to win awards, which will be affected even more greatly. It is precisely what Harvey Weinstein did that artificially created an illusion that his competitors did not conform to the current social trend. Demonizing competitors is only part of this method, and the large number of popular people in his hands and the media pages purchased at any cost are ultimately aimed at making people think of those rumors that normal people generally hate when they mention his competitors. Wayne shook his head gently, temporarily putting aside his messy thoughts, looked at the other party and asked, tell me, Harvey, what's the matter with you? He had just returned to Los Angeles yesterday and received a call from the other party early this morning. He couldn't help but wonder if something went wrong in the award season. Don't worry, it has nothing to do with the Oscar journey of Shakespeare in Love. When it came to business, Harvey Weinstein sat up straight. Even in the private room of the clubhouse, where privacy was relatively guaranteed, he couldn't help but look around before he could lower his voice and said, if Bob and I leave Miramax, which we founded, and come out to re-establish a film company, are you interested in investing? His words made Wayne stunned instantly. Before coming here, he never thought that the other party would actually say this. Then, frowning slightly, he looked at the huge head in front of him and asked, are you willing to give up Miramax's film library? Harvey, what happened? It's Disney. Harvey Weinstein shook his head slightly and explained. Since Disney has acquired more and more Miramax shares, my voice in the board of directors has been gradually eroded. This time is the same. The distribution of Shakespeare in Love was not done by Miramax or Disney's Buena Vista Pictures. So, at the board meeting last Monday, the cousin-like representative of Disney actually questioned me and asked me to give a reasonable explanation why the distributor of Shakespeare in Love was Warner Brothers. Bullshit. So you are going to cash out and start over? Yes, who does he think he is? F***K, I've had enough. Wayne slowly leaned back on the sofa, his eyes gradually narrowed. There is no doubt that, because of his appearance, Harvey Weinstein's departure from Disney's arms was accelerated. If he remembered correctly, although the Weinstein brothers eventually abandoned Miramax, which they had founded, it would take another 2 years. The rest was easy to say. As the fat man said, Miramax's biggest asset was its huge brain. But this involved the film library. Yes, Miramax's most valuable thing was the film library accumulated over the years, which normal people would be reluctant to part with. In the 1970s, the Weinstein brothers founded Miramax Films, a film distribution company. In the early 1980s, Miramax accidentally obtained the distribution rights for a British film. After re-editing, this Secret Policeman's Ball became a hit in North America. It was this unexpectedly popular film that opened the way for the Weinstein brothers in Hollywood. Since then, they have focused on independent films and art films, and have made the company bigger and bigger. In this field, as long as the projects of the two brothers are taken, the success rate is terrifyingly high. Such as Steven Gerberg's Six, Lies, and Videotape, Pulp Fiction, The English Patient, Clerks, SWAT, From Dusk Till Dawn, Good Will Hunting, Empire, Scream series, etc. There are at least hundreds of low-cost movie copyrights in Miramax's film library. Don't underestimate these low-cost genre films. These films, only in the videotape market, are the largest revenue of Miramax every year. The film library is the real foundation of a film company. Under proper copyright operation, even if the new projects of a film company for a whole year are all money losing goods, although it will hurt the bones, there is still a chance to turn around. Harvey, you really thought it over. To be honest, Wayne was indeed very tempted. He knew that, although this guy's style of doing things was dull, he had always been an absolute genius producer in the special field of film. I will start preparing after the Oscars. Seeing what was revealed in the eyes of the man opposite, Harvey Weinstein knew that this time he had achieved his goal. You know, Wayne, my name is still valuable, so there should be no shortage of investors, but I thought of you first. Wayne smiled and nodded, and said enthusiastically, of course, I understand, Harvey, we are friends. In fact, both of them knew that what they really valued in inviting Wayne to invest and join was not his money, but the meticulous network of relationships behind him and the huge platform Warner Brothers. This was more like a test. Wayne believed that if he did not get enough external support, Harvey Weinstein would definitely not leave Miramax easily. Until then, he suddenly figured out a lot of things. The reason why this fat man was trying his best to discredit Saving Private Ryan and threw dirty water on Steven Spielberg without any shame was because he had already decided to leave Miramax at this time. It can be said that what kind of results Shakespeare in Love can get at the Oscars affects the direction of many people and things. Because of this, Harvey Weinstein tried his best. This circle has always been very realistic. Don't look at the way Wayne is now showing that he is very tempted, as if not investing in the other party's new company is like losing 100 million. But what is the reality? If this fat man messes up Shakespeare in Love, he will definitely forget everything he said, and even if he loses money, he will find a way to squeeze oil out of the other party's fat. Obviously, both of them know this in their hearts. To some extent, they really have a lot of similarities. After a simple date, Wayne got in the car and drove towards the manor. The footage of Wonder Woman has been shot, and what lies before him is the post-production of this film. Chapter 741 Crazy Super Bowl. All the films of Wonder Woman were sent to the post-production studio of Warner Studios, and the editor Julia, who followed the crew all the way, was also sent in with the films. As a skilled editor, she joined the crew to watch the work every day from the beginning of the preparation of this project. The advantage of this is that after the shooting is completed every day, even if you understand the director's intention, you can also make relevant editing plans in advance. Just like the first rough cut of Wonder Woman this time, even if Wayne does not show up in the post-production studio, she can still edit and splice according to the director's intention according to the plan. Wayne just returned to Los Angeles, and he only rested at home for 2 days before he got on the flight to Miami again. This time, he went to Miami not only for work, but he will appear at this year's Super Bowl game to watch the century showdown between the Denver Broncos and the Atlanta Falcons up close. On January 31st, 1991, Wayne didn't care about the media's attention at all. He walked into the Miami Professional Players Stadium with Angelina Jolie and Cameron Diaz, as well as Nina and Sergey. Under the gaze of countless people, the group followed the staff into the VIP box. How is this seat? As soon as the group walked into the VIP box under the guidance of the staff, Kevin Tsujihara came up with a warm smile. Wayne patted the other person's back gently, took a look at the viewing view in the box, nodded with satisfaction, and teased, "The seat is great." "Oh, Kevin, why do I feel your belly is getting bigger again?" After the two men hugged, the head of Time Warner glanced at the two female stars around him, without caring whether the two women would see it, and showed an expression that all men understand on his face, looking at Wayne in front of him, and raised his eyebrows. TSK, Wayne, sometimes you really make people jealous and crazy. I'm afraid your name will appear in the entertainment headlines tomorrow. Ha. Wonder Woman and Charlie's Angels appeared at the Super Bowl with Wayne Greenberg, and the relationship between the three is questionable. Believe me, Wayne, your reputation as a playboy will definitely be mentioned frequently again. Facing the old man's pointed ridicule, Wayne just shrugged his shoulders and did not respond to the conversation. He sat down with the other party. The few people who had been following him, especially Angelina Jolie and Cameron Diaz, also seemed to have not heard the ridicule. The two looked at each other and sat down on Wayne's left-hand side. People like them have long thrown away the dispensable thing like face into the depths of the Pacific Ocean. It was just a not-so-bad ridicule. The three of them had played a crazier game last night. Besides, even if they had some thoughts in their hearts, they would never show them on their faces. This circle is too realistic. Others need to consider Wayne's ideas, but the head of Time Warner is definitely one of the few who can communicate with Wayne on an equal footing. Kevin Tsujihara has been promoted to CEO of Time Warner, but who doesn't know how he behaved when he was CEO of Warner Brothers? This is also an old white man who has unclear relationships with many female stars. To put it in a very realistic and particularly unpleasant way, female stars like them who are glamorous in front of people can hardly get equal treatment in front of these top Hollywood bosses who represent capital. Even Angelina Jolie is now sure that, even if she reaches the end of the road of stardom like Julia Roberts and her salary increases to $20 million US, she still can't get the status of looking at these two men on an equal footing. This is the reality, unless one day she herself becomes part of capital. I'm afraid Julia Roberts saw through this and tried to move behind the scenes and wanted to become a producer. It's hard to say about the rest, but what is certain is that at least by following this path as a producer, you can get rid of the status of a money-making tool for the film company and become part of the capital. The two actresses sat in the VIP room, curiously watching the atmosphere of the stadium. Sergey, who came to watch the game for the first time, simply left his seat and walked to the front. From time to time, he whispered excitedly to Nina beside him, "Do you want to go to the locker room?" Inadvertently glancing at the two actresses, Kevin Tsujihara blinked at Wayne and asked in a low voice, "Believe me, man, if you put aside the blessing of fame and other factors, those models are definitely more exciting than the female stars in the circle. Forget it." Although this proposal was very tempting, Wayne waved his hand and directly rejected it. "I believe that most normal men are very curious about the locker room of female models, and they must be very yearning." If it was the time when he just entered Hollywood, Wayne would not refuse this temptation. He would definitely go to visit with great interest, and he might even fantasize about whether he could have some wonderful stories with those female models. But as he got to know the entertainment and fashion circles over the years, he was not very interested. Everyone knows that when these female models change clothes, especially the Victoria's Secret angels, they don't care about being stared at all. This is just a daily routine for them. And this just illustrates the most basic phenomenon in the fashion circle. After a simple understanding, you can find that the chaos in the fashion circle is even more smelly than Hollywood, which is like a cesspool. Some of the large-scale games at some gatherings in the Hollywood circle are just appetizers for these models. What a pity. I thought you would be interested in those angels. Kevin Tsujihara shook his head, spread his hands, and muttered regretfully in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "I heard that someone at the Time Warner board of directors submitted a proposal to acquire my studio right now." The reason for this date today is that Wayne wanted to have a personal chat with the head of Time Warner. Yes, of course he was interested in beautiful women, but compared to his huge life plan, beautiful models could be put aside. Ivini whoa, this guy has a good eye for investment. Kevin Tsujihara was not surprised at all when he heard this question. He knew better than anyone that there were no secrets in the Time Warner board of directors, and no matter how small the movement was, it could not be hidden from several Warner Brothers executives. Since the Warner Brothers executives knew about it, the man next to him would definitely know about it. As far as I know, he noticed your film studio because of a senior executive of Warner Brothers. Wayne, you should know that the Matrix trilogy created very impressive revenue data for Warner Brothers. And I think you should know the weight of Warner Brothers in the Time Warner Group. Nodding silently, Wayne glanced at the other party and whispered, "Is there any problem on your side?" "Don't worry, there won't be any problem." Kevin Tsujihara waved his hand nonchalantly and explained, "Everything will go according to plan. As Greenberg Studio produce more and more projects and achieve more and more impressive results, it was normal to attract attention. If the senior executives of Hollywood film companies don't even have this sensitivity, it means that there is something abnormal in this circle." But Wayne had already made preparations. No matter what, his ultimate goal was to sell himself to Time Warner, but the more time passed, the more capital he had. Boom, the conversation between the two was drowned out by the huge sound waves that suddenly sounded at the scene. Wayne turned his head to look outside and found that the Denver Broncos and the Atlanta Falcons had already finished warming up. This hot show, that could be called the North American Spring Festival Gala, had officially begun. He simply stopped chatting with Kevin Tsujihara and focused his attention on the game that had already started. This was also the first time Wayne had watched the Super Bowl live since he was a child. He had to admit that the hot atmosphere at the scene was far from what he could feel by staying in front of the TV. The fans cheered for their home team like crazy. Some fans sang in unison, and some fans put up huge posters. It seemed that at this moment, everyone in the stadium was integrated into the fanatical atmosphere. Even Wayne had the urge to shout along. "Do you want to make a small bet?" Kevin Tsujihara, regardless of his own image, pulled off the tie around his neck, reached out and patted Wayne on the shoulder, and asked loudly in his ear, "Come on, man, which team do you choose to support?" "Denver Broncos." Wayne was not vague, pointing to the dark blue uniforms off the field, and said, "I choose the Denver Broncos. Their quarterback John Elway is a genius." "Well, it seems that I can only choose the Atlanta Falcons." Kevin Tsujihara shook his head and glanced at Wayne with a squint. "What's the bet?" "Whoever loses will hold a private party for the other party. How about it? Invite those Victoria's Secret angels to a private party." "Okay, it's settled." Wayne nodded and said loudly to the man next to him, "If you win, I will not only hold a private party for you with the participation of friendly angels, but also borrow Tom Cruise's big yacht for you. We will hold this party on the sea." The two men stretched out their right hands at the same time, clapped their hands in the air, then laughed together, and turned their eyes to the ongoing game. Wayne knew very well that the successful people in the Hollywood circle had long lost interest in the dance floors that can be seen everywhere, and ordinary parties with exciting music. In the eyes of the public, and under the flashlights of the media, these celebrities are decent people. They go in and out of all kinds of luxurious places, live in mansions worth millions of dollars, and even the decorations they wear on the red carpet can become the object of imitation for ordinary people. But behind the flashlights, the private parties of these celebrities are crazy, with all kinds of novel ways of playing, which can definitely make people experience what is the best mental stimulation. The crazy atmosphere of the professional players on the court made Wayne want to shout indulgently. Under the pressure, he simply agreed to Kevin Tsujihara's bet directly, and at most he would pay a little more money. At least he was also very curious about such a crazy private party. Anyway, there are professional party companies in Hollywood. As long as you can afford it, let alone Victoria's Secret angels, they can even contact you with some popular actresses in the circle. The biggest feature of these companies is that they are very confidential, which is also the main reason why celebrities in the circle choose them. F***K. Stop him, you son of a bitch. High school students are smarter than you. Less than 10 minutes had passed. Kevin Tsujihara angrily slapped his thigh hard, accompanied by a crazy burst of swear words. "Yes." Wayne waved his fist vigorously. "Just now, John Elway, the quarterback of the Denver Broncos, cleverly used fake moves to deceive all opponents, and then made a precise long pass, allowing the Denver Broncos to successfully score a touchdown. This is definitely a good start. Being at the scene, he knew why those fans were so enthusiastic. In fact, they were infected by the atmosphere at the scene. If Wayne sat in front of the TV to watch today's game, he would probably still feel boring, because the tactics of the two teams were very conservative. After all, on such a big stage, no one would be willing to take risks easily. The teams that can reach the Super Night are all heading for the final championship. But as a spectator, watching live and watching in front of the TV are two completely different feelings. Here, you can't feel the boredom brought by conservative tactics at all. Instead, you will follow the performance of your favorite team and be emotionally tense. What follows is a more enjoyable roar. Even if you are under great pressure at work, you can temporarily forget all your worries and release your throat in such an infection. There are not many points between the two sides. The Denver Broncos maintained their lead and ended the first half of the game. Then came the more crazy roars of people, because next, it was the most important halftime performance. The first to go on stage was Shaka Khan. Don't look at her image like a fat black aunt, but as soon as she appeared, all the audience on the scene shouted her name. As a well-deserved super queen in the North American rhythm and blues soul music industry, she is the funk queen who transcends racial cognition. At this moment, no matter what skin color people are, they all give their enthusiasm to this fat black aunt. What made everyone on the scene even more excited was that they saw a group of models preparing to go on stage. These models were only wearing sexy and hot underwear, waiting to welcome their own appearance after the performance. Unlike watching the live performance, the TVs in the living rooms of countless families across North America had entered the commercial time a little earlier. At this time, countless people were staring at the TV screen that suddenly went black, knowing that the long-awaited Wonder Woman would soon appear before their eyes. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 742 Justice Strikes. F***K. Shitty game. It's like this every year. In the living room of a single-family house in Lakewood, a famous middle-class community in Los Angeles, Leonard Prince angrily smashed the beer bottle in his hand onto the coffee table, cursing the first half of the Super Bowl that just ended. As a football fan, he has been looking forward to this North American event every year, but more than 90% of his expectations are destined to be worn out as the game progresses. Just like the first half that just ended, the reason why the Denver Broncos can lead the Atlanta Falcons by a slight advantage is entirely the result of extremely conservative tactics on both sides. Such a game is extremely dull and not at all entertaining. Strictly speaking, similar phenomena exist in all four major sports leagues in North America. The overall value and popularity of the NBA have soared very fast in recent years, but when it comes to the finals, even as a local fan in Los Angeles, many people feel that the game is far less entertaining than the regular season. Rebecca, give me another beer. Shrugging at his girlfriend, Ronald Prince tried to put away his emotions affected by the game. The most exciting thing is coming soon, dear. Do you think Wonder Woman will be the first to appear in the Hollywood movie trailer? Ron, shut your stinky mouth. Sitting next to him was a mixed-race girl with chocolate-colored skin and an unusually sexy and hot figure, which showed that at least 1/3 of this girl's bloodline was African. The atmosphere at the professional players' stadium was completely different. The audience sitting in front of the TV had a different feeling when watching the game. The mixed-race girl Rebecca, who was also a senior football fan, was also annoyed by the dull game in the first half. But compared with this year's Super Bowl, she paid more attention to the annual Hollywood movie trailer time because she was a senior movie fan. Reaching out to hand her boyfriend a bottle of beer, she didn't take her eyes off the TV. She quickly glanced at her boyfriend's expression and said bluntly, "Don't think I don't know. You heard that Victoria's Secret models will appear in the halftime show this year." The obscene expressions on their faces can't deceive people at all. Come on. Ronald Prince shook his head helplessly, muttered as he unscrewed the beer, raised his head, and took a few big gulps. Obviously, he didn't want to dwell on this issue. You know, they are a group of hot models wearing only underwear. Seeing them on TV, I'm afraid no man would not be excited. Even if these models are definitely not as exciting as the shows on the late night channels, it's two completely different feelings, isn't it? Looking at his girlfriend staring at the TV intently, he muttered in a low voice under the influence of alcohol. Always blaming me, don't think I don't know. Every time you see Wayne Greenberg's magazine cover, you act like an impatient B****** H what? Rebecca heard his muttering and turned her head, quickly glanced at her boyfriend, and then put her eyes on the TV and asked in confusion, "What did you say? I didn't hear clearly." "Nothing. I said I hope this year's Hollywood movies can give us enough expectations." Yep, it's hard to say about other things, but Wayne's Wonder Woman will definitely not disappoint. She was full of confidence in Wonder Woman, and it was not difficult to hear from her tone that she was extremely looking forward to this movie. That's right, she likes Wayne's movies. She accidentally saw Joker when it was released a few years ago and fell in love with Wayne's movies deeply. But in the past 2 years, she still has some regrets in her heart. In Rebecca's opinion, the great Wayne Greenberg should not add too many commercial elements to his films in order to please more ordinary people, nor should he weaken the rich dark style. Therefore, in her and a large number of fans around her understanding, in the past few years, only Batman, The Dark Knight can make them excited. But even Rebecca herself knows that Batman, The Dark Knight, which is sought after by countless people around the world, still has too many commercial elements. Why can't the Joker win completely? Why didn't anyone press the button? Because of selfish human nature when the two ships held the bomb remote control. To put it bluntly, the reason why the so-called glory of humanity appears in the end is to consider the values of ordinary people. Listen, Rebecca, I think we can join Wayne's fan club. I heard that, whenever Wayne's new movie is released, the members of the fan club can get the first tickets to the advanced screening. Seeing that the TV was starting to enter the commercial time, and it would take a while before the movie trailers started, Ronald Prince put down the bottle in his hand, put his feet on the coffee table in front of him, looked at his girlfriend's back and said, "And as long as you join the fan club, you can watch the movie with them. I heard that you can get Wayne's autograph now. If you are lucky, you can have dinner with Wayne Greenberg." I said, "Shut up, Ron." Hearing her boyfriend's suggestion, Rebecca turned her head sharply and glared at him fiercely. But then, she sighed helplessly. "I won't go back. It has changed. It makes people feel uncomfortable and disgusting. Daisy, that bitch, turned an organization that was originally like-minded into a damn business and a tool for her to make money. That bastard." In fact, Rebecca and her boyfriend were once members of the fan organization, and they joined it very early. But as time went by, the fan organization began to call on more members to participate in activities, and began to attract more passers-by fans to join with good internal conditions. Rebecca simply withdrew with a group of fans around her who had the same beliefs. She always believed that the fan organization should not be a tool for the leader to make money. It is a platform for all fans with common interests to sit down and exchange views on an equal footing. But everything changed too fast after all. In the current discussion group, Rebecca's speech is basically no longer seen. There is no way. Some of her views on Wayne's movies made many fans feel unhappy, but those who are more familiar with her knew very well that this is a hardcore fan who can't be any harder. It started. Ronald Pris patted his girlfriend's arm, and Rebecca, who was lost in thought, turned her attention back to the TV. Unexpectedly, when the time for those well-known corporate advertisements passed, and the time period for Hollywood movie trailers came, the first to appear was not DC's blockbuster Wonder Woman this year. A dim and peaceful farm scene first appeared on the TV. An old fighter plane flew across the sky, and as the perspective of the fighter plane switched, a scene of the hero and heroine kissing in the sea appeared. Then, the bright and beautiful old-fashioned dance party, the blurred World War II troops, and the flying pictures of old fighter planes covered with snowflakes kept switching with the voiceover. A few simple seconds passed, and it was clearly expressed that this was an epic war film of World War II. It took less than 10 seconds for the camera on the TV to change suddenly, with a large group of fighter planes flying in the air, and bombs were dropped from the old fighter planes. The movie camera followed the perspective of the bomb and dived to the ground. With a bang, it exploded completely in the crowded building. The first explosion sounded, and the shocking flames directly covered the TV screen, making all the viewers watching the TV feel incomparable shock. Without giving people time to react, the camera switched again. The last second was a huge explosion on the ground with flames rising to the sky. The next second, more bombs appeared on the warships on the sea like dumplings. Various extremely shocking explosions were clearly shown to everyone from different perspectives. At this time, it was not only fans like Rebecca and Ronald who watched the Super Bowl halftime trailer. In an office at Disney headquarters in Burbank, the media capital, several middle-aged men in suits and leather shoes were also staring at the TV screen. "Mike, you are simply a genius. God, such an explosion scene is simply indescribable." Hollywood gold medal producer Jerry Bruckheimer, watching the unprecedented explosion scene on TV, slapped Michael Bay on the shoulder beside him. "Jerry is right, you did a great job." Michael Eisner, chairman of Disney, who had been staring at the TV, also looked at the director with approval. Although there was a hint of arrogance in his tone, anyone could tell that he was very satisfied with this war film that Disney had invested heavily in. Several executives present knew that Michael Bay was best at making explosions, and his means of making explosions always attracted the attention of the general public. From the short trailer just now on the TV, it can be seen that in this Pearl Harbor, the big explosion scene that he is best at was used. Because of the sufficient funds, the explosion scene this time was more grand than all the other party's previous films. Boom, after the last huge explosion, a warship completely sank to the bottom of the sea in the camera, and the full 30-second trailer came to an end. And along with the last frozen picture, a few lines of letters suddenly appeared on it. Pearl Harbor, directed by Michael Bay, will be launched on May 27th. After the trailer of this hugely invested epic World War II ended, everyone applauded the silent Michael Bay. They were now all very sure that this work had a great chance of competing head-on with the king of the summer season, Mr. Eisner. This was the first time Michael Bay spoke formally today. He looked at Emperor Disney and asked with a serious expression on his face, "I remember that Disney promised me that this Pearl Harbor would premiere on May 13th. Why did you change the release date temporarily? I hope to get a reasonable explanation. Why change the release date?" Looking at Michael Bay's somewhat ugly face, Michael Eisner slowly put away his smile and his eyes gradually became sharper. "Why change the release date? Ha." Before Michael Eisner could continue, he saw that the TV had dimmed, and then under the gaze of several executives, he pointed to the TV screen. "That's why." What Michael Bay turned his head to look at the TV, and the picture that appeared in it immediately attracted all his attention. Just like the opening of Wayne's numerous trailers, the TV screen suddenly went black. Less than a second passed before two huge letters appeared in the middle, DC. At the same time, a rhythmic electronic background sound appeared in everyone's ears. "Have you never seen a man?" A man's voiceover sounded, and the dark screen suddenly became brighter. Angelina Jolie, with a hot and sexy figure and a very cool back, jumped from the cliff to the sea. This shot was quick and brief, but it also clearly conveyed the necessary information to all viewers. Moreover, this cool, sexy, and powerful back instantly attracted the attention of all men. "What about your father?" "I don't have a father." The voiceover expressed it very clearly. This was a conversation between the male and female protagonists, and the screen showed Paradise Island from near to far in an instant. The beauty here is simply suffocating, just like a fairy tale or a magical world. "Zeus gave me life." The voiceover continued to come. At this time, all the viewers watching the TV set knew clearly that the person who was speaking was Wonder Woman Diana Prince. "What is your mission?" The camera on Paradise Island flashed faster and faster. Suddenly, the screen turned, and the Wonder Woman appeared on the TV, but her outfit was completely different from when she first appeared. At this time, she was wearing a tight-fitting battle armor, especially the low chest armor and super short battle skirt, as well as the arm guards on both arms, which made everyone watching the TV bright. The camera zoomed out again, and people found that she was in the center of the battlefield with black smoke. She raised an arm and just blocked a bullet shot at her. "Stop this war." This time it was the male protagonist's answer, and at the same time, the screen was given to Matt Damon in an instant. war, planes, and various pictures flashed faster and faster. The background music with a strong sense of electronic sense also became more and more rapid with the switching of pictures. If no one else is willing to protect the world, then I will step forward. Bang! A loud noise overwhelmed the background music. Angelina Jolie, with long flowing hair, held the sword and shield in her hands, smashed through a wall, and pounced on the enemy. Next, the whole picture was centered on Wonder Woman. She fought on the battlefield, wielded the lasso of truth, ran in the center of the battlefield, and knocked down enemies one after another. It must be said that Angelina Jolie, who was in her prime and had undergone several months of strict shaping, had become the object of drooling for countless North American men in an instant, whether it was her face or the armor that highlighted her figure. The long, straight, white legs running, the majestic and delicate face that could not be completely covered by the low-cut breastplate seemed to highlight how beautiful Angelina Jolie was. It was hard to look away after just one look. At this time, the trailer had been over for more than 20 seconds, and the sexy Valkyrie on the screen continued to show her fighting skills. Suddenly, a hoarse male voice sounded. "Who is this lady?" Diana Prince's answer was also very straightforward. "You will know soon." The two short conversations ended, and the background music came to the highest nest at this time. The TV went dark again, and all the sounds stopped abruptly. The logo representing Wonder Woman slowly appeared in the darkness, and a row of huge letters also rose together. Wonder Woman, justice starts with her. On May 13th, justice strikes. DC, a work by Wayne Greenberg. Several executives in the Disney office breathed a sigh of relief. From the beginning, the trailer of Wonder Woman unconsciously and quickly pulled everyone's nerves tight through the pictures and background music. It was not until this time that they suddenly realized it. And just when everyone thought that the trailer had ended, no one expected that the TV would light up again, and the camera was given to a museum office. At the same time, the conversation between two people was heard from outside the camera. "Diana, I need help. A huge crisis is about to befall the Earth. I just killed the scout sent by Steppenwolf. Believe me, a huge crisis is imminent. Clark, how do you want me to help you? Gather all the superheroes. I need your help." The conversation between the two was extremely rapid, no more than 2 or 3 seconds, but the camera was always fixed on the desk in the museum, without moving at all. However, the brief conversation revealed enough information. At the moment when the trailer of Wonder Woman ended, DC fans in front of the TV in North America were all in a carnival. Chapter 743 Wipe your disgusting saliva. After the trailer of Wonder Woman ended, none of the executives in the Disney office cared about the halftime show that had already begun. Even when the blues soul music queen Chaka Khan appeared on stage, the executives didn't even look at her. The unique tribute to classics by the organizers of the Super Bowl, whether it was soul music, salsa, or swing music, was ignored by these old men. F***K. Warner Brothers is too shameless for the box office of Wonder Woman. An executive from Buena Vista Pictures, a distribution company under Disney, frowned and cursed. "I'm sure that only Bruce Resembling, that B***H, would do such a shameless marketing strategy. That son of a bitch has always been very good at taking advantage of opportunities for marketing." No one thought there was anything wrong with his constant swearing, and even Disney's chairman Michael Eisner was not surprised. If it weren't for maintaining his image, he would have wanted to curse at the TV. Everyone present, including Michael Bay, who was confident that he wanted to confront Wayne head-on, actually knew very well that the fundamental reason why Disney dared to spend so much money to produce Pearl Harbor was the war film market opened up by Saving Private Ryan and Michael Bay's extremely outstanding market control. At first, the reason why Disney executives agreed to Michael Bay that Pearl Harbor would be released in May at the beginning of the summer season, and would even collide head-on with Wayne Greenberg's new work, was that everyone knew the reason, that is, the attributes of Wonder Woman. Although Charlie's Angels has a good market performance, no one can deny that in a commercial project with huge investment, letting an absolute woman be the protagonist is naturally weak in terms of the audience group. Over the years, the movie giants who can still survive in Hollywood have already had a set of perfect market rules, and one of the most untouchable points is to build a commercial blockbuster around a female protagonist. Although women's rights and minority rights have become increasingly popular in recent years, the film industry is still a patriarchal society. This will never change with social trends. When a film company really thinks it has to change one day, it must be a choice made under pressure from the market. This is a reality. Even some ordinary movie fans can probably figure it out. A commercial action film starring a man will definitely not lack the support of female audiences. But whether a commercial film starring a woman can be popular with male audiences is really uncertain. The term sense of substitution is not just a simple saying. A movie with a woman as the absolute protagonist naturally blocks most male fans because of the existence of the sense of substitution problem. But even so, there are still women who account for half of the population, right? This is also a special phenomenon in the film industry. For example, the talk show The Oprah Winfrey Show, which is purely aimed at female groups, has not lost its throne in talk show ratings because its audience is middle-aged women. But such things have never worked in the film industry. All large Hollywood film companies have their own market research departments, and some survey data are never secrets. It is precisely in the survey of all film companies that female fans are not very willing to pay for a film that is absolutely female. This is a reality. Male fans can naturally enter the fantasy of watching movies starring male stars through the same gender. Female fans also do not have gender recognition barriers when watching movies starring male stars, because in the 100 years of development of world cinema, the protagonists have always been male. Why do men and women get different pay for the same work in Hollywood? Even in the past 20 years, when feminism has prevailed all over the world, this situation is still common. Why do most people think of Tom, Depp, and Leo when talking about appeal in Hollywood? The root cause is here. Hollywood film companies have always been so realistic, purely because male stars can make them more money. This is a capitalist society. Whoever can make money for the investors can take more rewards from the investors, and take higher treatment and status. It can be said that the glamorous female stars in front of people are in a supporting position in the general cognition of Hollywood practitioners, and their role has always been icing on the cake. Why did Michael Bay want to go head to head with Wayne Greenberg in the first place? It was because Wonder Woman had inherent defects. Otherwise, he was not really stupid, and he was not stupid enough to go head to head with the madman, who was hailed as the representative of Hollywood directors in the 1990s. Not only did he think so in his heart, but the producer and project initiator Jerry Bruckheimer and Disney executives all had similar ideas in their hearts, but they would never clearly say such ideas. But now it is obvious that Warner Brothers also knows the shortcomings of Wonder Woman, and they are trying their best to make up for it. This is one of the three giants of justice, one of the core characters in DC movies and comics, that cannot be bypassed. It is unreasonable not to make it. So, the little Easter egg at the end of the Wonder Woman trailer appeared under Wayne's editing. Wayne Greenberg has a good plan. Jerry Bruckheimer took a sip of the cold coffee and frowned, saying, "Justice starts with her. Justice is coming. Gather all the superheroes." He is just short of using a loudspeaker to tell the audience that Wonder Woman is the beginning of Justice League. That's right. If some male audiences really don't want to watch a female movie, they probably won't want to miss it now, because Wonder Woman has already hinted to the audience that this movie has a lot to do with Justice League before it's even released. Even as a producer, Jerry Bruckheimer now dares to assert that Wonder Woman will definitely not be like the Easter eggs in the trailer, and there won't be too many shots related to the Justice League in the main film. Selling dog meat under the guise of sheep has always been the most important part of the self-cultivation of Hollywood producers. Disney has created a separate file for him since he made Joker. Michael Eisner tilted his head and lit a thick cigar, glancing at the TV. Although the professional players had already started the underwear catwalk in the stadium, he believed that no one in the office would be interested in these models. He looked at Jerry Bruckheimer and said, "Over the years, his files have become thicker and thicker. Believe me, other film companies must have done the same." What I want to tell you is that, although Wayne Greenberg's works are full of darkness, depression, anxiety, and bloody and cruel scenes in his early years, this person, at this point, he seemed to be hesitating about what adjective to use, and deliberately pondered for a while. Don't be fooled by his appearance. compared with his superficial identity. Judging from his actions in the past few years, he is more like a film businessman than a film director. Michael Eisner described him as a businessman, and none of the people present felt that this was a derogatory word, but more like a rare compliment. There is no doubt that the highest ranking practitioners in this circle have never been those glamorous big stars, nor the brokerage companies that claim to control most of Hollywood. From the beginning to the end, the producers union has always been at the top of the pyramid for decades. In other words, it is the capital behind the scenes of the film. And from Michael Eisner's tone, it is not difficult to hear that when he talked about Wayne Greenberg, he rarely put him on an equal footing with himself. Such an attitude is rare in the Disney emperor. 2 weeks. Michael Eisner turned his head and looked at Michael Bay, who had just been unhappy, but now calmed down, and said directly, Wonder Woman will be released 2 weeks ahead of our Pearl Harbor. With these 2 weeks, I think the enthusiasm of the fans attracted by Justice League should be almost exhausted. Mike, you should know the significance of Disney's doing this. Even if we are released 2 weeks later than Wayne Greenberg's movie, you can't take it lightly. This is also a difficult war. Michael Eisner had no doubt about the quality of Pearl Harbor. After all, the hot scenes in the trailer just now and some of the shots that have been edited all show that these are what the other party is best at and what can attract the most box office. He would rather take the initiative to avoid Wonder Woman for 2 weeks as a wise choice to avoid losing both sides. There is no emotion of escape in this. That's right, Mike. Jerry Bruckheimer saw Michael Bay was silent as always, and he also spoke up. No matter if it's released 2 weeks late, as long as you can gain some advantages in the head-on competition with Wayne Greenberg, then this Pearl Harbor will become your masterpiece in Hollywood. I understand. Michael Bay looked around at several executives and nodded silently. Jerry Bruckheimer's subtext was of course clear to him. No matter how good his past box office performance was, from the Hollywood circle to the media to the general fans, no one would really compare him with the great Wayne Greenberg. This is precisely an opportunity. No matter what external factors, the only thing that can ultimately determine the director's status is the market performance of the film. But in terms of how to attract fans, Michael Bay believes that he will not lose to Wayne Greenberg. You continue to watch the game. I'll go back to the post-production studio to continue editing the film. After saying goodbye to everyone, Michael Bay stood up, left the chairman's office, and walked towards the elevator. While waiting for the elevator, he looked through the window of Disney headquarters toward another Hollywood film industry giant in Burbank, the Warner Brothers headquarters building. Just wait and see. This time I will not only satisfy the fans, but also those shitty film critics. They will shut their stinky mouths. Michael Bay muttered softly and walked into the elevator. At this time, he felt both tremendous pressure and excitement that made him want to tremble. Yes, of course he knew that, as his old partner Jerry Bruckheimer said, this was an opportunity that others could not even ask for. This was also an opportunity for him to greatly improve his status in the circle. He certainly did not intend to miss it, and this Pearl Harbor was his most satisfying work in recent years. For this project, he had hundreds of millions of dollars in funds for the first time, was not constrained by the producer for the first time, and shot all the footage completely according to his own ideas for the first time. No one would have more confidence in this film than him. In fact, there were some other small grudges. When Michael Bay first prepared Pearl Harbor, he chose Ben Affleck as the protagonist. Through Good Will Hunting, he saw some of the actor's temperament, and it is not difficult to see that there is no problem with the actor's acting skills. But what is incredible is that Ben Affleck's agent rejected his audition invitation without hesitation. It is also clear that his client is preparing Wayne Greenberg's new project Superman, and it is impossible to join such a film. It stands to reason that when the names of Michael Bay and Wayne Greenberg are put together and asked to choose between them, I believe that more than 99% of people will choose the latter project without hesitation. After all, the ability of the Dark King of Hollywood to promote people has been second to none since his debut. Who doesn't want to be the next Will Smith, the next Nicolas Cage, or even the next Christian Bale? But even so, Michael Bay still feels uncomfortable. He holds a war film with the top investment scale in Hollywood. He secretly vows to prove to everyone through this Pearl Harbor that those who play with explosions will not only play with explosions all the time. He will also tell everyone that when he really wants to put down the explosion and transform, he is no worse than that dark madman. Angelina Jolie is so beautiful. Unlike Disney executives, Ronald Prince and Lakewood didn't care about Pearl Harbor at all. Especially after the trailer of Wonder Woman appeared, his eyes were directly locked on Angelina Jolie. UBI***H. Wipe the disgusting saliva on your mouth. Seeing her boyfriend staring at the TV and muttering to himself with a silly look on his face, Rebecca rolled her eyes in disgust. F***KY**Q. Where is the saliva? Ronald Prince thought he was really drooling, and when he reached out to touch it, he realized that his girlfriend had played a trick on him. He looked at his girlfriend awkwardly, shrugged and changed the subject. Do you think there will be Superman in Wonder Woman? Who knows? I think so. Rebecca glanced at the TV again. It was obvious that her mind was no longer here. She simply ignored her boyfriend and walked towards the computer in the bedroom. After watching the trailer, she had a lot of ideas that she wanted to share with others. Chapter 744, Sky High Price Bra. This year's Super Bowl is destined to be remembered by people. For the first time since the beginning of the DC series of movies, the trailer revealed the news about Justice League and the gathering of superheroes. This short 30-second trailer has ignited the entire North American movie fans as soon as it was broadcast. And we can't ignore that the Pearl Harbor trailer that appeared first also attracted the attention of a large number of fans. Michael Bay, coupled with the epic of World War II and the indispensable crazy explosions, all stirred the excitement of fans. After watching the Super Bowl halftime movie trailer, for fans, this summer season can be said to be highly anticipated, but also slightly disappointing. Because DC's Wonder Woman this year is actually only the second most anticipated movie by fans, and the first most anticipated movie has abnormally not released a trailer or any related news. This little regret does not have much impact on a large number of fans. At least this year, the new DC movie they are looking forward to will meet everyone at the beginning of the summer season as in previous years. The surprise in the trailer of Wonder Woman was much bigger than they expected. But this was just the beginning. What excited the audience watching the Super Bowl in North America and even the world was the halftime show. In fact, the nostalgic tribute of the Super Bowl organizers did not achieve the effect they expected, and the performance guests they invited at a high price did not boost the ratings of the Super Bowl. But as soon as the performance guests appeared, according to the statistics of the data survey company afterwards, the number of viewers watching the Super Bowl around the world soared in just 1 minute. Jesus. Sergey, who looked like a bear, stood at the edge of the VIP box and looked at the 26 models appearing in the center of the Super Bowl stadium. He couldn't help but exclaimed, "Heidi Klum is so hot that it's unbelievable. She is as beautiful as an angel." No one thought his words were exaggerated. At least the men in the box all had the same idea as him at this moment. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Heidi Klum in the center of the venue, admiring this unprecedented sexy show. Just watch, Wayne. Kevin Tsujihara looked around, feeling the heated emotions of the hundreds of thousands of people in the stadium, and took out 2 cigars without any hurry, and handed one to Wayne. He did not bring an assistant with him to the stadium today, but his own suit pocket was like a small warehouse opened, and he took out a series of things such as a spray gun and a cigar cutter from it. Warner Brothers and you have undoubtedly made a lot of money by putting Wonder Woman on this year's Super Bowl for marketing. But after this big show by these models, starting next year, the advertising fees for the Super Bowl will rise to a sky-high price. I wonder if Hollywood movie companies will still be so willing to pay by then. Yes. Taking the cigar handed over by the other party, Wayne skillfully removed the outer plastic film, took the cigar cutter again, and patiently cut off the cigar cap while directly asserting, "Do you want to make another bet? I bet that, no matter how amazing the advertising fees for the Super Bowl rise next year, there will definitely be no shortage of movie companies to support it. On the contrary, they will probably have a headache at that time, wondering which check to accept. Others should wait until the end of this event before they can learn about it through the media." But Wayne is completely different. In his previous life, he had watched the videos of the halftime show several times. As a man, everyone wants to see this big show that is known as Victoria's Secret going global. That's right. Before this show, the models invited by Victoria's Secret were not famous. Their characteristics were that they all had young, sexy, and gorgeous hot bodies. Wearing Victoria's Secret underwear and shooting blockbusters instantly made people's adrenaline surge and their eye-catching attributes burst. Victoria's Secret's strategy has always been like this. With a few tenths or even a few hundredths of the celebrity endorsement fee, it can achieve unexpected publicity effects, which is both cost-saving and efficient. But this big show completely changed Victoria's Secret's business strategy, and the reason was Heidi Klum, who was being appreciated by audiences around the world. After the end of this Super Bowl, Victoria's Secret's endorsement models were called Victoria's Secret Angels, and the brand and models began to have a symbiotic relationship. The angels brought huge traffic to the brand and strengthened the brand's sexy temperament, and the brand provided the angels with a step to the skyway to become famous. The main reason for supporting Victoria's Secret's top management to change their business strategy was that with Heidi Klum's unexpected joining, the ratings of this Super Bowl became unparalleled. According to statistics released by the media afterwards, the ratings of this Super Bowl far exceeded those of previous years, and the number of people who watched this game accounted for a quarter of the world's total population. It is not certain whether there is water in this, but countless data survey companies have vowed that more than 1.5 billion people watched this Super Bowl. What is even more unexpected is that the time period when the ratings surged was when the 26 angel models appeared on stage. The trailer for the movie Wonder Woman, plus this unprecedented lingerie show. Kevin Suhara opened his mouth and exhaled a large cloud of green smoke with the aroma of fruitwood. He shook his head and smiled and said, "It's simply the sexy marketing to the extreme. I have to say that Bruce Rosenblum is really lucky. Luck, sometimes more important than anything else, isn't it?" Wayne shrugged, tilted his head to look at the radiant Heidi Klum, and whispered softly, "Just as the CEO of Time Warner said, Bruce Rosenblum, as the head of distribution of Warner Brothers, was personally responsible for the formulation and implementation of the publicity and promotion plan of Wonder Woman. Even if he did nothing later, he would still reap great success because of this sexy marketing. This brought him great prestige in his bid for the position of the next CEO of Warner Brothers. Regardless of whether it was because of luck or fate, he encountered this century's sexy marketing. In the past 10 years, Victoria's Secret's biggest title is the originator of sexy marketing. It can be said that, since the day it was born, Victoria's Secret has been running with a gene of pleasing men. After this big show, this brand will start running wild on this road, using sexy labels to conquer female consumers of an era. Why make Wonder Woman first? Wayne may have thought about taking this ride. You know, the story timeline of Wonder Woman is actually after Superman. The muscles, speed, blood-boiling collisions, confrontations and other elements on the court, combined with the sexy and beautiful half-naked Victoria's Secret angels, stimulated the hormones and aroused the primitive desires of 1.5 billion viewers around the world. In addition to the $10 million Dream Diamond Bra performed by Heidi Klum, the most difficult power desire for human beings included wealth and sexual desire in addition to power, making the Victoria's Secret show a god in one battle, and becoming the synonym of sexiness and fashion in the minds of men and women around the world. This is what Wayne wants. Although Warner Brothers and he have tried their best to solve the problems in the hands of Wonder Woman, they have even used the means of releasing the information of Justice League in advance. However, there is a biggest worry that has always lingered in his heart, like a nightmare that can't be shaken off. Therefore, he wants to use all the external conditions that can be used to increase the market influence of Wonder Woman. Nina. When the 26 angel models finished their performances and the second half of the game started again, Wayne waved and called over the assistant. Under the puzzled gazes of several people around him, he directly ordered, "After the game, you go to contact the top management of Victoria's Secret and tell them that I want the new Millennium Fantasy underwear made of diamonds." "Okay, boss." After hearing his words, whether it was Angelina Jolie or Cameron Diaz, the two women's eyes instantly burst into intense light. They first looked at each other, and then looked at the man next to them with fiery eyes. Even Kevin Suhara saw this scene and shifted his attention from the game. He looked at Wayne with some interest, wanting to know how he would deal with this flashy underwear that was extremely attractive to all women. In his opinion, Wayne was still too young. In this circle, who doesn't know what these actresses are? The reason why these two women were willing to roll with Wayne together was definitely not because of some shitty love. In addition to a tacit transaction, it was still a transaction. Since this is a transaction between us, why spend so much money to buy that dazzling underwear? To be honest, at least in Kevin Suhara's heart, no Hollywood actress is worth this price, and they are not his wives. Seeing that the people around him were all looking at him, especially the eyes of the two actresses, which were full of desire, Wayne believed at this moment that, if they had the ability, they would definitely consider taking the underwear directly. He raised his eyebrows helplessly, ignoring the desire in the eyes of the two ladies without hesitation, and said to Nina, who had turned around, "Then help me choose a suitable box, pack this underwear, and wait until the day of Fender's birthday to give it to Nami." "Understood, boss." Nina nodded. Even the assistant lady, who usually didn't show her emotions, had a look of understanding on her face at this time. This shows that she must have been guessing who her boss would give this sky-high priced dress to. Now the answer is out. There is no doubt that, even if Wayne said many sweet words to the two actresses, in his heart, the woman who really regarded him as his own was the Australian girl who accompanied him all the way. As for why he gave it to Fendi on her birthday, it is easier to understand. He was thanking Naomi Watts for bringing him a little angel in his life. As soon as his voice fell, disappointment rose in the eyes of the two actresses at the same time. But Wayne did not care about their thoughts at all, and turned around and chatted with the CEO of Time Warner again in a low voice. Even until the end of the game, he did not mention the matter of this set of sky-high underwear, which made the two actresses feel not very good. When the Super Bowl ended, and Wayne and others left, Kevin Suhara stood by the box with his arms folded in front of his chest without moving, staring straight at the hundreds of thousands of people who were leaving. "Boss, the car is ready." Not long after, his secretary came over and reported in a low voice, waiting for his decision to leave. F***K. How is it possible? Kevin Suhara waved his fist in annoyance, startling the secretary, who then heard him muttering, "Son of the B************************************** Did the Atlanta Falcons quarterback eat a *********? Why did he play worse than a pile of dog shit? F********K. This bastard." The secretary heard the boss swearing constantly. Although he didn't know what happened to make the Time Warner boss, who was usually known for his calmness, angry, he knew that he should pretend that he didn't see anything and simply lowered his head and remain silent. But it was not difficult to hear between the lines that it should be the Atlanta Falcons' loss that triggered the opponent's intense anger or annoyance. After returning, rent a big yacht angrily shaking his head, Kevin Suhara turned straight and walked towards the VIP passage outside the box, while whispering to the secretary, "Forget it, I'll just borrow a yacht myself. Please help me find the contact information of Heidi Klum's agent and tell him that there is a private party and he needs his supermodel clients to sign a confidentiality agreement to attend, and let them name a price. F***K. Shitty quarterback, I'm going to bleed a lot this time." The secretary nodded and agreed in a low voice. "No problem, I'll contact him when I get back to the hotel." Speaking of this, he still felt depressed. But in North America, even if it is a verbal bet, it must be executed according to the agreement. For elites of their social status, credit is far more important to them than money. Even compared to a contract written in black and white, this kind of verbal bet is more binding, and no one is willing to consume their credit for a little money. As the CEO of Time Warner, Kevin Suhara knows too well how much Wayne could make in the previous year. Not to mention the share of the other party's X-Men in cooperation with 20th Century Fox, just the box office share of The Flash, and the third part of The Matrix and Charlie's Angels invested by Warner Brothers and Greenberg Studios. The other party will get an astronomical profit share in a while. It is precisely because he knows that Wayne is not short of money that he will make this bet. He has learned that, although Wayne was the absolute main quarterback of the school team when he was in school, he has been busy like a spinning top since entering Hollywood. He has no time or mind to pay attention to football. No matter how he plays this bet, his chances of winning are very huge. Besides, before the game started, he was very optimistic about the Atlanta Falcons. With this result, he believes that many bookmakers will lose money. But since he lost, although he was a little annoyed, he could not afford to lose. On the contrary, his hand was bigger, and he wanted to invite Heidi Klum directly, just to maintain the friendship between the two. After all, he had just noticed that Wayne's eyes, when he looked at the supermodel, were full of possessiveness that only men could understand. I hope that B***H** agent doesn't ask for a sky-high price. Before the secretary closed the car door for Kevin Suhara, Music heard the other party muttering again. He could only continue to pretend to be dumb and silently opened the passenger door. Chapter 745, The Ignored Box Office Nuclear Bomb. After the Super Bowl, what caused a media sensation, and was reported by all major media was not the star quarterback John Elway of the winner Denver Broncos, nor the Wonder Woman that caused a carnival among movie fans across North America, but the group of sexy and hot angel models. The most eye-catching one was undoubtedly Heidi Klum and the sky-high diamond underwear she wore in front of the global audience that day. However, what puzzled the media reporters was that on the second day after the Super Bowl, when she mentioned the diamond underwear in an interview with reporters, Heidi Klum said that a mysterious rich man had bought the diamond underwear after the second half of the game. The sensitive reporters immediately found the manager of Victoria's Secret and asked about the price of the diamond underwear. Although the specific figure was not obtained, the executive vowed that the price of the diamond underwear was in the tens of millions of dollars. When the reporters were sensitive to the gimmick and wanted to ask the buyer further, both the angel supermodel being interviewed and the executives of Victoria's Secret were rarely silent. Undoubtedly, supermodels and Victoria's Secret executives all hope to make use of this set of sky-high priced underwear, and no one wants to miss such a good marketing opportunity. But it is obvious that the mysterious rich man who bought this set of diamond underwear should have a confidentiality clause with Victoria's Secret, which caused them to choose silence when facing the interview of reporters. But when less than a week had passed, and the hustle and bustle of the Super Bowl had gradually come to an end, a reporter suddenly broke the news that the person who bought the sky-high priced diamond underwear was the Hollywood director Wayne Greenberg. According to the analysis of relevant gossipers, this possibility is really very high, because on the day of the Super Bowl, Wayne Greenberg himself was watching the game on the spot. What made countless readers even more excited was that he was accompanied by the new Wonder Woman Angelina Jolie and Charlie's Angels Cameron Diaz to watch the game. People's attention quickly shifted, and entertainment tabloids were speculating who of the two actresses would be the final owner of this set of underwear. The execution of paparazzi reporters is absolutely unique in the Hollywood media industry. They know very well that it is useless to block Wayne Greenberg at the entrance of Warner Studios, so they simply set their sights on two Hollywood actresses. No, the diamond underwear was not given to me, although I'm very yearning for that dream underwear. Angelina Jolie admitted bluntly when facing reporters, but I did not get the diamond underwear. What? Who did Wayne give it to? I don't know. Then, Cameron Diaz also admitted in front of her home when facing reporters that she did not get the diamond underwear either. This is interesting. The answers of the two actresses in the interview undoubtedly proved one thing, that the underwear was bought by Wayne Greenberg. As we all know, the name Wayne Greenberg represents many symbols in the eyes of the public. For example, the representative of Hollywood directors. Since the 1990s, the last owner of chivalry in North American society, philanthropist, super rich, the representative of the American dream in recent years, and so on. But these are not the first things that people think of when they mention this name. Usually, when people hear their friends or the media mention this name, the first thing that comes to their mind is always the adjective playboy. After many years of reports in entertainment newspapers and gossip tabloids, Wayne's name is simply equated with playboy. And usually when there are no movies directed by him, the most popular news is that he is having an affair with a female star. Even this year, some more authoritative entertainment media published a teasing statement. If you want to find out whether you are famous in Hollywood as soon as possible, it is not to find your name among the stars on the Avenue of Stars, but to ask yourself whether you have climbed into Wayne Greenberg's bed. Another very important point is that among all the female stars in the circle who have had scandals with Wayne, no one has said anything bad about him in front of the media so far. This is also a miracle among all Hollywood celebrities. This is also the main reason why he is often ranked among the top fantasy objects of North American women, even though he is a playboy in people's minds. So the question is, who did Wayne Greenberg give that expensive underwear to? No one would believe that he would buy that intimate garment that is very attractive to women, but not to men, just to put it on and look in the mirror. Hollywood celebrities are never short of quirks. The most well-known example is Tom Cruise. This guy likes to wear thongs on his body during filming. Such gossip is no longer news. But even so, no one is willing to believe that Wayne is a transvestite. The public would rather believe that he is addicted to drugs in private or likes alcohol and leaf tobacco rather than believe that he is a perverted transvestite. So, in early January, the most discussed topic in North America was where did Wayne's expensive diamond underwear go? The popularity of this topic is close to the frequent film award ceremonies. Many paparazzi reporters are holding back their energy and want to dig out the truth of this big news that is very unique in the award season. You don't understand. Real businessmen only make limited profits. Huge profits are just not sustainable. 20th Century Fox saw that in the small conference room. The then CEO Townsend Rothman was leisurely reading the colorful gossip tabloids in his hand while chatting with Terry beside him. So, even though those shareholders are all advocating to use a price that ordinary people can't refuse to attract Wayne Greenberg to cooperate more deeply with Fox, in fact, Wayne is simply impossible to agree. Terry nodded and glanced at the newspaper on the table. There was a Hollywood detective column on it, who is wearing Wayne Greenberg's sky-high diamond underwear. Cooperation with 20th Century Fox is a huge profit. But close cooperation with Warner Brothers is the long-term practice of real businessmen. That's right. Townsend Rothman stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers, smiled and shook his head, but the smile on his face revealed a hint of imperceptible coldness. Don't expect the next cooperation. Unless there is an irreparable rift between Wayne Greenberg and Warner Brothers, he will not cooperate with Fox for at least 10 years, no matter how much money he offers. Will there be a rift between Warner Brothers and Wayne? Maybe, but it will never be a rift big enough to make the two sides go their separate ways, because neither Wayne nor Warner Brothers will let the situation develop to that point. It will be a double lose situation, and there will be no winner at all. On the other hand, how big a rift would it take for Wayne to be willing to abandon his Warner Brothers shares in the glory of DC that he built with his own hands? Even if there is an irreconcilable contradiction between the two sides, on this basis, both sides will do their best to maintain the cooperative relationship. Boss, so you want to? Terry seemed to have suddenly thought of something, with a flash of thought on his face, and whispered, "Use Star Wars?" As his voice slowly faded, the eyes looking at the head of Fox were slowly filled with fear and disbelief. Terry, this is Hollywood. Townsend Rothman, holding a thick cigar in his hand, looked downstairs through the window. A business car had just stopped there, and several people were getting off the car and walking towards the Fox building. So, business is business, and business is just business. Although he said so, Townsend Rothman's face also showed a trace of obvious thinking. Obviously, he was not sure whether his plan could be implemented smoothly. Don't worry, no matter what we want to do, we need the nod of the father of Star Wars. If he doesn't nod, we can't do anything. That's right, when all the fans in North America were attracted by the new DC blockbuster Wonder Woman and the unprecedentedly popular Pearl Harbor, there was another movie that could be called a King Bomb, and no relevant information was revealed. The new Star Wars has made countless fans in North America and even the world look forward to Star Wars for 16 years. Since the release of Star Wars 3, Return of the Jedi in 1983, fans of this series have raised their expectations to the extreme in more than 10 years. During this period, there were countless rumors that George Lucas was making a new Star Wars, but what fans waited for time and time again were all statements from Lucasfilm and 20th Century Fox to refute the rumors. This time, when the new Star Wars really came out, including Thompson Rothman and other 20th Century Fox executives, everyone firmly believed that, even if George Lucas shot a pile of shit, it would still be sought after by fans all over the world as soon as it was released. With such a box office nuclear bomb in hand, Thompson Rothman was not afraid of anything at this time. The reason why 20th Century Fox did not invest in advertising in the Super Bowl was because its name was Star Wars. It did not need any advertising. It itself was the world's largest IP and the largest advertisement. No one knew when this new Star Wars would be released, but the biggest possibility was undoubtedly the summer season. Although the outside world is now speculating about the summer season, Thompson Rothman is not in a hurry at all. As long as he can convince George Lucas, he is sure to bring the power of Star Wars to its extreme. When George Lucas and his party entered the small conference room, the two sides went straight to the point without any greetings or nonsense. Townsend, this is the last time I will express my opinion. Looking at Townsend Rothman, who was smiling and seemed like a good old man, George Lucas said directly without any politeness, "Put away your messy ideas. I will not allow my Star Wars to be released with the slightest risk." Of course, George, I mean of course. Townsend Rothman knew the father of Star Wars in front of him very well. After all, he was the one who personally released Star Wars 3, Return of the Jedi. So he did not rush to refute the other party's words, but smiled and handed over a cigar, and explained with a smile, "I asked you to come here this time, just to set the release date of Star Wars, as soon as possible." In fact, George Lucas knew very well that from its own perspective 20th Century Fox must want to use Star Wars to fight a beautiful battle in this summer season. And how could a beautiful battle not have a good opponent? But from his point of view, he didn't want to see such a situation happen at all. That's right, George Lucas's Star Wars is not afraid of any competitors, but if it can be released at a relatively relaxed time, only a fool would want to take risks with his own film. What's more, through several previous conversations, it was discovered that the subtext of 20th Century Fox was to try to trick Wonder Woman and Pearl Harbor. To put it bluntly, neither of these two films is easy to deal with. Needless to say, the latter, the title of Explosive Bay, has become an alternative guarantee for Hollywood's box office in the past 2 years. Basically, every film can achieve very good market results. As for the former, George Lucas knows Wayne too well. He knows very well that anyone who looks at Wonder Woman with prejudice and naively thinks that this is a work that is inherently lacking in audience will eventually be beaten to a pulp. To take a step back, even if Star Wars really squeezes into May and knocks these two films off the horse, what can it do? I'm afraid the biggest possibility is that each side is affected by the other, and even if there is a winner, it will be a bloody victory in the end. There is no doubt that no matter what excuses 20th Century Fox makes, the purpose behind it is to use Star Wars as a weapon. George Lucas can become the richest man in Hollywood today, so he is certainly not that stupid. George, given the nature of Star Wars, the best time to release it is of course the beginning of the summer season. As soon as the words fell, seeing George Lucas's eyes immediately become sharp, Townsend Rothman raised his hand holding a cigar, signaling the other party to listen to him. The disadvantages of May, the beginning of the summer season, are well known. Wayne Greenberg has completely cultivated this period into his personal time slot over the years, and has also cultivated countless loyal fans. But George, you must think about why. Even so, in the past few years, there were still films like Jurassic Park 2 and Godzilla scheduled to be released during this period. Even this year, there will still be no shortage of big productions squeezed in. He paused deliberately, and seeing that the other party did not say anything, he continued, "It is because the benefits of being released during this period are equally tempting. Wayne Greenberg has completely cleared most of the opponents at the beginning of the summer season in nearly 10 years. As long as we join this period, it means that we will only face 1 or 2 strong competitors, and they are competitors that are put on the surface. Is it true that, if our film is released in the hot July and August later, there will be no strong competitors? You and I both know that it is precisely because of Wayne Greenberg's invisible tyranny that the already more competitive July and August are becoming more and more crowded. According to the information Fox has received, Warner Brothers alone has packed in Austin Powers 2, King Kong, John Wick, and a series of sequels in the 3 months of June, July, and August. Universal Pictures' The Mummy, Disney's Tarzan, Toy Story 2, and The Sixth Sense, Sony's The Fake Father, and Paramount's The Runaway Bride. This series of projects can be said to be all top projects of major companies. George, this is just the information we have received so far. By then, it will become normal to release 3 films with a production cost of hundreds of millions of dollars on a weekend. I think you should understand what I mean. As the former distribution director of 20th Century Fox, Townsend Rothman seemed confident when talking about the distribution of the film. According to him, this is indeed the case. Except for the period from May to mid-June, the later the time is, the more crowded this summer season will be. At least from this perspective, his statement is completely for Star Wars. I don't want to repeat what I said before, Townsend. No one expected that George Lucas was so determined. Even when faced with such a choice for himself, he waved his hand without hesitation. I want to hear other options. A trace of surprise flashed across Townsend Roseman's face. He didn't expect that what he thought was the best argument still failed to impress this stubborn old man. Well, I have another suggestion. Just say it. You go and make an appointment with Wayne Greenberg in person. Chapter 746 finally here. Since January, the award season has completely become the theme of Hollywood. With the holding of major award ceremonies, the popular films for this year's Oscars have naturally emerged. In this period of high tide in the media industry as a whole, the only person who can grab a place in various award previews and analysis of popular film awards is probably Wayne, who is hiding in Warner Studios and has never been interviewed by the media. Nami called me from New Zealand and asked me about the diamond underwear. Taking advantage of the break, Nina brought her assistant Lily, holding 7 or 8 cups of coffee in their hands, and pushed open the door of the editing room. After distributing coffee to each member, she sat next to Wayne, shrugged and said casually, "Nami asked me to tell you that, if you buy that diamond underwear, it's not for her. Then she will definitely take the little Fendi and run back to Australia for a vacation of 3 or 2 months. This stupid woman." Laughing and shaking his head, Wayne and the editor Julia beside him looked at each other, and several people, including Guillermo, all laughed playfully. "Hey, boss." Guillermo put down the coffee cup in his hand and teased loudly with an exaggerated expression, "Between your lovely daughter and that set of sparkling underwear, what would you choose? Come on, if it were me, I would never let a woman get her wish easily. My daughter can be taken on vacation for a few months at most, but that unique diamond underwear, once it's gone, it's really gone, isn't it?" "That's right, Wayne." Julia, who was getting more and more muscular, reached out and hugged Wayne's arm. Under the gaze of everyone, she said in the same exaggerated tone, "Dear Junior, I'm completely different from those female stars. I'm not greedy at all. As long as you lend me that set of diamond underwear for a week, I will consider dating you tonight. How about it?" Boom in the lounge of the entire editing room. Everyone laughed. Even Nina, who had always been serious in front of outsiders, kept raising her eyebrows at her boss. "Hey, man, I'm kindly reminding you." Luke Simmons spread his hands, acting coy, and said to Wayne amid the laughter of the crowd, "Wayne, this may be the only chance you have in your life to date Julia. If I were you, I would definitely seize it." Amid the teasing of the crowd, Wayne tilted his head and lit a cigarette. In front of everyone's eyes, he held the cigarette in the corner of his mouth and stretched out his hands, then raised his middle fingers on both hands and shook them back and forth at the few people. F***K off. "Are you sure you don't want to consider it again, Wayne?" Julia, who has dark skin and a body of roughly the same thickness, looked at Wayne with a sad expression. "No, Julia." Shaking his head without hesitation, Wayne suddenly pointed at Luke Simmons and said in a tempting tone, "However, I can give this precious opportunity to Luke. If you can get Luke tonight, I can lend you the diamond underwear for a week." Luke Simmons blinked, and with a very stiff expression, he slowly turned his head and met Julia's eyes. When he found that the eyes of the editor, who looked like a black ant, were flashing with a heartbeat, he almost sprayed out all the coffee in his mouth. Hey, Julia, no. Everyone looked at Luke Simmons with amusement, stammering and trying to explain something. You know, I'm definitely not your type. Julia, listen to me. Don't be impulsive. Forcing a man to date you is against the law, you little bitch. Seeing that the situation was not right, Gilmore grabbed Julia's arm tightly. Luke Simmons turned around without any hesitation, opened the door and rushed out. At least he knew very well that, if the combat effectiveness was really calculated according to body size, no one in this room could fight Julia alone. This black woman has gained weight in the past 2 years. In an emergency, it is more important to escape first. Okay, the joke time is over. Raising his wrist to check the time, Wayne put away the smile on his face and clapped his hands to everyone. Okay, there is still a lot of work waiting for us. Come on, get moving. Julia, who was mainly responsible for editing, followed the crew to observe early in the morning. During this period, not only did she sit in the film room with Wayne every night, but she also started to make editing plans before the filming was completed. So, when the editing of Wonder Woman officially began, it took only half a month for her to strictly follow the plan and complete the first rough cut. When Wayne walked into the editing room again, they officially started the second fine cut. Compared with the large amount of preparation work done in advance during the first rough cut, this editing was the beginning of the real tedious and headache. Relatively speaking, their work progress was not fast. At most they could just keep up with the plan. There are many reasons for this, but the most important factor is Wayne's capriciousness. Sometimes he worked hard for a day, but when he was about to get off work at night, he would have a sudden idea to overturn the results of a whole day's work, and then take Julia, Gilmore and others to start working overtime in disregard of labor laws, and overturn and start again according to new ideas. Of course, in Wayne's crew, for workers other than the core team members behind the scenes, they are always happy. At least they never have the opportunity to participate in this kind of unreasonable overtime. Just like what he said to Julia and others, he never asked a few people to work overtime with him, but there was no fool among the core team members. Such a good opportunity, 99% of the behind the scenes staff in the circle would not be able to get it, even if they begged for it, so they certainly did not want to miss the rare learning opportunity. Looking at the entire Hollywood, how many behind the scenes workers have the opportunity to participate in the post-production work of a project with a production cost of $200 million US? It can be said that such a precious learning opportunity is very rare, no matter what era it is. The rhythm is wrong, Julia. Looking at the footage that had just been spliced, Wayne frowned slightly and immediately looked at Guillermo on the side and said unceremoniously, "Turn off the damn music. Turn it off now." "What's wrong, boss?" Guillermo turned off the music and looked at him in surprise. Even Julia, who had been in charge of editing, looked at him with an inquiring look. At least she felt that there was no problem with the footage of Wonder Woman rushing out of the battlefield just now, and it was all spliced according to the other party's ideas. The rhythm is wrong. Be quiet for 5 minutes and let me think about it. Wayne took a few steps back and sat on his chair. He picked up a cigarette from the table and lit it. Then he looked out the window and his eyes gradually narrowed. They had worked with him more than once or twice. Seeing him in this state, they looked at each other and shrugged helplessly at the same time. The members of the core team knew that once the leader of the crew lit a cigarette and narrowed his eyes, it meant that his brain was thinking very fast. The clip they were editing just now was not complicated at all. It was Diana Prince standing out from the battlefield, unbuttoning her hair under the gaze of the surrounding soldiers, taking off her ordinary coat, and transforming into Wonder Woman into the center of the battlefield. It seemed to be a very simple shot, but it had a lot to express. This shot was also responsible for arousing the excitement of the fans, especially when accompanied by the low background music. According to common sense, there was nothing wrong with Julia's handling method, but Wayne himself always felt that something was wrong, or the rhythm was wrong. Rhythm is something that is formed at the subconscious level of the editor. The most common way for a senior editor to find the rhythm of the picture is to lay a piece of music underneath, and then cut in the matching footage on this basis. Just like the music that Gilmore just turned off, this piece of music itself is the soundtrack used in the editing of this shot in Wonder Woman. Movies are a kind of audiovisual enjoyment, especially modern commercial blockbusters. Whether it is science fiction, suspense, or action movies, if you want to bring the audience into the emotions, let the audience empathize, and stimulate the audience's so-called refreshing emotions, all of them are inseparable from the guidance of the soundtrack. The same is true when editing action shots. The most common practice of the editor who presides over the editing is to let the rhythm and layering of the music itself become the dominant rhythm of the picture editing. This is a rhythmic way commonly used to edit action scenes or important scenes, but it is not the only way. Julia, the big panorama like the one where Diana Prince transforms into Wonder Woman and walks into the battlefield, should not last for more than 1 second. Wayne sat up from his chair before finishing a cigarette and said to the editor Julia, "Since he started editing, discussions like this have been going on, and this time is no exception." "You mean?" Julia nodded thoughtfully, looking at the man in front of her, and muttered, "The big panorama of Diana Prince stepping into the battlefield needs to give the audience a longer viewing time." "Right. That's right." While thinking, Wayne told Julia his new requirements again. In a special big panorama like this, the amount of information contained is enough, and the performance range that can be reflected is also large enough. So don't worry about the damn background music first. Let's lengthen this entrance scene. "I remember this material. I shot it long enough." Julia nodded. "Okay, leave it to me." The reason for such a change is not that Wayne is overturning the editing rules or the rhythm of the action scenes. But now he is sitting in the editing room, presiding over the post-production work, and his perspective on the problem has quietly changed. One of the big selling points of this film, and it can be said that the biggest selling point, is Angelina Jolie's appearance when she puts on a full set of equipment. So no matter what requirements he puts forward for editing, it has always been around how to show how beautiful Angelina Jolie is in 360 degrees. There is no doubt that after the cooperation between the makeup artist, cameraman, and lighting technician, the Wonder Woman who finally appeared on the big screen is stunning beyond the imagination of ordinary people. This is the magic of the movie. Looking at Julia, who is busy working, Wayne, who is standing behind, hugged his arms in front of his chest and instantly fell into memories. So far, he remembers clearly that no matter which media in the East and the West selects the sexiest and hottest women in the world, Angelina Jolie's name will basically appear on the list. He even remembers that many authoritative Western media have selected Angelina Jolie as the sexiest woman alive. It is easy to overlook that when the media was selecting the sexiest woman in the world, Angelina Jolie had already passed her peak period. And when was her peak period of beauty and figure? That's right, it was between the mid to late 1990s and the early 2000s. But her undisciplined private life and rebellious personality were the main factors that occupied this peak period of beauty. Then came the prodigal son's return that was loved by movie fans all over the world. At that time, Angelina Jolie began to engage in charity and adopted children crazily, which also made her and Pitt's improper marriage easily forgiven by the public. In the first 2 years, when Angelina Jolie was frequently exposed to the news of adopting children, the attitude of the public and the media was actually the same, looking at it with a skeptical perspective. After all, this is a bad woman who broke up Rachel's family. Who knows if she wants to whitewash herself through charity? But as time goes by, people gradually accept her transformation. At least compared to those charities that only stay in words, Angelina Jolie is really helping the weak. It is in this context that she is still one of the representatives of the adjective sexy and beautiful in most people's hearts. Angelina Jolie, who met Wayne early, has at least one very good thing, that is, her chaotic private life and rebellious personality are all put away because of her desire for fame and fortune. Not only that, she also patiently shaped her body and finally had this external condition that amazed everyone. What Wayne wanted to do was to do his best to show this sexy image at its peak to fans all over the world in this film. Under this premise, even if some normal editing rules are violated, it is only a small problem. After all, in addition to the popularity of DC, the biggest selling point of this film after its official release is Wonder Woman herself. "Wayne, is this okay?" "Okay, no problem. You did a great job." Before getting off work, Julia woke up Wayne, who was in a daze, and waited for him to nod with satisfaction before secretly breathing a sigh of relief. No matter how hard it was, at least I could get off work and go home on time today. Hearing his words, even Guillermo breathed a sigh of relief. In order to quickly finish the work here and then start working on Superman, that was already waiting for Wayne. They were all exhausted during this period of time. Boss. Just as several people were packing up and preparing to leave work on time, Nina pushed open the door and walked in, reporting in a low voice. George Lucas just called to invite you to dinner. He has sent a car to the studio to pick you up. Wayne subconsciously looked at Nina, and the same emotion was revealed in their eyes. After waiting for so many days, what was supposed to come finally came. Chapter 747 New Star Wars. George is so thoughtful. Closing the car door, Wayne stood beside the car, buttoning up his suit jacket, and looked up at the restaurant in front of him. This is a typical Chinese restaurant. Unlike other Chinese restaurants in Los Angeles, this restaurant does not look high-end from the outside, but it clearly tells the diners passing by that the signature here is duck. In fact, even Wayne himself could not have imagined that there is such a traditional roast duck restaurant hidden in the World Plaza in San Gabriel, Los Angeles. In fact, after so many years, Wayne has long been accustomed to Western food. Although he still eats Chinese food from time to time, in general Western food is still the main food in his life. Hollywood director Wayne Greenberg is a complete fan of the East, and he especially likes Chinese food. As soon as he entered the door, George Lucas gave Wayne a warm hug, and while leading the way, he kept greeting and teasing. How is it? It's nice here, right? The environment is very good. Wayne smiled and shook his head, observing the environment in the restaurant, and followed the father of Star Wars into the box. As for how it tastes, you have to try it to know. In fact, the two people present knew it well. Neither of them cared about what to eat or where to eat tonight. George Lucas' attitude was that he hoped to have a suitable place to have a good talk with Wayne. Coincidentally, Wayne also had this in mind. However, this roast duck restaurant hidden in the corner of Los Angeles gave Wayne enough surprises. Not long after they sat down, a chef in white chef clothes pushed a cart into the box, and then quickly sliced a duck into 108 pieces under the incredible gaze of the two. After asking if he needed help explaining, the chef happily took away a postcard signed by the father of Star Wars and the Dark King of Hollywood. Have you eaten this kind of duck before? After just a taste, George Lucas stopped what he was doing and looked at Wayne with curiosity. The other person skillfully spread the sauce on a pancake, then put in scallion, cucumber strips and duck meat, handed it to the female assistant beside him, and then skillfully rolled it for himself again. After swallowing the duck in his mouth, Wayne shrugged his shoulders, did not continue the topic, and did not continue to touch the food on the table. Instead, he picked up the prepared paper towel and carefully wiped his hands and mouth. He knew that the hot dishes on the table and the sliced roast duck were actually not in line with the taste of North Americans, including George Lucas. So what do ordinary Americans usually eat? In fact, many American TV dramas about life have shown that the main meal is grilled and fast food is fried. Usually at home, they either order pizza and hamburgers or make simple sandwiches. The more complicated ones are just scrambled eggs. It is well known that in North America, no matter what age group, people are very fond of parties and gatherings. But even at a party, it's just me roasting a chicken and you mixing a vegetable salad. Then no matter how the chicken is roasted or how the salad is mixed, they start to praise each other crazily. So North Americans may not really care about eating. The most important thing is to fill their stomachs. If you pay attention, you will find that among the groups with the most fat people in North America, basically more than 95% are poor. This is caused by the food they eat, but these poor people generally become fat. In fact, they are forced out. Ordinary green leafy vegetables in North American supermarkets are about $2, and if they are bean sprouts, they are all about $4. But if you look at chicken legs, many of them may be about $0.8 when they are discounted. Like large chops and pork, more often it is about $2. From this, we can see that the price of green leafy vegetables is actually much more expensive than meat. More common high sugar and high carb foods, such as chocolate donuts and ice cream, are very cheap. So the general poor have no choice, and they do not have the conditions to reasonably arrange what kind of healthy diet. In contrast to these poor people, if you are in the elite class or above, you will naturally eat more vegetables and nuts, and will not eat foods such as high sugar and high carbon water. This is also the reason why many rich people protect their body better. The reason is simple. People above the elite class have enough ability and self-discipline to care about their diet, health and living habits. For example, George Lucas in front of him, it is obvious that he is not interested in the high-calorie food on the table at all. Even when facing Wayne, he did not pretend to show his interest. One thing must be mentioned, Chinese food is actually not cheap in North America, at least not cheap at all for the poor. This is also the embarrassing part of Chinese food. Even after being improved according to local eating habits, in the minds of North Americans, it is generally believed that such food is okay to try occasionally, but eating such food for a long time, even if the taste is put aside, they think it is unhealthy. Fortunately, the restaurant chosen by George Lucas today does not serve improved dishes, at least the roast duck is not, which is the most friendly thing for a soul that has eaten countless times in the previous life. Tell me, George, what do you want to talk about today? Throwing down the tissue in his hand, Wayne motioned Nina to continue eating, ignoring the conversation between them, and turned to look at the father of Star Wars beside him. Hey, man, don't tell me that you asked me to come here just for dinner. I can see that you are not used to the taste of these foods. Glancing at Nina who was eating with her head down, George Lucas showed a hearty smile on his face, stared into Wayne's eyes, shrugged and said, "Let me be frank. I know you are busy with the post-production of Wonder Woman recently. This time I asked you out to talk to you about 20th Century Fox's arrangement for the release of Star Wars." When hearing the word Star Wars, Wayne's eyes shrank suddenly, and even Nina, who was eating with her head down, paused. Obviously, they have been waiting for news about Star Wars for so long. If there is any movie in this era that can threaten the already established DC series, or even directly defeat the DC series of movies, then there is no doubt that it is Star Wars, the world's #1 IP. Then he took out a cigarette and lit it. Wayne stretched his arms on the back of the chair, his expression unchanged, and asked casually with a relaxed look, "George, you don't mean to tell me that Fox is going to release your Star Wars in May, the beginning of the summer season, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly shook his head and rejected the question. It's almost February now. If Star Wars is released in May, there should be some publicity and promotion. But so far, there is not much news about Star Wars circulating in the outside world. But what he is most worried about is that 20th Century Fox will temporarily learn from Universal Pictures and Paramount in the past 2 years. After all, the reality is here. This year's summer season can be said to be more and more crowded as time goes by. Who knows if the old guy Townsend Rothman will suddenly have a brain twitch. Thinking of this, his eyes instantly locked on George Lucas beside him. No matter what 20th Century Fox wants to do, it must get the nod of the father of Star Wars. That's right, I rejected 20th Century Fox's distribution plan. George Lucas reached out and touched his beard. Without any hesitation, he sold Townsend Rothman. There was no need to say too much. He believed in the intelligence of his friend. Even if he only relied on his imagination, he could figure out what happened. "George, tell me what you think." Hearing the other party's words, Wayne's eyes slowly narrowed. He didn't care what Fox wanted to do. Instead, he immediately thought that, since the father of Star Wars asked him out, he must have some special ideas. "I don't know if you noticed, Wayne." George Lucas didn't keep him in suspense, and didn't even care about the female assistant beside him. He said directly, in the past few summer seasons, Warner Brothers' various sequels and large-scale productions with medium investment or above have basically run through the entire summer season, which has also made Warner Brothers the largest film company with the most dazzling revenue in the past few years. At this point, he deliberately stopped for a few seconds before continuing, but this year, the total number of films produced by Warner Brothers alone, plus the films co-produced with your studio, has been surpassed by Disney. So, what I and the Fox distribution department mean, is to understand your thoughts on Disney first. Do you want to? As George Lucas slowly spoke, Wayne also thought of many related things. Yes, Warner Brothers not only produced a large number of films in recent years, but also had an extremely high success rate. But Warner Brothers itself also has its own difficulties that cannot be ignored. That is to give the DC series the golden time slot at the beginning of the summer season. They have more films than other companies, all crowded into the schedule of the next few months. A simple recollection will reveal that Disney seems to have ushered in a big explosion this year. From animated feature films, comedies, suspense thrillers, to magnificent war films, all kinds of films seem to be pouring out together. In terms of total number, it has faintly surpassed Warner Brothers. The most important point is that Disney does not have the scruples of Warner Brothers, nor does it take the initiative to stay away from Wayne's projects like other film companies. Although there is no direct confrontation, if you count carefully, starting from Pearl Harbor in late May, the films produced and released by Disney have been throughout the summer season, especially from late May to July, when Disney's key projects are simply crowded. Pearl Harbor in late May, Tarzan in mid-June, G-Type in mid-July, and Runaway Bride, co-produced with Paramount, in late July. Seeing that Wayne was lost in thought, George Lucas stopped talking. As the person who knew his boss best, Nina guessed what he needed at the first time and immediately lowered her voice, like a computer, recalling and reciting some of Disney's more famous project arrangements this year. Boss, there are actually Toy Story 2 and The Sixth Sense, which are destined to perform well, but Disney has not announced the specific release dates of these two projects so far. The assistant didn't care about the smiling father of Star Wars, and made a very rational analysis to the man next to her. But with the current density of Disney's film schedule, these two key works will most likely appear at the end of the summer season, and may even appear alone in the Christmas season. Toy Story 2. The market prospects of this film are self-evident. After all, the previous film was too successful. Not only did it achieve impressive numbers in the theater market, but it also made Disney's peripherals sell like crazy. It even made Pixar's stock price soar, and let Boss Joe return to the fruit company. The following The Sixth Sense is not simple either. Just look at the name Jerry Bruckheimer written on the producer column, which to a certain extent indicates that the market prospects of this film will not be too bad. Tell me, George, what do you need me to do? After about 5 minutes, Wayne put out the cigarette in his hand and looked at the father of Star Wars beside him and asked. George Lucas remembered Townsend Rothman's idea and stated his purpose happily. Persuade the top management of Warner Brothers, at least Bruce Rosenblum, the head of the distribution department, to sit down and have a good chat with the executives of Fox. I don't understand, George. When Wayne heard his words, he frowned immediately. The two had a good personal relationship, so he simply asked directly. According to the tacit understanding between the 6 major Hollywood companies, there is no need to sit down and talk about this kind of thing, right? In fact, to put it bluntly, it is nothing more than the two companies joining together to target Disney in terms of public opinion and publicity. This is not difficult to guess. 2 of the 6 giants joining together can actually do more than just this. More importantly, they can gather the power of the two companies and put pressure on the theater companies together to reduce the scale and time of the projects of the targeted ones and the density and number of films after the release. But all this has 2 major prerequisites. The first is that the quality of the projects of the two companies that join together must be good. Otherwise, even in the face of huge pressure and threats, purely commercial companies such as theater companies will not leave money unearned. Second, although such things happen anytime and anywhere in Hollywood, when doing these things, people usually rely on tacit understanding when they cooperate. The reason is simple. If the executives of Warner Brothers and the executives of 20th Century Fox sit together today, it will not take more than one night, and those who should get the news will get the news. There has never been an airtight wall in Hollywood, let alone big guys like them, who have countless eyes staring at them every day. I can only tell you that Fox and I have great ambitions. The father of Star Wars did not hide anything and said bluntly, don't you think that your Wonder Woman plus my Star Wars should forcibly occupy more market share? Speaking of this, George Lucas's face was full of confidence. But Wayne, you should know that Fox and Warner Brothers are very at odds because of the cooperation between them and you on X-Men. No one is deaf. Many shareholders of Warner Brothers still think that Fox has taken away the money that was supposed to be his. Nodding silently, Wayne said, "Okay, I'll call Bruce Rosenblum later. This is good for both parties, there is no doubt about it." From the subtext, it can be heard that the release time of Star Wars will never exceed mid-July. And judging from the meaning of the father of Star Wars, it is not to target a certain Disney movie at all, but to completely squeeze out all Disney projects during the period between the release of Wonder Woman and Star Wars. George Lucas and Wayne are very clear that the meaning of their conversation is more of a test. If possible, it is best to promote cooperation between the two parties. As for how the two film companies talk and how to arrange it, that is not something they need to consider. Before the Oscars, Star Wars will hold several internal previews. If you have time, you can come and have a look. Seeing that the business was over, the father of Star Wars made a special invitation. You know, George. When Wayne mentioned this, a smile immediately appeared on his face. I have been a Star Wars fan since I was a child. George, your film has made us wait for too many years. When the preview is held, please let me know. I can't wait to see it. Chapter 748. Wayne is not greedy. After the dinner with George Lucas, Wayne immediately called Bruce Rosenblum and briefly expressed Fox's intentions. After receiving a response from Jeff Robinoff to discuss as soon as possible, he put the matter aside and continued to work on the post-production of Wonder Woman. In fact, in his heart, he actually preferred to cooperate with 20th Century Fox. After all, no one knew better than him how terrible Disney was after the civil strife gradually ended. Even in Wayne's mind, the current actions of major Hollywood film companies against DreamWorks were far less effective than those against Disney. After all, no matter how DreamWorks tossed around, in the end the big three would be beaten by the global distribution channels, but Disney, the temporary giant, would not. As for Star Wars, he believed that, as long as the brains of Warner Brothers executives were not broken, they would definitely not be willing to touch it. Not to mention Jeff Robinoff, the current head of Warner Brothers. Even in my memory, the group of executives who frequently made strange moves 20 years later knew that they should not touch Star Wars for no reason, and that was the Star Wars that Disney had tinkered with after George Lucas left. Speaking of the fate of Star Wars and Wonder Woman, we have to mention Wonder Woman 1984. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this movie is completely an unexpected hit of the previous work, and it was urgently shot to make money, which caught the appetite of movie fans around the world before it was released. But the result is that Wonder Woman 1984 has changed its release date many times in a row. Almost every time it announced the change of the release date, the famous female director Patty Jenkins would praise her film to the media. I really regret postponing the release of Wonder Woman 1984. I shot it so well. When I watched the edited version, I couldn't stop getting excited. The female director always said the same thing every time the film was postponed. Later, many ordinary fans noticed that something was wrong. Some smart fans quickly discovered the problem. The reason for the change of the release date of Wonder Woman 1984 is very simple. It was to avoid the new Star Wars and the new 007. Maybe Warner Brothers felt bad and postponed the film to the summer season for the third time. In fact, Hollywood's marketing and promotion, and even the means of making money from commercial films, have not changed at all in the past 20 years. Now, even though Wayne has the success of several popular DC movies and there is no threat of similar superhero movies in the market, he is still keen on Warner Brothers' plan to use the popularity of Angel Supermodel in the Super Bowl when it comes to publicity and marketing. Wonder Woman 1984, which was rushed out to make money after the previous film became a hit, did the same thing, and it was much more excessive than him. Why did Warner Brothers postpone the release date several times? It is obvious that the film was not well received by the company. The reason why they have to avoid the popular films of the year again and again and insist on releasing it in 2020 is because of the content of this film. It can even be said that the setting of many contents of this film is naturally aimed at riding on the popularity. If it is not scheduled to be released in that year, let alone making money, there is a high probability that Warner Brothers' DC superhero grave will be covered with dust. For example, let's put aside the rest of the film and just say that Warner Brothers' instinct To ride on the popularity is simply a true portrayal of a Hollywood film company. However, Warner Brothers was unlucky this time. 20th Century Fox announced to the media this morning that the much anticipated new Star Wars will be officially released on June 23 during the summer. This work, which was shot by George Lucas, the father of Star Wars, took many years to shoot. At the same time, the name of the film was announced, Star Wars Prequel, The Phantom Menace. Star Wars is officially scheduled for late June. The summer season is about to usher in the biggest box office bomb. By then, Star Wars Prequel, The Phantom Menace is coming. 20th Century Fox announced that this new Star Wars is destined to cause a carnival for all fans. At the end of February, 20th Century Fox suddenly released the release date of Star Wars to the media. For a time, all topics in North America became hot discussions about Star Wars. Even the predictions and analysis of various award ceremonies were suppressed by discussions about Star Wars. Not only the mainstream entertainment media, but also all the serious newspapers in the mainstream society have replaced the headlines with topics related to the new Star Wars. It can be seen how great the influence of this series of movies is in North America. At one time, many celebrities and big names expressed their anticipation for the new Star Wars in interviews with reporters. The sudden release of the new Star Wars news seemed to have triggered countless Star Wars fans. From politicians, businessmen, to celebrities and socialites, who all expressed their anticipation for Star Wars through the media. This is George's influence. This is the influence of Star Wars. In the post-production studio of Warner Studios, Wayne threw down a few newspapers, whistled helplessly, and sighed to the people in front of him. Star Wars is no longer just a movie. To be precise, it has become a cultural phenomenon in North America, a cultural name card. Wayne, you're not bad. Flipping through the newspaper on the table, Luke Simmons glanced at him and said with a smile, maybe in 2 years, when people mention superheroes, they will also call it a cultural phenomenon, right? It's difficult, Luke. I'm not confused yet. Wayne shook his head. Although he envied the storm caused by Star Wars, his mind was still very clear. He knew that, no matter how hard he tried, he could never make DC superheroes become a cultural phenomenon like Star Wars. However, if it is said to become a cultural name card in North America, this is very likely. No, it's not difficult at all in my opinion. Aviadella on the side, put down the newspaper in his hand, and looked at the man across the table seriously. It's not difficult at all, if you want to, you know. Looking at Aviadella, who was about to give a long speech with a headache, Wayne waved his hand helplessly and interrupted the other party's next words. Hey, Avi, put away those wild ideas of yours. You see how busy I'm now. After the post-production of Wonder Woman is completed, there is still the entire crew of Superman waiting for me. I don't have time, and I can't squeeze out time, okay? Since Wayne started the post-production of Wonder Woman, Aviadella has come to the studio countless times. His purpose has always been very clear, hoping that the Marvel superhero movie produced by Greenberg Studio can be directed by Wayne himself, even if it is just a name, so as to open up all markets at the beginning. More importantly, Wayne has been delaying the project plan he made by himself for various reasons, making him anxious to find out when the other party is going to produce the Marvel superhero. Just say it straight, Avi. Seeing that Aviadella still wanted to continue persuading him, Wayne shrugged and said directly, all the money from the Greenberg work must be prioritized to ensure the operation of the projects that have been started. Avi, you should know that if we start preparing for the Iron Man you submitted now, our only way is to raise funds. I heard that. Aviadella hesitated for a while, still observing the face of the man opposite, and said carefully, I heard that there is an investor in the circle who is very interested in all the projects of Greenberg Studio. Since he has already invested in other projects of the studio, why not? No, Avi. Facing Aviadella's proposal, Wayne shook his head directly. I originally had this idea, but after careful consideration, I decided not to accept any form of external funds for the superhero project. You should be able to think clearly about the reason why I made this decision. Of course he could think clearly, there was no other complicated reason, it was purely due to his confidence in the superheroes under his control. Once a superhero movie is successful, the profits gained will simply make the entire Hollywood film company jealous. Not only does it have explosive potential at the box office, but more importantly, it has a flying income, copyright authorization and sales of various peripheral products. The other party has proved its explosive profitability countless times on DC superheroes. Whoever holds such a project, I'm afraid they are unwilling to let others get involved. Look at Warner Brothers today. As long as it is a DC series project, even if the production cost is as high as $200 million, they have never accepted any external financing. May at the latest, Avi. Wayne secretly calculated in his mind and gave a relatively affirmative answer this time. Before May, whether it is the box office share of The Flash or the income of Charlie's Angels and The Matrix Part 3, Warner Brothers will pay it to the studio account on time. Of course, by then, 20th Century Fox will also pay my share of X-Men in one go. So, you have to wait a few more months. Okay. After sending Avi Adela away, Wayne stretched out a hand and kept rubbing both sides of his forehead. He now has some regrets. Perhaps he shouldn't have put all the things into the past 1 or 2 years. Greenberg Studios has produced a large number of film projects, such as The Lord of the Rings filmed in New Zealand, King Kong which also went to New Zealand, and John Wick which is being filmed in New York. After the filming of Wonder Woman is finished, Angelina Jolie basically has no time to rest. She will start training for Tomb Raider before April. There is also another game adaptation project Resident Evil that is planned, and another feature film about dogs. Basically, he can't ignore these works. More importantly, as soon as Wonder Woman is finished, he will have to immediately host the filming of Superman. According to Warner Brothers and his plan, both movies must be released this year to pave the way for next year's blockbuster. In fact, after the summer season in previous years, although Wayne was also responsible for leading the crew to carry out publicity activities, he could still squeeze out some time to rest. But this year, if he works according to the plan, he basically won't have any time to rest. Even after the official release of Superman, what awaits him will be Justice League. You know, while busy with these jobs, he also has to care about the projects invested and produced by his own studio. Even though these projects are basically co-produced with Warner Brothers, there are producers sent by Warner Brothers to control the direction. But he has never overestimated the bottom line of Warner Brothers, and it is impossible to let go and wait for money. In fact, it was not Wayne's original intention to suddenly speed up his customized development plan. It was really that he was too forward-looking and knew that the best opportunities would be this year and next year, and reality forced him to do so. Once these plans were delayed to the 1 or 2 years after the advent of the new century, then no matter how meticulous the plans and how complete the preparations were, they would be disrupted by external factors of force majeure. The first was the merger of America Online and Warner Brothers. He knew better than anyone that it seemed like two world-class giants merged into one, but in fact it was the beginning of the decline of Warner Brothers, the world's largest film and television entertainment production company. The second factor is even more powerless to intervene. When two iron birds with wings directly knocked the Twin Towers away, the Hollywood film industry inevitably ushered in a 2-year cold winter. By then, ordinary people throughout North America will resist the entertainment industry from the bottom of their hearts, and the number of fans entering the cinema will drop sharply. Facing these two major difficulties, all Wayne can do is to complete all his plans as soon as possible before these two nodes arrive. Especially the disappearance of the Twin Towers. If he wants to make full use of its influence, he must completely smash the brand of superheroes into the hearts of all ordinary people in North America before it happens. Everyone knows that, when all Hollywood movies are neglected because of this, there is only one type of movie that can make a lot of money, that is superheroes. The spirit of the North American people needs these superheroes to save them. As for their economy and body, what does that have to do with Wayne? Hollywood even works hard to market the dead. It is not out of the ordinary for him to use the pain of the North American people to market at that time. And to be frank, Wayne never worried about the two iron birds, but was more worried that they would not arrive as scheduled. After all, as long as this world-shaking event happened, the DC superheroes and some Marvel superheroes in his hands would usher in an unprecedented huge development dividend period. Seeing that Wayne was lost in thought and didn't even notice that the cigarette in his hand was about to burn his fingers, Nina carefully took the cigarette, but from between his fingers, and pressed it into the ashtray on the table. I was distracted. The assistant's action still woke up Wayne, who was thinking, and he smiled and shook his head and said, "Actually, boss." Nina saw that he had no intention of continuing to be distracted, hesitated for a while, and still suggested, "Maybe we should accept the investment of Christopher Aucourt. Since we have accepted his previous investment, why can't we use the superhero as a heavy bait to squeeze him dry at one time?" In fact, at the beginning, Wayne and Nina's plan was to rely on superheroes to squeeze the film investor at one time. But later, Wayne changed his mind for the sake of insurance and only accepted the other party's investment of $50 million. "I understand what you mean, Nina." Wayne licked his lips, resisting the temptation of money. "But have you ever thought about it? If that guy continues to invest in Iron Man, he will have to continue to absorb more money from the circle. Once the stall is too big, we may also be stained with stench. Moreover, if Iron Man is too successful, I'm afraid that there will be countless lawsuits waiting for us. It's to make money." Nina muttered softly. "Anyway, there are countless law firms on Wall Street who are willing to accept our commissions. Forget it, these 2 years are too important for us, so try not to cause too much trouble." In fact, Nina and Wayne knew in their hearts that no matter how much money Christopher Aucourt invested in the studio's project, he would not get a penny in return in the end. This has a lot to do with what the Hollywood I investigated. Wayne is not greedy at all and has no intention of touching the other party's principal. At most, he would borrow the chicken to lay eggs and finally return the investment principal with a justimage. Just like he said, he didn't want to cause himself too much trouble in these 2 most important years of his life. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 749, Standing at a Different Angle. As the awards season deepens, all kinds of news are flying around Hollywood. The first hot topic has little to do with the awards. George Lucas and his Star Wars almost overshadowed all the star-studded award ceremonies. However, the discussion about Star Wars was soon overshadowed by another thing. On January 27th, North American time, the Oscar nominees luncheon was held at the Beverly Hilton Hotel. This event, held by the Academy to honor this year's Oscar contenders, received a new title with obvious ridicule this year. The reason was that long before the nominees luncheon was held, a large number of media reporters surrounded Wayne, who had just got off work, at the gate of Warner Studios, asking him what he thought of this year's nominees luncheon and whether he would attend the event on time. Wayne's answer was as concise as ever. Before he got into the car, he joked to the reporters present, "You know, I have too much work waiting for me to do, so I'm afraid I have to miss this Hollywood Practitioners Annual Meeting." Hollywood Practitioners Annual Meeting. This was originally a self-mockery to reporters, but because of his refusal to attend, it quickly became a hot word nowadays. When the media mentioned the nominees luncheon, they frequently referred to it as the Hollywood Practitioners Annual Meeting. Even Tom Cruise, who was deeply involved in rumors of emotional discord, said in an interview with the media, "Well, I will definitely not miss this Hollywood Practitioners Annual Meeting." Not only that, when the Oscar nominees luncheon officially began, the first sentence of the host Whoopi Goldberg on the stage was to start a joke to all the guests and TV cameras. "Welcome to the Hollywood Industry Annual Meeting. I'm Whoopi Goldberg, the host of today's annual meeting. Hey, Ms. Diaz, don't look at me like that. I'm not too busy to accompany you to this annual meeting. Is it difficult for you to maintain this sexy suntan bronze skin? Because the light of darkness can only shine on you once a week." His ridicule caused a burst of laughter in the whole scene, and even the camera was timely aimed at Cameron Diaz, who was dressed up. Many things are usually just rumors or private discussions in the circle. This is the first time that someone has said such things on the stage. You know, ABC has been broadcasting this nominee luncheon live to the whole of North America. Although Cameron Diaz was laughing with everyone could see that the smile on her face was not as sweet as usual. In fact, most people present knew what kind of person Wayne Greenberg was, and of course, they had heard more or less about which women he had relationships with. Whoopi Goldberg's subtext was obvious, which was to tease the glamorous Cameron Diaz, saying that it would take at least a week for her to date that man. Teasing celebrities is a common occurrence at any award ceremony, especially for hosts who need to adjust the atmosphere. For example, big awards like the Oscars or the Golden Globes take several hours to complete, which is a great test for the hosts and the guests on the scene. However, the Academy also has its own way of dealing with it. When selecting hosts, they usually like to directly select a talk show star who is good at adjusting the overall atmosphere. In fact, at various Hollywood award ceremonies, especially the Oscars, there have always been incidents of drama caused by hosts teasing. It's just that most celebrities, in public, especially when facing live TV, will try not to show it on their faces, even if they are unhappy about the other party's teasing from the bottom of their hearts for the sake of face. Many things do have two sides, and there are indeed many celebrities who are very willing to be the object of ridicule. After all, in an occasion that attracts everyone's attention, this is one of the fastest ways to become famous and deepen the public's memory. Of course, there are also a small number of people who don't want to be the object of ridicule at all. For example, 20 years later, even though everyone knew that he and his wife were playing with each other in private, when his wife was ridiculed in public, he did not receive a kind smile from him, but a waved fist. It can be said that it is all for face. This is just like what the non-famous gourmet said in the non-famous movie The Disciple. For the same bowl of expensive caviar, some diners want less, while others want to swallow it in big mouthfuls. But the demands of these two types of diners are all for their own face. The latter is nothing more than a thin person who swells up his face to pretend to be fat, and the former is a fat person who is afraid of being called a thin person by others. Men's damp face. The embarrassing thing happened. After Whoopi Goldberg realized that his ridicule was a bit too much, he had already dragged the topic to the new Star Wars, and then began the formal part of the nominees' luncheon. But the camera that broadcast this event live, after leaving Cameron Diaz's face, was extremely spiritual, and pointed directly at Cate Blanchett in the direction of the Shakespeare in Love crew. So, when Cate Blanchett's face appeared on the big screen behind the stage, it once again caused a burst of laughter and whistles at the scene. Fortunately, the next list of nominations began to appear one by one, diverting most people's attention in time. After all, this is an admission ticket to the Oscars. Not to mention the final result. For many crews, being able to get this admission ticket means a huge success. But soon, everyone at the scene, and in front of the TV, was attracted by Saving Private Ryan. This R-rated war epic won multiple nominations in a row, and basically all the heavyweight award nominations were missed, and in the end it was as high as 11. However, Steven Spielberg, who was present, did not look very good. Not far from the crew of Saving Private Ryan, Harvey Weinstein was very proud and high-spirited, leading Shakespeare in Love to receive a rare 13 Oscar nominations. Since the beginning of the awards season, this fat man has not only frequently spit on Saving Private Ryan, but also used many smearing methods in private. Even if Steven Spielberg has no evidence, he can speculate that it was done by this shameless fat man. In the past years, although the competition for the Oscars was also extremely fierce, at least everyone still had a bottom line. After all, everyone was in this circle, and no one knew whether they would have the opportunity to cooperate with competitors in the future, right? However, all these fig leaves were torn off by Harvey Weinstein this year. Various smears and rumors against Saving Private Ryan were spread from the internet to the entertainment media, and to the homes of many Academy members with voting rights. It can be said that this fat man is like a shit-stirring stick, and he is desperately trying to touch Saving Private Ryan. To be honest, if these two films are put together, countless fans will choose Saving Private Ryan without a second thought. This film caused a big storm of movie watching in this summer. As for Shakespeare in Love, the box office has just exceeded $60 million so far, and the scale and number of screenings are not hot. Normal fans, who would go to the theater to buy tickets to watch a biographical film, After the nominees' lunch, in addition to the two biggest winners, there are several topics that have caused heated discussions in the media, and the first one is The Truman Show. Originally, this film has been highly praised by many professionals since the award season began. Even before the nominees' luncheon was held, many film critics were still vowing to the public that The Truman Show would be the biggest surprise of this year's Oscars. However, reality slapped countless people in the face. The Truman Show did not receive many nominations. The few nominations it received seemed to be consolation in nature. Whether it could win the award was completely dependent on luck. For example, nominations for Best Original Screenplay and Best Supporting Actress. Even if they could eventually win the awards, what would they do? Another film that caused heated discussions in the media was undoubtedly Wayne's The Flash. This superhero film, which caused a global viewing craze at the beginning of this summer, was so pitiful that it only received 3 Oscar nominations for Best Editing, Best Sound Editing, and Best Visual Effects. There was no Best Director, no Best Picture, and even Wayne's nomination for Best Adapted Screenplay, which he usually received in previous years, his name was simply not found this time. Indeed, people in the industry know that since the beginning of the awards season, Wayne and Warner Brothers have not done any public relations for The Flash. In fact, even if they have made strong statements, they still can't get very good results. The reason is very simple and easy to understand. Just a year ago, Wayne was the biggest winner of that Oscar. It can even be said that he is the winner with the highest treatment from the Academy since the 1990s. Many people know that the reason why Wayne can receive such high treatment and even let the 69th Academy Awards ceremony revolve around him alone is that the Academy compensates him for his contribution to Hollywood over the years. But fans and entertainment media who are interested in gossip can't care so much. The 1998 North American Annual Box Office Champion only received 3 marginal nominations. Many radical fans think that this is a mental insult to the great Wayne Greenberg by the Academy. As in previous years, at this point in the awards season every year, all kinds of topics are flying around. Such discussions will continue until 2 or 3 weeks after the Oscars. 2 days after the Oscar nominees' luncheon, in a large conference room at the Fox building in Burbank, Wayne frowned slightly, thinking while watching the movie that was about to end. The sound of the staff opening the curtains and the sunlight that suddenly pierced into the conference room made Wayne, who was lost in thought, dazed. He sat in the last row without moving, tilting his head and looking at the people who lined up to shake hands with George Lucas. Everyone was saying all kinds of flattering words, but he didn't believe them at all. Only he could see some problems with the film, but everyone was indeed talking about how good the movie was. Comparing the Star Wars prequels in his memory with the one he just watched, Wayne knew that there was no difference between the two, but he also had some different feelings. But the problems that existed still existed. George Lucas's old problem of not being good at telling stories has not changed at all. In order to figure out the correctness of his thoughts, he turned to look at Nina beside him and whispered, "What do you think of this Star Wars prequel?" "It's great." Glancing at the crowd around her, Nina shrugged and whispered her feelings. The lost barren land, the treacherous merchants, the orphans with supernatural powers, the mother struggling to survive, the interstellar travel that is hard to pursue. These are particularly delicate in the grand narrative, fascinating and full, and the gradually advancing rhythm makes people feel unable to stop. That's right. Wayne slightly frowned, brows slowly calmed down with Nina's narration. He is now very sure that he is still affected by the memory of his previous life. In fact, from the perspective of a North American Star Wars fan, this film is at least wonderful. Of course, there will definitely be some fans who will discuss some of the flaws in the film after watching it. But from the perspective of most fans, being able to shoot it like this has already met their expectations. After all, this is Star Wars. Under this name, even if George Lucas shoots a pile of shit, there will probably be no lack of fans. How do you feel? At the front of the conference room, George Lucas and several Fox executives were still dealing with the film experts from the Theater Alliance. Steven Spielberg sat down next to Wayne, looked at him, and asked a question he had just asked. "Great, Steven." At this time, Wayne wanted to laugh, but he still endured it, shrugged and said, "This is George's Star Wars, Steven. The name alone is enough." As for what the film is about, and how many special effects are piled up, does it matter? To a certain extent, Wayne's answer has already reflected some real thoughts. Steven Spielberg and he, who were present, knew that some parts of this film were handled a bit stiffly, but they knew better, that it would be better not to criticize friends on this occasion. Especially Steven Spielberg. In fact, before the filming of this Star Wars prequel, he made some suggestions to George Lucas's script, but now it seems that every successful director has his own ideas, and it is basically impossible to make any changes easily. Has your investment in Shakespeare in Love been half? Looking at the young man next to him, Steven Spielberg's face suddenly darkened. Wayne had been deliberately avoiding him today because he was afraid of embarrassment. Unexpectedly, the other party still brought up this topic. He spread his hands helplessly, looked at his old friend and said, "Steven, I'm only responsible for investment. I don't participate in other things, and I don't have the time and energy to participate." His attitude was very clear. The bad debt between you and Harvey Weinstein has nothing to do with me. This is just a simple business, without any other factors. After staring at Wayne's eyes carefully for a while, Steven Spielberg let out a sigh and waved his hand helplessly. During this period of time, the fat man has used all kinds of despicable means, making him, who has a good temper, very angry. How is your post-production work on Wonder Woman going? The third fine cut is in progress. Seeing that the other party no longer mentioned Shakespeare in Love, Wayne wisely did not mention it again. He casually said, "Before the end of March, I hope to complete all the work by the end of March, if nothing unexpected happens." Steven Spielberg raised his hand, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Notify me of the preview." Okay. After that, he turned his head and looked at George Lucas in front of him, and his mind returned to this movie again. If you look at it from a god's perspective, the prequels often appear in this series of movies, and they can be said to be frequent guests in this series, but generally people feel a little disappointed in the end. If you look at it from this perspective, this Phantom Menace can actually score high. The main storyline is the political competition between various interstellar forces, and the whole story can be said to be waiting for the final voting results. Many people probably don't pay too much attention to this main line. The various races and the various roles played by the Jedi Knights all make the movie better. George Lucas's original intention was probably to bring a whole new world to the audience. After watching the whole movie, this world seems to be real, a world that is constantly breathing. Strictly speaking, the cartoon feeling of the previous work has been diluted. For example, the Underwater Kingdom obviously wants to bring a wonderful world to the audience, who have been waiting for many years. As a prequel, George Lucas worked hard to show a new world. It is undeniable that there are many scenes that are similar to reality. But considering that this is in North America, many viewers probably grew up watching Star Wars since childhood. So watching this film in combination with the previous work will feel that many things are destined, and the sense of fate is simply full. Even if they have a high status and a strong force, they cannot shake the gears of fate rolling forward, which gives the audience a kind of film, just like the illusion of many historical facts in reality. Sure enough, we still have to stand from different angles, Wayne muttered softly. If he had not grown up in this land since childhood, he would probably still find it difficult to understand the obsession of North American movie fans with Star Wars. However, compared to the Star Wars series, he always believed that the DC superhero world under his leadership would be more in line with the aesthetic tastes of most people in the world. Chapter 750 Oscar is coming. Time slowly moved forward to March. After attending the internal preview of Star Wars, Wayne simply said hello to George Lucas, and simply rejected the invitation of the 20th Century Fox executives, and then plunged into Warner Studios again, to continue the unfinished work at hand. The discussion about the Oscars and the outside world became more and more intense. With the successive awarding of several Outpost awards, the most anticipated and popular films of this Oscars have also become the subject of discussion by the media and the public. Since the beginning of the awards season, Harvey Weinstein has been busy jumping up and down, and the effect is very significant. Shakespeare in Love and its outstanding performance have successively become the big winners of the British Academy Film Awards, the North American Screen Actors Guild Awards, and the North American Critics' Choice Awards. However, Saving Private Ryan, which was overwhelmed by various rumors and smears throughout the awards season, successfully made a comeback at the just concluded North American Television Film Golden Globe Awards. Successfully won the two most important awards, Best Picture and Best Director. On the other hand, their opponent, Shakespeare in Love, only won one acting award and one screenwriting award during the entire awards season. A rather comical situation occurred after the Golden Globe Awards. Steven Spielberg, who successfully won the Best Director award, looked very ugly when facing the interview with reporters. Harvey Weinstein, who was completely suppressed at the Golden Globe Awards, was still in high spirits before leaving. Yes, in the eyes of the public, the Golden Globe Awards for North American television and film is a perfect Oscar outpost award. But in fact, in the minds of many people in the circle, it is very clear that there is basically no relationship between the two. Even the people involved in the selection are two completely different groups. The Golden Globe Awards are hosted and selected by the Hollywood Outside Press Association. To put it bluntly, the behind-the-scenes leaders who participate in the voting and selection are just that group of reporters. But the members who participate in the voting and selection of the Oscars are thousands of official members of the Academy throughout North America. Whether it is influence or the perspective of looking at the film, it is two different things from the former. However, due to the growing influence of the Golden Globe Awards in recent years, coupled with media publicity and long-term misunderstanding by the public, the Golden Globe Awards have successfully ranked among the three major awards, including the British Academy Film Awards, the Screen Actors Guild Awards, and the Critics' Choice Awards, and have been called one of the four worthy aims of the Oscars. Steven Spielberg is not very happy because he knows too much about the tricks involved. Shakespeare in Love can be said to have won an overwhelming victory in the other three Weathervane Awards, which has to cast a layer of unclear fog on his upcoming Oscar journey. The reason is simple. Whether it is the Screen Actors Guild Awards or the Critics' Choice Awards, the judges behind the selection of these two awards almost all have another identity, Academy members. Most people have overlapping identities, which means that when these people vote for the Oscars, they are likely to continue their previous choices. It has to be said that, as long as you think about this, it is impossible to be happy. The film you invested in looks pretty good. In a small film room in the post-production studio of Warner Brothers, a beam of light from an old-fashioned projector shines on a small screen in the front. Jeff Robinoff, CEO of Warner Brothers, turned his attention back to the sample film being shown and muttered to the young man beside him, "HMM." Hearing the other party's words, Wayne also turned his gaze back and looked at Jeff Robinoff. "What news did you hear?" Jeff Robinoff crossed his legs, leaned back in his chair and nodded slightly. "Yesterday I met with a group of old guys, and the name they mentioned most frequently was Shakespeare in Love, which made Harvey jump up and down." "Great news." Wayne whistled softly and said with a smile, "It seems that I will make a lot of money soon, but, Jeff, I don't have much money now. Before May, at the latest at the end of May." Jeff Robinoff frowned slightly. Of course, he heard Wayne's subtext, so after a little thought, he still made a promise. "I promise that Warner Brothers and your series of share and salary will be settled before this time point." Shrugging his shoulders, Wayne smiled and nodded. "Look, this is another good news that makes people unhappy." After that, he gently pursed his lips towards the sample film being screened. "What do you think?" "It's not what I think, it's what you think, Wayne." As if he had no interest in the $200 million blockbuster, Jeff Robinoff just glanced at the big screen and turned his eyes back to the other party. "Wayne, you know, today's preview is just a formality, to be exact. If it was any other commercial film produced by Warner Brothers, let alone an investment of $200 million, even if the production cost was only $50 million, Jeff Robinoff would not take it lightly after the sample film was edited. However, the young man next to him has proved his ability to control the film with countless successes. Even the CEO of Warner Brothers believes from the bottom of his heart that he, a producer who has been in the industry for more than 30 years, may not have the same accurate vision as Wayne in the face of the current market. Okay. The Wonder Woman currently being shown on the big screen was planned and produced by Wayne himself from filming to editing. He did not keep the secret any longer and said directly to the leader of Warner Brothers next to him, basically, the final film is the current version. Jeff, I will add music and some dubbing to the film as soon as possible within a week at the latest. When you go back, prepare for the internal preview as soon as possible. The post-production work of Wonder Woman is basically coming to an end. Now they are watching the sample film. Wayne will only add some key music, and if nothing unexpected happens, he will not make any changes to the main body of the film. Just as Jeff Robinoff said, whether it is the preview of the editing sample this time or the preview meeting of the company's internal executives, that will be held later, they tend to be a process. To put it bluntly, even if some executives and shareholders have some questions about the film during the preview, it is difficult for them to find sufficient reasons to let Wayne start to modify it according to their wishes. DC Comics superheroes are the most important film series of Warner Brothers in the past decade, and many development plans in the next few years are centered around this film series. In addition to Wayne, the leader of the series, even the executives of Warner Brothers will be very cautious about the film. At least now no one dares to pad their chests and say that it would be better to listen to their own opinions than to Wayne's. Let's not talk about whether they can pass the opinions of the senior management and Wayne, even if they have opinions. Even if they can pass, it's good that the film achieves the expected results afterwards. Once any unexpected situation occurs, no one can bear such a big black pot. After a simple preview, Wayne found Angelina Jolie in the next week, added some dubbing, and added background music. The complete version of the film of Wonder Woman was divided into two. One was sent to the safe of Warner Brothers, and the other was stored in the underground vault of a bank in Los Angeles. In mid-March, without any rest, after all the work on Wonder Woman was completed, Wayne led his core team and plunged into the crew of Superman. At the latest after the Oscars, Superman will start formal filming. In the past 2 months, I have traveled to all the locations you mentioned, and each one has been carefully inspected by me. Standing in a corner of the preparation studio for Superman, Wayne crossed his arms in front of his chest and stared at Ben Affleck, who was training not far away. Producer Charles Roven stood beside him, talking and reporting on the preparation status in recent months. The filming location, when Clark was a teenager, the small town of Plano, Illinois, and Chicago in the back, seeing that the man next to him did not express anything. Charles Roven continued. The British Columbia Glacier, Vancouver Island, and the Mojave Desert in California, all the locations where the crew will stop for filming, have signed filming contracts with the local municipal government. Once the Superman project officially starts filming, these locations will never hold the crew back, I promise. Nodding with satisfaction, Wayne's slightly tired face finally showed a satisfied smile. However, no one knew whether his satisfied smile was because of Ben Affleck, who was getting stronger not far away, or because of the producer's proper preparations. One thing no one could deny was that due to the ample preparation time, Zack Snyder and Charles Roven had almost done all the preparations, just waiting for Wayne to enter the crew and announce the official filming. After taking another look at Ben Affleck, who was training, Wayne turned and walked towards his office. In fact, he also wanted to start filming as soon as possible, but there was one thing he had to and could not be present for in person, and that was the upcoming 71st Academy Awards. Charles, I heard that the Mexican assistant director Guillermo del Toro has received a promise from Wayne to direct Resident Evil. I heard that the investment for this Resident Evil is expected to exceed $80 million. Looking at Wayne's departing back, Zack Snyder slowly approached Charles Roven, shook his head gently, and said with a bitter self-mockery in his tone, "He gave me the opportunity to take the director's baton for Superman, but I gave up like a fool, because I cared about some of the views within Warner Brothers and the invisible huge pressure." Zack, don't think too much. As a producer who had worked with Wayne once before, Charles Roven had a clear understanding of some things. Of course, he heard a hint of bitterness in Zack Snyder's tone, but he knew even more clearly that, even if time went back 100 times, this director who came from the New York advertising industry would make the same choice. Don't forget Wayne's care for you, his own people. Believe me, your choice this time is right. Reaching out and patting Zack Snyder's shoulder deeply, Charles Roven thought for a moment before continuing. Zack, there are only two of us here. I can tell you clearly that for this Superman that we have been preparing for several months, as well as the next blockbuster Justice League, Warner Brothers will directly reject the positions of director and producer except Wayne Greenberg. I'll tell you what the reality is. The reality is that even if Wayne uses his influence in Warner Brothers to support you in directing Superman, the final result may not be what you want. Zack, your shoulders are still too immature and narrow. They won't believe that you can withstand such great pressure. Seeing that there was still a hint of stubbornness on Zack Snyder's face, Charles Roven shook his head and sighed secretly. In view of the pleasant cooperation between the two in the past few months, he couldn't help but say a few more words. Listen, Zack, I can reveal something to you now, but I will never admit to saying it outside this studio. In fact, when you finished filming the Matrix trilogy, including CEO Jeff Robinov and powerful executive Bruce Rosenblum, they all wanted to make an exception and let you take the helm of Superman. The reason is very simple. Think about the way you made Neo in the Matrix. That kind of invincibility is simply too suitable for Superman Clark Kent. But, pay attention, within Warner Brothers, no matter how powerful Jeff Robinov and Bruce Rosenblum are, they are just two executives after all. Do you understand? It was because they thought clearly about this that they decisively gave up their ideas when the shareholders expressed their distrust. I can also tell you that even with Wayne's support, you still can't get the position of Superman director. The board of directors of Warner Brothers has even discussed how to deal with it. They would rather postpone the Superman project for a year and wait for Wayne to be free. After saying that, he patted Zack Snyder's shoulder again and turned to walk towards his office. In fact, Charles Roven saw it very clearly. People are complex animals. They also came from Wayne's team. In the past, the whole circle praised Zack Snyder, but in the future, it may not be the case. Especially when the Mexican director Guillermo got the director's promise for Wayne's project Resident Evil. In Charles Roven's opinion, the reason why Zack Snyder has some hypocritical ideas is entirely because the road to Hollywood is too smooth. Compared with those directors who have been struggling for many years and tried every means to direct their first feature film, he has never experienced the real cruel Hollywood. When shooting commercials in New York, he had already made some reputation in a short time. After that, he came to Wayne's team and got the best learning environment in the circle. Think about the shooting of films such as It. Many shots were made by Wayne deliberately giving up power to let Zack Snyder learn how to control a large crew of hundreds of people and how to coordinate the work of various departments. I'm afraid that apart from Zack Snyder himself, many people have already seen that Wayne is deliberately cultivating his directing ability. The purpose is not difficult to guess. When the first phase of the DC movie universe is concluded, a large number of projects will inevitably emerge in the second phase. Wayne certainly hopes that the people who direct these projects will not deviate from their own production concepts. In fact, Charles Roven really wants to remind Zack Snyder that what he has to do now is to wait with peace of mind, and there is no need to be anxious when seeing another director coming out of Wayne's team. At most, after 1 or 2 years, Zack Snyder will definitely have a stage for him to show his skills. By then, with the DC comic universe under the foundation of Wayne, Zack Snyder, a director with a shooting style extremely similar to Wayne, is he still afraid that he will not have the opportunity to step into the center of the stage? Zack. Wayne's shout rang out, and Zack Snyder shook his head vigorously, put all the messy thoughts behind his head, and trotted to the director's office. I'm here, boss. Leave some of the daily work of the crew to Charles, and you will come with me to attend that shitty Oscar the day after tomorrow. No problem, boss. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.